Okay. Hi, Risha. Hi, Nita. Hi, it's Morphin time. Morphin Tim. Hello, hello. Welcome in. We'll see how long I sit in this spot today. Hi, Olam. Olambia. Tell me if I said it wrong. You know to correct me. Hi, Alina. Elena? Alina. Hi, Denisha. Hi, Lee. I may have to move. I'm sitting in my bed right now, y'all, but we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Hello, hello. Hi, Yolanda. Hi, Date My Makeup. You are a return viewer. A lot of y'all are return viewers. Hi, Annabelle. Oh, period, South Carolina. Hey, Chris. Hello, hello, y'all. I was live earlier today chatting with y'all about Love Island. We're definitely going to get into. Hi, Sabrina. Hi. I make sense. It's midnight there, Annabelle. Where are you? Are you in the are you overseas? Obviously, somewhere. Hi, peanut butter. The UK. Okay, I feel like you've told me that before. Have you been here before, Annabelle? Hi, Dami. Hi, Jelly. Yes, thank y'all so much for the lives, the likes. It helps us to share out. Hi, Tashina. I'm good. How are you, Jelly? How was the rest of your day? Hi, Kamari. Hi, Jasmine. I saw that you already watched the sub video, Jasmine. Oh, thank you already, Jasmine. Okay, I thought so, Annabelle. I thought so. Hi, ICC. Hi, Gigi. Hi, Ann. Hi, Amina. Hi, Fatima. Oh, no. I'm so sorry to hear that. How old is your kitten? Hi, Cassie, or Casey. Correct me if I'm saying your name wrong. Hi, Jaleesa. Hi, Shay. Oh, okay. Aw. Well, hopefully they feel better soon. Is it like something that's probably easily fixed? It's not like something harder? Oh, yay, Annabelle. I'm so glad. That was so impromptu for me. But I think I'll do them more. Hi, Nadia. Thank y'all so much for the likes. It helps to share out the live. We're definitely going to get into, I know y'all were asking me earlier. Hi, Bree. Hi, Elan. Hello, welcome back. Hi, Sexy Taylor. Hi, Zena. Y'all were asking me earlier, hi, Davita, about Alandria's live with Nick. Hi, Mish. Hi, Keisha. I'm definitely going to talk about that. Okay. Well, Jelly, I hope that it is easy peasy. I hope that it's something easily resolved because I know that's stressful. Hi, Kate. Hi, Queen Pamela. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Every Breath. Hi, Kismet. Hi, Cha Cha. Hi, Shayla. Hi, Carms. Hello, Jody Joe. Hi, Joanne. Hi, Black Beauty. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Ophelia. Hi, Mimi. Hi, Jay. Yes, I definitely want to talk about um, the, hi, son. Welcome back. Oh, no. Busy days are like good and bad, I feel like. Thank you, Cha Cha. They helped the day to go by fast, but whew. Hi, Elisa. Lisette, all my subs that are in here, FYI, I do have a new video posted for you. Hi, Aaron. It is a deviation from Love Island. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Gigi, girl. Hi, Cynthia. But it is about dating, how to appropriately coach your teenagers around dating. Because right after we were having that conversation on my live, like a couple days later, or maybe even the same day, hi, Leah, I got onto Threads and this mom had posted her conversation with her daughter, and I was like, I need to take this and make a TikTok about it. Oh, Elisa, it's good to see you too. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're able to listen at work. Hey, Twin City. Hi, Alicia. I'm realizing that my color of my shirt is blocking y'all's name. Hi, Shy. Hi, Michelle. Hi, Steno. Hi, Kenny. I think it's funny that it's spelled like that. Hi, Bird. Hi, Francesca. Hi, Nakisha. Yeah, I definitely want to talk about this live. I've seen some takes. I think one of my mutuals, y'all sent me a take. Hi, James. Hi, Jennifer. Hi, Jasmine or Jasmina. I should have worn a different color shirt, y'all. It's blocking the writing of y'all's names. Oh, thank you. Hi, P. Hi, Sunshine. Yes, Lisa, I definitely want to get into it. Hi, Toyin. Yeah, Shayla, mom there was a different way that she could have handled it. And so I definitely gave a perspective as like a clinician around it. Hi, Adelaide. Hi, Danielle. Hi, Anna. Hi, Monica. Hello, hello. Hi, Kim. Hi, Roderick. I think it's Celine. Hi, Celine. Is it Keita? Hi, Keita. Hi, Mrs. V. Hi, Sayla. Y'all, if I ever say your names, tell me that I'm saying them wrong. Okay? Please correct me. Don't ever... I feel like names have power, and so I like to say your names right. Jelly, I'm not going to talk about it on the live only because I only made it for y'all. I only made it for the subs. Thank you, Amina. Hi, Dozy. Hi, Paula. Hi, Liz. Okay, so yeah, this live, y'all. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Ethereal. Hello, welcome in, everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Okay, yeah, so I watched the live. Well, let me be honest. I watched part of the live and then I recorded it because I wanted to watch that new show that I just posted about for y'all. Hey, Kay. Are you my first? It's basically Love Island, but a bunch of virgins. Y'all, it is so cringe and awkward, but I cannot look away. Hi, Reginald. Okay, Shayla, as a sub, you can always ask questions. I'm always going to prioritize y'all's questions. Cha-Cha, I like it, actually. It's hilarious. My daughter is watching it with me, and I was like, man, I wish I was recording because the way she was eating the people up. She was like, some of these men are not virgins by choice. And it's crazy. She was like, yeah, wake it up. No. She was not playing with them. She was like, he says he's not into ginger rolls, then literally says every single trope about a ginger roll. What is he talking about? She was on their helmets. But I think it's a good watch. Hi, Yusuf. Hi, Edgar. Hi, Sincere. I like the way that that's spelled. Hi, Kay. I think it's Joanne. Hi, Abby. So yeah, I think it's a good watch. You know, it's definitely cringe. It's definitely awkward. There's already, you know, why are you crying on day 2 about this man you just met? It's a lot. It's a lot. But I think it's kind of funny. No, like toxic drama. But you can see there's a lot to be unpacked about these people as humans. The most that they've been doing is like kissing. That's the most that they've done so far, Shayla. I'm only on episode 5. Actually, one of the guys definitely was... it was like some essay that happened on like the first episode. And then at some point, I think producers must have said something in the host their ears, because then they're like, okay, keep it PG once he got to the third girl. So like the task was for them to like wipe paint on the people that they were interested in. And everybody's like, a hand, you know, oh, I'm going to wipe here. He like full wiped across these women's breasts. It was, yeah, I'm going to eat that. Run me that. Hi, Maya. Oh, exactly, Shayla. He was doing absolutely too fucking much. Hi, Blade. He's the one I can't stand the most. No shocker there. No shocker there. Shayla, you told me that you have a question. Is it related to the live or is it separate? Like related to hi, bees. Related to Nick and Alandria's dual live, like their mutual live, or something different? Hi, Jay. Hey, Nick. Hi, Ann. Hi, Gertrude. Okay, I'm happy to answer it. We got to talk about this. Oh, Jelly, thank you for your subscription. Y'all, I've been like so fortunate in this community. I literally like on a whim was like, I'm going to, hi, Charlene. That used to be my first lady's name when I was a kid. Hi, Nessa. Like my old, that was, I'm 39, so over 30 years ago. Hi, Shurkan. I saw you on Ola's live last night. I be peeping my people that be in other lives. I know, Gigi. It be hating on me. But we definitely need to talk about this interview. Yeah. And we definitely need to talk. I know. We definitely need to talk. Not y'all spotting each other in the wild. And hi, Sai now. Ah, you funny. Hey, we up, Shanika. We back. Chris is making fun of me, y'all. Get him. What's that? What's her? Oh my God, y'all know Quintana. Oh, you got money. Gigi's so brilliant. Hi, Erica. Oh, she got money. Oh, okay, Shayla. I see why you was finding it. Okay, that's a great question. Hi, Red Lips. Hi, Bonita. Hi, Boom Shakalaka. Hey, Way Tute. That might have to be a sub-only live, Shayla. Because it be some strong thoughts around E&M. Okay. Sub, Shayla wants to hear more about ethical non-monogamy. Would y'all be down to do a sub live about that? Hi, Apple user. Hi, Zenobia. Hi, Sunshine. Okay. Period. Okay, do y'all want me to start with this Kiki interview or y'all want me to start with, thank you, Jelly, with Olandria and Nick's live? I agree, Amina. Kiki. Okay. Oh, overwhelmingly Kiki. I see Ola and Nick. Let's get the Kiki takes out the way. I did watch Olandria's live. Not bad news first. It is a lot to unpack with Kiki. Okay, I feel like most of y'all probably have seen my 1,000 takes. Hi, Tata, about the Kiki live. And subs, I know that y'all got one additional take. Not the bad news. Y'all are so funny. Why is it bad news? Hi, V. Okay. Thank you, Cha-Cha. Hi, Adrian. Why is it bad news, y'all? I mean, because we have to talk about Tay-Tay or something else. Hi, Beatrice. Okay, it was triggering. I hear that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? I'm always so blessed because I don't see a lot of the terrible takes. Hi, Adrian, on my like FYP. I hear about them because y'all like share with me. So I'm very protected on my like algorithm. Okay, Lisa, I hear that. Yep. Yep. Hi, Ginger. It was dated. It didn't give off good energy. Gigi says that it gave off, she was hella foul in some parts. Not Pillsbury, no Lux. Oh, tell them I said hi, Shayla. Exactly, Cha-Cha. I don't either. Well, so Beatrice, I have an account. I don't ever be on that bitch. I don't even have the app downloaded on my phone. Okay, let's start with Elisa. I like that you're calling him Oklahoma. Gigi. Y'all need to be like what's the person on here that like they watch the video and then they pause it and then they write the thing down? That's what I think about every time y'all come with a new nickname. Let's start with Oklahoma. That man is so oblivious that it almost makes me wonder, like, is it on purpose or is it like he can't help it? Yes, Lena, you did. Hello. Like, is it really, I mean, true, Elisa. I feel like that's offensive to children too, though. Hi, K Camp. I feel that, K Camp. I mean, it's like, God, this is going to draw them in here, y'all, but it's fine. It's fine. Hey, Siobhan, we are just getting started on the Kiki interview. We're about to talk about Oklahoma, 3D, all the nicknames. I can't remember them all. Yes, he was lying on the Today Show, Beatrice. Not deflated. Okay, let's start with the thing that felt most glaring to me, because I know this is gonna shake the table, but I know that nobody in my life is gonna be shocked about me saying this. Hey lady KK, hey Ebony. It was definitely it was definitely giving financial abuse. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. It was definitely giving that. Thank you, non-lie. Wait, am I saying that right? Tell me if I'm saying it wrong. So we hear him in this interview talk about his money multiple times. He does lie unprovoked. Okay, perfect. Thank you. He talks about his money multiple times, but the part that was like glaring was, thank you, Lynn, was him saying how old girl better be moving to Oklahoma after he spent all that money on them clothes for the rodeo. I'm sorry, what? Hi, Miss Boss Up. Welcome in, girl. Hey, Elle. That to me was just like, if y'all didn't believe the evidence beforehand, I don't know how you don't see it with that. I feel like if you don't see it with that, it's because you don't want to. Shrekon, can you please, to stay in his mama house, please clock it. And exactly this, to your point, yes, y'all, please go ahead and tap the screen, right? The way he was so comfortable sharing that hints that this behavior has been modeled for him, I wouldn't be surprised if that is his parents' relationship. I wouldn't either, right? Like, I did that whole video. He lives with his parents, Rachel. I believe that's what we know about him. Now, obviously, people's situations change all the time. People's situations change all the time. So for me, it's like the fact that he thought me buying you clothes means somehow that you need to be committed to moving to me. But he's been telling us this from the beginning, right? It really is not shocking, but it's also like the audacity is like crazy to me. It's a level of audacity that just blows my mind. Because why did you feel like that earned you her moving to a whole nother state to be with you? And Emirates, I just don't consider him to be a reliable source about some things. That's the part, Lena. We are, Ebony. Oh, he definitely was lying. He has, I don't believe him when he said that he's already telling that girl that he loves her. Nick was like, for real? I didn't know that. Because it's been like 3 weeks. Why would you be saying that already? Thank you, Ebony. I'm so glad. Like, what are you... Y'all, I've lived in Oklahoma before. Oklahoma City. It's nothing to write home about. It's not like a place that I would be like, yeah, I want to live here. Hi, how are you? I'm so glad you're back. Yeah, Ebony, we just started on the, thank you, Rachel. I feel like I deserve compensation. I never went to a rodeo. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad. He does believe his own lies to the point where he doesn't think they are lies. But somebody asked me we want to talk about the Kiki interview post and we're going to get Oklahoma out of the way. So it's like he absolutely is a love bomber. Like, this would be the one, I've said before, he would be the one time people could use that word and they're like, yeah, that's what I'm actually seeing love bombing behavior. Exactly, Ebony. You're actually watching this man literally use money and gifts and time and isolation and lathering on, it's been 3 weeks and I love you. And he's doing all of that in order to rope her in, right? And I don't really care to commentate on like where she is about it, because I can respect that people will be in different places, trauma, all sorts of reasons, right? All sorts of reasons. Ebony. It may not be clicking in that way, right? Especially if she grew up, this goes to our conversation subs about the video I made for, right? If she grew up sheltered in any sort of way around like dating or like interactions with men, I don't know her history, y'all. If you know more than me, please tell me. But if she didn't really get to practice that, then he is like what you would hear a man is supposed to be. And you may not be able to pick up the other signs. Exactly. Exactly, Lena. Oh, that's so interesting, Sharon. I haven't seen that. Yeah, I feel like people could people confuse doing hello, Shink. People confuse doing nice things for people as love bombing or showing interest in a partner as love bombing. That's I don't think we've seen Nick do anything even close to love bombing. What we've seen is Nick demonstrate that he cares about Alandria as a person. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Miss Bossa. We've seen Nick demonstrate that he cares about her as a human, as a friend, right? I want to put you on. I want to see you win, right? It's no different than how we might see anybody else engage with the friend that they want to see win. What we're seeing with Taylor, exactly, what we're seeing with Taylor, right, is like, oh, I just was shoving you around on live, so let me now publicly take you shopping. And let me tell people all the money I'm spending on you. And let me tell people, like, it is about ingratiating the public to him. And I've talked about this before, y'all, but that is something abusers will do. They will ingratiate themselves. They need to be ingratiated to the people around them because they need it to be hard to believe. And yes, Emirates, exactly. And that withdrawal of affection. You're literally watching them do this cycle in real time. Non-like, if they are, that's so weird because that's literally not, that was work. And they both, Ebony, you're funny. And they both like said that. Exactly. He's using the money as a control tactic, right? This is why we hear him say, oh, I'll take all those Louis V bags in the morning. Because don't be telling me that you're going to have people come on here. It is spontaneous. I would never diagnose anyone. But, you know, like, it's him using it as a way to control, right? He tears her down, but then builds her up. Oh, your shoes were busted. So then when you left the villa, I took you shopping, right? But I'm telling everybody how you was busted when you came into the villa. And then, you know, the fact that they've spent very little time apart, right? So that's also isolating her from her typical community, her family, right? And K Camp, here's the thing, is like, can she even clock that? I don't know if she went to therapy after her own experiences and was able to get any psychoeducation around it and what it looks like so that she can spot it moving forward. And y'all, no shade. I like Kiki, okay? I think she's funny. I think she's really adorable. Ebony, and she's the same woman that was going to put that one man, y'all know who I'm talking about, on her podcast because everybody's story deserves to be told. Sis, sit down. Okay? Sit down. Be quiet. You know, so it's like we... like, sis, no. You know, oh, you know what, Jasmine? I think you're right. I think you're right. Is Jasmine right? That is feeling like a faint memory now when you're saying that. Hi, Kat. And you know what, Fontaine? Oh my gosh. Yeah, so it's like, again, like I can't take you seriously when it comes to holding men accountable for bad behavior. I felt like she said, now that you're saying it, it's like a very, very faint memory. Something about how like him being the music of her childhood. It was a very like almost gray area kind of post. Somebody remind me. Hi, Justine. Hi, Diva. That feels familiar as you're saying it. Did she not change her position after though? Yeah, babe, did she change her position after? I feel like at some point it was supposedly like she changed her positioning around it. Okay. And yeah, Yeah, that's how I kind of remember it, Miss Boss Up. I hope so too, Elisa. Hi, Miss Deb. But yeah, and that's true, Nikisha. You know, it's complicated. It's nuanced, y'all. It's nuanced, right? Yeah, that's not the person she experienced. Thank you, Rachel. That was the language. That's not the person she experienced. Thank you for saying that. Hi, Miss D. Nova. Exactly, right? Because to your point, Bay, I think she was going off her experience with him, which is like, yeah, but a lot of people had different experiences with Trey. Hi, Mimi. But that didn't make me not believe her. There you go, Shanika. Exactly, Jasmine. You know, it's like I won't ever blame you, but I also can't align with that. You feel me? That's exactly right. Wait, non like she said that? I haven't seen her say that directly. Okay, sorry y'all. Back to 3D. Yeah, she definitely has some work to do, you know? And I don't think that it's like impossible for us to do the work. She's definitely still young enough, minds change, more information. You know what I mean? Oh, Cha Cha, I didn't know that. Oof. I mean, yeah, again, it's like, hi, Hagatha. It's like, it's so, even if you've had an experience with someone that is different than what their victim is saying, you don't dismiss, just don't say shit. Just don't say nothing. Yeah, exactly, babe. Just don't say anything. Just, be on mute about it. Because you want to be believed, like she told, hi, Doreen, like she told Wendy, the gag is, you weren't there. Oh, clock it, Emirates, because Rashida, girl. Anywho, don't let me get distracted. It's like, I don't understand why you feel like that doesn't apply to you. And I feel like Kiki has such potential to be like such a little national treasure. There's some shit she needs to unlearn. That said, when she was telling him, you was my guy. I loved you. What? Why are you saying that to this man? Why is that how you felt after watching him? Is that real or are you pretending? Hi, KLWG. It loved what? Exactly. And you know what, K Camp? That might be it, Jelly. That might be it. I do think that a lot of times the identification with, like, again, having the same identity, right? I've talked about this before on a video. It might have been a sub only video. I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't think so though. But having no, it was a sub only video. It was my sub only video about the Kiki interview, actually. Having the shared identity makes you feel like I want to be in community and I want to align, right? I want to feel like we're in this together. You know what I mean? Thank you for the follows and thank y'all for the likes. I want to feel like we're in this together, but you can't let that blind you. You still need to use your discernment. And that's like a very common cultural phenomenon. Exactly, Elisa, right? And I've said before, a lot of people like to quote my girl Issa, I'm rooting for everybody black, and I feel you, but I don't live by that mantra. Because not everybody that's black has morals and values that I align with and that represent me. I can't just be putting my name behind any old body because you black. That's not enough. It's not enough, you know? And so, you know, you really need to be willing to look at people's character. Clock it, Jennifer. Exactly. Exactly. Same with being a girl's girl. Like, I'm definitely, you know, y'all know me. I'm here for the girls, the gays, and the days, right? And some of y'all you have been anti us. You have, you know, stood against us as women. And so your identity alone is not enough. And I feel like that's what Kiki leaned into when it came to 3D. Exactly. We have conditions over here, boo. Jennifer, I know it makes me sick because people don't really understand what it means, right? They think it just means like enablement of all things, and that's not what it means. Hi, Chicken Shawarma, welcome back. Hey, Gina. Hey, Shay. So yeah, so 3D definitely it was evident what's going on. It was definitely you're lying. You don't love that girl. And if you are telling her that, which maybe he is telling her that, it's a manipulation tactic. Beatrice, the only time that I know of, Gina, we're talking about the Keke Palmer interview with Nick and Taylor, and right now we're talking about Taylor. The only time, Beatrice, that I know that they have is at Disneyland. And in that interview, both Nick and Taylor were like, Ace is not even like hanging out with us right now. You're welcome. Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that, K-Camp, because the way that he needed to meet me outside, how about that? What are you talking about? Thank you, Sina. What are you talking about with that whole, if she says something wrong, I'm gonna have to really go off on her. Who are you talking about? Because I know you're not talking about Alandria. I know you're not talking about Ola. I know you're not talking about the Sir, what? He was feeling a little too froggy about that woman. And like I said, you cannot like women as people and think that you should engage with them like that. Gina. That's what I said. Because let's keep it a whole buck. If we think back to that Stand on Business challenge, Mr. Nope, somebody tell him. Somebody tell him who her daddy is. Shrek, you're funny. Let's remember back to the challenge. When she said what he said, I know y'all seen that man's eyes. Her daddy is really about that life, Beatrice. That's who her daddy is. Hi, Dee Dee. Y'all see the way he got so embarrassed and the way his eyes went wild? It was like something came over him. Swear to goodness. And it was like it was trying to come out. I don't know if y'all have ever been in a situation with an abuser where you can watch them switch. And it was like he was trying to keep it, like he was trying to control it. But it was really trying to come all the way out. But it was literally like that switch was attempting to happen. Like, oh. Everybody was like, that's who Alandria is. And I was like, oh, that's who Taylor is. That's who got revealed in that moment for me. I always thought he was weird, a little corny, something was off. But in that moment, I was like, oh, that's what it was. That little smirk he's always doing. That little smirk he's always doing with his mouth. When he be lying. And then he gets on this podcast and he's doing the same thing. Oh yeah, absolutely, Jennifer. Absolutely. He's a misogynist. He is he's male centered. He cares more about what the men think than anything else. And it's always like, it's y'all got me really like thinking about his body language now, right? It's always like when he's telling his lie, he's almost so pleased with himself. Cause he feels like he's getting away with it. And he can't really keep it all the way in. Just watch the man, y'all. I'm just saying. Not you can't have a kid feeling. And then, right? He's still so stuck on the fact that he feels like, exactly, Gina. He feels like still, and I know that this interview is old, but I don't think Taylor is ever going to move from this position. It is easier to believe. It is easier to believe that we're mad that he didn't choose Alandria than it is to believe that there's something that he did. He does have that male-centered feeling. And the thing is, Perpy, I think he don't like Clark either, if we want to keep it a buck. Bold-faced lie from him on the Today Show. I don't think he likes women. He's not attracted. I don't think he likes them as people, period. I think he has a disdain for women. It's giving red pill. Exactly. And I don't give a fuck about you remembering tea orders. I don't give a fuck about you bringing breakfast. That don't mean shit to me. How do you act when you think nobody is looking? How do you act when you get riled up? Oh yeah, Fontaine, and the fact that he and Clark ever called it a triangle. That's how I know that was his language that Clark was repeating. Because Alandria's like, what are y'all talking about? When she wrote that note at the Stand on Business challenge. I did, Elisa. And Alandria was like, that's not like, I don't have no beef with you. Like, that's not what I meant. But like, I think production and Taylor were trying to push a narrative. Oh, I didn't even notice that, KB. I be so like, I be trying to watch them, but it's hard for me to watch them. Thank you, Gigi. So it's like, thank you, Sylvia. But what I did notice on the Today Show was how he clearly lied and Clark did not even flinch. She used to that boy lying. She did not even move. She just... Whereas Nick was like... I mean, that could definitely be it too. Right? He's like, it was just a fun vibe, family, everybody just, getting along, laughing. There were no fights. And and Nick was like, why are you lying? For what? You could have been like, oh, it's going to be juicy. Y'all got to tune in because I'm sure it is. He just be lying for fun. I dated a boy like that in high school before. You be lying about just stupid shit for no reason. Why are you lying? Like he thought she owed him something, Shrekhan. Dark Skin Lover Girl. I haven't noticed that part of it. I feel like maybe she blocked me, y'all, because I swear I used to follow her. She seen my videos about him being abusive and was like, let me block this bitch. I'm not trying to hear that shit. She tired of seeing it. And that's okay. She's entitled to have her FYP be whatever she wants it to be. But I'm pretty sure she was like, hell no. She's sick of my shit. And that's cool. Respect. Hey, live your life. I think so, because I used to follow her. So I used to see her lives and I would watch her lives. And now she's gone and I didn't unfollow her. I didn't unfollow her. I swear. So yeah, I think so. But it's okay. I haven't confirmed, y'all. I haven't confirmed. But hey, it's okay. But yeah, so she carved me out. She did, Shrek out. She was like, this bitch, nah. She was sick of my shit. That's okay. But that said, yeah, he's definitely, what we're seeing from him in this interview is definitely evidence of like, he is love bombing this girl. I know, Rachel. I know. And nobody, not nobody, a lot of people are not clocking it, right? Stop, Shamika. Ooh, Team Candy. Taylor couldn't buy things in the villa, so he used chores as a manipulation tool. Whole villa fooled. Clark it. Right? That's because when they talk about him, oh, he was, you know, and he even said it on the podcast. Y'all didn't see all the stuff I did for the women that I wasn't even a couple with. Because again, he needs to ingratiate himself to us. He knew that he was a public figure. So he needs the public to like him. And then he did that burst your bubble challenge and realized that the public did not like him. And so then he came out of the villa and thought he was going to perform with Clark. But he can't help himself, right? But exactly, I'm a good guy. He couldn't help himself rather than actually just being a good guy. Right? I opened doors for her because he thinks that the performance, exactly, Cha-Cha, he thinks that he can perform. If I just perform, right, rather than actually being of good character, if I can put on a show, it's not real. Oh, thank you, Jelly. Yes, y'all. Please tap, 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 tap. I know it's rough, y'all. I be in lives tapping too. I know it's work. Hi, Monet. Thank you. I know it's work, y'all. I appreciate y'all. Exactly. You can only pretend for so long before that mask slips and who you are shows up. Thank you, Ash, in the room. Thank you, Star. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Hi, Nay. Thank you for the likes. Thank you, Kay, for the likes. Plucking wings off dragonflies. Yeah, like again, and somebody said he really gives like the like boy mom energy. Thank you, dark skin lover girl. He gives like boy mom energy. You know what I mean? And I agree that can be, thank you so much, Perpy. That can be so toxic when moms just excuse the bad behavior of their sons. Oh, that's so cute. And if he is the youngest, yeah, that definitely is contributing to it too, I'm sure. Even though my youngest sibling is not an asshole. But it definitely will make them like be excused even more for their behaviors. Yeah, I think it definitely goes back to home training. You're lying, Nay. I didn't know that. When he said that he got home and his parents were like, or his family was like, we're glad you didn't change. That's the only feedback they have for you? Huh. Okay. Right now we're talking about the Kiki interview username, and we're talking about specifically 3D. Yeah, that's what he said in the interview to Kiki. But again, y'all, I understand it's like I only can take so much of what he said. Like I have to take it with a grain of salt because I know he'd be lying. You know what I mean? But like That's what he said, they said. You know? And I'm like, that's the only feedback they have for you? That's odd. And then when he reduced everything to just gender stuff, and Kiki's, oh yeah, you know, because guys, y'all just get over shit, and well, she didn't say shit, but y'all know what I'm talking about. And girls, and I'm like, you really about to let Kiki, don't piss me off. And she's raising a son. I need her to deprogram around some of that immediately. Because don't you make the rest of our daughters have to deal with another one of them men. Like, don't do this. Don't do this. I'm always very conscious with my sons about somebody's daughter having to engage with them at some point. You know? Obviously me and Chris, right? But like, he's delusional. And I remember that conversation that Alandra had with him. And to Nick's point, like, I think it was more so just like it caught her off guard because you hadn't had a conversation with her, right? But what's crazy is that he said that, oh, it's my experience too. Are you just trying to use me to stay in the villa? But motherfucker, you did the same thing when Jalen came in. What are you talking about? Because you was doing all that stepping it up after Jalen got there, and that was after you had said you weren't physically attracted to her. What are you talking about? But he doesn't know that what we saw. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you. He doesn't know what we've seen. Right? And so he definitely tried to spin a narrative. He definitely thinks that he's the victim, which is why he won't let go of people are mad at me because I chose Clark, right? Because the way that he's telling it, right? They're just mad at me because I chose Clark. Like, I deserve to have love too. Like, that's what this is about. Like, I want to be able to be happy. But nobody is mad at you being happy, Taylor. Clock it, confused vagabond. Nobody's mad at you being happy. But that's what he rather believe it is so that he can be the victim than to do any sort of self-reflection and be like, oh, you know what? Maybe I kind of moved like a scumbag. Like, it's the fact that you did not move with integrity. Nobody gives a fuck about you being happy. Great. Great. While Clark is a better fit for you, I actually feel like you need to get fitted into a therapist chair somewhere. You need some help. But she is actually a better fit for you. You're right. I think what they mean by he blocked Nick is that he knew he wasn't interested in Alandria. And in that interview, Nick told us, I was telling Taylor this on a weekly basis. So Taylor fucking knew that Nick liked her and was interested in her. And he knew he wasn't physically attracted to her. But instead of backing the fuck up and letting Nick get that thing because he stood behind Sierra anyway, he kept being in her face. He said on the podcast that he meant physical connection. Well, what he said was, she's pretty and she had a nice body. I think he meant physical attraction. Because why he said what because what he said was, but then I started touching her more and like, oh, that attraction was growing. So you meant you weren't physically attracted to her. We can think people have nice bodies. We can think that people are pretty and not be attracted to them. Because some things are just unequivocally true, right? Because he just be lying. I don't think that Nick knew that dark-skinned lover girl. I think that too. No, not that they were friends, Desi. If you're talking to me, not that they were friends. He stood up behind 404 because he wanted to link up with her when she came into the villa. Exactly. Touching on her. Don't even get me started. Exactly, Emirates. He played in both of their faces. And then Kiki talking about, oh, so he was plotting on you. Bitch, keep up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. But like, what do you... Nick was plotting on him? When really, you watched it, girl, so you know that that boy was in her face and he didn't want her. And Nick is saying, I was telling this man every week, from day one, every week, that I was interested in her, that I was attracted to her. If anything, I'm trying to, Gigi. I'm trying to. If anything, that man was plotting on Nick. Because get the fuck up out my damn way, if that's how you feel. You know? Move. You know? Because he knew. He knew. So it's like, yeah. Now let's talk about Nikki Pooh. Exactly, backdoor hating. Let's talk about Nikki Pooh. I know, Rachel. I know. No, I'm not gonna be too hard on him. Y'all know I'm a whole BB. Oh, thank you, Nick. Y'all know I'm an equal opportunity accountability baddie. So I'm gonna say a little something, but it's not too crazy, y'all, for real. It's really not. I think it's reasonable. So here's my perspective, right? And I did make a video about it, but I'll talk about it to everybody, right? My perspective is Nick was at work, right? It's not my job to go on podcasts, but it is Nick's job. That's his job, right? He was at work. And most of us ain't going off on people at work. You feel me? Now, I might have had a time or two, but most of us are not going off on people at work. So in my mind, I understand why he didn't say something on the podcast. Right? And just because he didn't say anything with his words, we also have to pay attention to Nick's body language. Right? And exactly, his body language was saying a lot, and he ain't stupid. He hear Kiki all in this man's face. Right? And he is his brand at this point. There's only so much he's going to do and say on a national, I don't know if it's international, but at least a national platform. I'm not going to, like, when we get to the live, right? When we're talking about the live, Alandria kept saying, like, hold it, Nick, because they like to clip us. They have to be very mindful about what they do and what they say, because people will take it and run with that shit. I hear that, Jasmine. I hear that. I don't think that was the place to do it. I don't think that, like, now, whatever he wants to do in his controlled response around that, if it was like his social media, whatever, and I agree, y'all know me, I do think he has enough data at this point where even if Alandria is okay with everything, even if it's not about that, just watching how Taylor is moving, is that somebody you actually want to align with? Just based on his character alone, what you're seeing. I think so too, K-Camp. And y'all have to remember, this is also like a week after they left the villa. A week after they left the villa. Which means he and Alandria at this point have only been talking for 2 weeks. as a romantic couple. Adelaide, and that is what I feel like people don't give, like they don't give any consideration around. Alandria has been very clear. She said to us when she first left, we're gonna let people talk. And Nick said, we want them to keep talking. We're gathering our receipts for the reunion. They made it very clear they would really not be addressing shit until the reunion. What I hope is that means we see some of this addressed at the reunion. I get that, Jasmine. I think he was, everybody has to move at their level of comfort. And not that I'm saying he doesn't owe Alandria anything, because if nothing, she was his friend. But I do think that they had an interview or a discussion off camera, because none of us knew what happened in this interview, right? None of us knew what happened. But then they all went to the Hamptons. Him, Clark, and Alandria. And everybody was noticing, like, why is he all up Alandria's ass? Like, why is he being so nice to her? Blah, 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 blah. And a couple of people in my live and we all clocked, like, he is doing that in order to keep proximity to Nick. We did not know that this was what was said in that interview. So I would not be shocked for a second if they had a conversation about how he needs to fucking act. And so then when they got to the Hamptons, he had some act right when it came to her. And so I do want to, acknowledge that they are grown and they're going to handle it how they want to. And I do think, like, you have to start making some choices and some decisions. You feel me? Like, I think we have to be accountable about the company that we keep. So again, for me, it's like, even if it wasn't because of something he had said about Alandria, even if y'all are like, oh, I don't give a shit about that, just how just how you're seeing him move, is that who you want to be attached to? That said, my perspective, we're talking about the Kiki interview, and we talked about Oklahoma 3D, and now we're talking about him in relation to Nick. That said, I do think a lot is going to change after the reunion airs. So I'm waiting to see. I'm waiting to see. And I know that he is with his family right now. And so thank you so much, Ginger, for the extension. I think that his parents will definitely have some things to say. Yeah, again, y'all, I know he might be in LA, Beatrice, but I know that he posted on his Snapchat that he was with his family for the first time in a long time, so maybe they're there with him. I don't know. Exactly. That's another thing I named, right? Like when they were talking, when they came for Parent Day, his mom explicitly said Dad loves Ace. She didn't say Ace and Taylor. So if y'all think his daddy ain't clocking it already, I think he is. And it's like, whatever you feel about Ace, what's most important in that statement is that Dad did not say he was fucking with Taylor. And he very much values the opinion of his father. He's told us that. Exactly. T, we're about an hour in. Oh, yeah, y'all, we just hit 50K. We have 200 people in here, so we definitely can get that way higher. Even if everybody just sent 100 likes. Thank you so much, Dark Skin Lover Girl. Yeah, I do think that his family is going to do a great job advising him. They seem to be very close and very grounded. And he also said that his dad reads all the gossip too and keeps him updated. So I'm sure that they are going to give him their opinions. I'm sure they're going to empower him. to move how he wants to, but he's also, he values, like he trusts them. And so he values that opinion. What do I think about Nick and Ace not hanging out? Is that what you mean? That they haven't been hanging out? He is spicy. Yeah, Ginger, I think that they're just busy, honestly. And I think that Ace realizes that Nick is very chronically online. And if y'all have noticed, Ace is very much not chronically online. And so I think, you know, between them being busy and Ace very much wanting to control his image and how it is put out to the public due to the edit that he got on the show, it makes sense to me that even if they were hanging out, we probably wouldn't know. I don't think it would be public information for us. I mean, dark skinned lover girl, yeah, he's tenderhearted. You know, so I think that he is doing a really good job in being like, nah, yeah, y'all don't get to y'all don't get to decide how I'm gonna be perceived anymore. You know, because Kiki told us he was supposed to be at that interview with the two of them. He didn't come. And yeah, I mean, ultimately they're all going to get back to their lives. Um they're all going to like get back to their lives. They're also, their lives are bigging up, right? Oh, I didn't know they did that, Ginger. Hold on. Period. You know what? Erica, I think Ace may be the only one to watch the whole season. I believe that because one of the things that I've always said about Ace that I appreciated, that's a good question as well. Oh, and Ace and Shelly took, so Ace, Shelly, Nick, and Alandria all took Love Island out of their bio. Thank you so much, Princess. Okay, hold on. Let me answer this question. About Erica. So one thing that I've always appreciated about Ace that I said early was on Family Day when his family got there and he was like, what can I change? Like, what can I be better at? You know, he is someone that is really receptive to feedback. And to me, that's a great skill and a great trait and characteristic to have in order to continue to develop as a human and to be the best version of yourself that you can be. And so I would not be shocked for a second if he watched the whole season to reflect back on how he was portrayed and to measure that up with like what's real versus what is production so that he could be working on himself. Like, he strikes me as a person that would do that. Shrek Khan said, what do I feel about him leaving her alone for the Today Show? You know, I honestly feel like they talked about it. And so I don't really have like a whole big opinion about it. My presumption is the way those two are close, that they would have had a discussion about it, that, you know, she would have been okay with it. The only thing I would have liked to see maybe different would have been for like her to be closer to Nick and Alandria than to be like off on the side of Taylor and Clark. But I think that, you know, she probably was, I don't think that like he would have done that if she had been very against it. You know what I mean? If she had been like, and she ultimately could have said she wasn't going to go as well. You know what I mean? Yes. So can we talk about, we're talking about it right now, Ev. I did, Jasmine. She was like, yeah, I always wanted to know what happened with that, but we didn't get it. Why? Why do you need to know that? Franny, I agree. I thought it was very cute. Okay. I was on the live last night. I saw you in there, I feel like. Ginger said, what about Shelly and 404's friendship? No, yeah, Emirates, I know. I agree. Um, what do I think about Shelly and 404's friendship? I think the same thing that I think about Nick and his friendship with Taylor and Hilga. At some point, you're probably going to need to make a decision. And and as far as I'm concerned, um I don't feel like Alandria should have to ask for some things. The person that's had to always be strong, that tells us repeatedly that she's always thinking about how everything impacts everybody else, she's never gonna be like, I don't like you being friends with them, can you please stop? That's not her nature. That's not her nature. She's always going to be agreeable in that way. Like, are y'all listening to her when she's saying that about herself? She's always going to be agreeable. And so you have to understand, you have to do like your own work around, is this appropriate? Is this demonstrating care? Might this, and yes, of course, I want her to get to a place where she can advocate for herself. Of course. That is what we would be working on in therapy if she was my client, right? Is how to move away from people pleasing, and how people pleasing is often a manipulation tactic in order to maintain relationships. It's not malicious, but it still has a goal, and it still has an intention, and it still has a purpose, right? And so how can we show up as ourselves and think that we still are deserving of relationships and that they will be maintained without feeling like we have to people please? That is what we will be working on. But until then, I do think that the people that love her and care about her, thank you so much, Princess. I do think that until then, the people that love her and care about her are going to have to do a little bit more lifting in some of those areas. And I hear y'all are like, I know one person was like, I don't think it's fair to like ask them to, thank you so much. Yeah, I have clients of that. They've been working on it for years, and it'll still be certain moments where it shows up, right? And that's okay so long as the rebound is a little bit faster, right? Because it's always about unlearning. Yeah, I mean, she has some very intimate, deep moments with Shelly. She is very bonded to her. That is her soul sister for a reason, right? And yeah, I think so too, Ebony. Like, she said that he studies her. And so I do think that, he will notice. And I do think that he would be willing. I think that he truly is just taking her at her word. And I think that his parents will give some really good insight around how they've navigated their relationship because of how much they can see similarities between themselves and Nick and Alandria. That I think will really help to broaden him, right? Miss Bossa, do you mean like Alandria has accepted that? Yeah, T. She has like 27 years of unlearning around that. Yeah, so Miss Bossa said, do I think that Alandria has accepted that Shelly will get burned, so she will just have to be a support? And I'm assuming you mean like in relationship to 404, is that right? Okay. I think that she clocks things and she doesn't always say something. And I've known this since episode 2 with her. When she said what she said to that girl, and that girl had that big old reaction, I heard what was coming out of Alandria's mouth, but I also saw what was going on in her eyes. And she was clear, oh yeah, I'm going to have to move a certain type of way with this one. Right? And I don't think she's being disingenuous when she moves it, but I think she also always knows that there's this other thing too happening. So I think with 404, she may be aware that like, yeah, it may not be as sincere as Shelly believes it is. And as long as Shelly doesn't wrong me, that's still going to be my girl, and I'll be here if it does fall apart. I think that 404 is using Shelly. I don't think that 404 is sincere in wanting to be in a relationship with Shelly. I think that 404 is doing it as a way to maintain relevance. And I do think that once that feels like that is not possible anymore, that we'll see less of that. K Camp, I hear you about that. Yep. Yes, it was. Yes, it was, Jelly. She is an opportunist. Okay, I've talked about before whether or not baby girl was doing spell work. Cause how everybody happy after you left? Jasmine, yeah, let me talk about that. And let me talk about Clock It Cha Cha. Shelly better not be cutting no hair, eating no spaghetti, or none of that shit while she over there with old girl. Yeah, a cloud literally left with her from that villa. So about Nick saying that Honda was, let me tell you what I heard. What Nick said is, I think that there was a separation. He was very, one thing about a Pisces, I'm gonna make sure I'm saying exactly what the fuck I mean. Right? So then Kiki kept putting that bully word in there. He kept saying a separation. A separation. And he said for valid reasons. Right? So I think that was him clearing up. It's not bullying simply to be separated. Well, let me say this, Ev. I say as a Pisces, but let me keep it a buck for y'all, right? Nick has ADHD. Okay? And one of the biggest things that will happen with folks that have ADHD is being misunderstood. And so they become hyper aware about how they communicate. Right? They're constantly thinking through what they're going to say because it's scrambled up here a lot. It's a lot going on all at one time. So we have to be very intentional about the way that we say things to make sure that you understood what the fuck I said and what the fuck I meant, and you not adding no other shit on. And so I think, oh, hold on, let me scroll up to that comment. And so I think that he was trying to be very intentional about how he said it. And he said for valid reasons, right? Because a separation is not the same as being bullied. Right? To Amina's point, we saw that Taylor and Helga had hella cards. And Andreina already told us this. That's why Honda Civics fans were pissed. She had a shit ton of cards that y'all did not see her read. A lot of things got exposed, which is why Amaya stood up and said, oh, it's, exactly. It's not that we're all against, everything. We're not against you, right? Which meant everybody said something. And yes, production, I clocked that you only ever gave us what Shelly and Alandria said to that girl. Even though clearly everybody has something to say. But he was very clear about saying there was a separation. Separation is not the same as bullying. Again, I'm not going to get along with every person that I meet. I'm not going to be friends with everybody that I meet. And just because I live with you also doesn't mean I have to be your friend. I don't have to fucking like you. You're draining. You're exhausting. You're a liar. You're manipulative. Whatever it is that they feel about her. That may mean I don't want to fuck with you. That doesn't mean I'm being mean to you. I just don't fuck with you. What he said he told 404 to do is to kind of chill out on her. But I don't think that he was saying that he was telling her to chill out about coming at her so much as I'm sure they were probably having conversations. Because I don't imagine, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't imagine that production wouldn't have given us that. I think they would have given us that if 404 was actually like going hard on Hilga. I do not think that 404 deserved a conversation from Nick. Well, let me rephrase that. No, yeah, I mean it like that. I don't think she deserved a conversation from Nick. Dark Skin Lover Girl, I'm going to respond to your comment next. Your question next. I don't think that she deserved a conversation from Nick because she got on the internet too quick, doing too much fucking yapping. Girl, it's been 2 fucking weeks. Chill out. Let them settle. That boy told us last night he's still shuffling his shit back and forth in his car. He still ain't got no permanent housing. But you thought he was supposed to make sure he hit you up and y'all connected? Thank you, Jelly and Dark Skin Lover Girl. Like, what are you talking about? The world doesn't revolve around you. The magic, the spell is broken. Okay? The magic is not as strong anymore as it was when you were in the villa. And so I think if she hadn't gotten on the internet, he probably would have given her a conversation. And I think that that would have been fine to be like, hey, I want to have a closure conversation. You know, things happen really rapidly, blah, 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 blah. I think it makes sense for them to talk about it because it was just like a here and then gone. But then once she started doing that, no, I don't think she was owed anything else. Dark Skin Lover Girl said, do I think that Ola got on live last night for damage control for Nick? I'm not sure if I think it was damage control as much as I think it was about, I think it was more so about like trying to like let us know she's good. But I don't know if they've watched the interview to feel like they needed to do any damage control. And I don't think she's in a place of feeling like she necessarily needs to respond to all the people and what we think about them anymore. As much as it's just like, yeah, I want y'all to know, like, we cool. We coolin' over here. You feel me? Let's focus on what we looking like over here. You know what I mean? And he was. I don't know, Dark Skin Lover Girl. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they're going to like repost the interview. He did post a snap. And just, I think he's just letting them know, like, I don't really care, like, what y'all think about it. And I think this is what makes me think even more that they're just like, fucking wait. Just wait. You know, sometimes people, they want to be the first so badly. I want to watch it and immediately have a thought and an opinion, and I got to be the first about it. You know what I mean? That it's like you don't give yourself enough time to get all the information before you start saying shit. I think so, Nikisha. So I think that they're just wanting us to know that like they're not bothered and they're doing what they need to do. That's a good question, Lisa. What do I think about the timing or the pacing of their courting period? I think it makes a lot of sense because they have spent the majority of their time courting outside of the villa. So thinking about that, thinking about, you know, they're not like everybody else. Well, not everybody else, but like Taylor and Clark and Shelly and Ace, where they spent, you know, 2 to 3 weeks, 24 hours, 7 days a week in their romantic stage. They only did 1 week of that. And they were just kind of testing the waters for a couple of those days, right? So I think that now that they're outside of the villa, they're busy, they're back to regular life, this courting pace makes a lot of sense for them. For me personally, Dark Skin Lover Girl, I'm okay with that. I know that she said that she is not. Do you mean like what do I think about it in general? Yeah, Jasmine, it's giving, she's too much of a fan to do like an unbiased interview. Yeah, Ev, they were definitely hinting that. So what I think about living together in general, I don't think it's, Franny, I'm happy to talk about it. I don't think it's necessarily something wrong with it inherently. I think everybody needs to do what their comfort level is, right? If your goal is to get married and it feels important to you to know how the person that you're dating lives, because you're going to have to live with them, then you should do that, right? If it feels important to you to not give wifely duties or husbandly duties before you're married, then you shouldn't, right? Like you need to know what is appropriate for you. Hi, Sheila. You need to know what's right for you, right? Like Serena has said, right? she doesn't want to move in with her partner because she has her whole rest of her like life once they're married to be living together. So she wants her space right now. She knows herself. And so I think ultimately you have to do what's right for you. And yeah, she did say that, right? But Ginger, they were asking me just in general what I thought about it. But Alandria did say that she was waiting for a ring. Yeah, I think she is doing what is right for her. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes sense, Katana. Listen, I'm one of them people, to your point about asking me about E&M, and I know I said I'm going to do a sub live about it, but I'm definitely one of those people that's like, you can have your own bedroom. We ain't got to sleep in the same room every night for me to feel connected to you. Who is it? Annalise Keating? That ain't her real name. What's her real name, y'all? Hold on. Not be calling her. No, that is her real name. No, it's not. That's her character. Y'all, what's her name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Viola. But it's not Viola. That's not who I'm thinking of. That's not who I'm thinking of though. But that is Viola Davis. But that's not who I'm thinking of. It's the oh my God, the one on Abbott Elementary, where her and her husband live in different houses. Sheryl Lee Ralph. And they've been married for like over 2 decades or something. And they live in whole separate homes. So like, I think you do what's right for you in your relationship. You know yourself better than we do. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I'm not hating on it. You know, period, Elisa. You know what I mean? It's like, it's nothing wrong. That doesn't make you less connected, or, you know what I mean? Exactly, Monet. Like, space is needed. This is why you see people get married and then they have like a man cave or like a like she shed or all that little shit. And she said that, right? They're gonna be at each other's places all the time. Stop! Get off me, Jen. Okay, Eb, I'm gonna run through them real quick. Amaya and Brian, less than a year. Iris and Pepe, end of the summer. At most a year. Taylor and Clark. This is a hot take, y'all. Y'all probably don't think I think this. Maybe you do if you see my videos. I think Taylor and Clark could get engaged or married. I don't think it would be healthy, but I could see them doing it. I could see them doing it in order to prove a point. Yeah, I think Amaya and Brian, that we might hear an announcement at the reunion. I think that Nick and Alandria could be Endgame. I think they definitely have the recipe for Endgame. I think Shelly and Ace, I could see them being a nice long-term couple. I've said this before, I'll say it again. The only way I see them getting married is if they work through some of that communication stuff. Well, that's not true. I could see them getting married. In order for them to be healthy and happy, they got to work through some of that communication stuff. Lala, great question. The only reason why is because I didn't get to see enough of that in the villa. Honestly, I didn't get to see enough of them doing like emotional depth together. And I don't necessarily see it on the lives. I see them together. I see them all up on each other, right? But that's not really much more, that's not like more different than what I saw in the villa. So I just don't have enough data. But it might be happening. I just don't have enough data to say that that is possible. I feel like they might get engaged because, Ginger, I think they might get engaged. Not yet, Ivy. And welcome in. I think they might get engaged because I think that they've dug their heels in a way, right? They've dug their heels in a way, and, you know, they think that we're all coming from for their relationship. And a lot of times what can happen when that happens is people will want to prove you wrong, right? So they will more closely align with each other in order to prove everybody else wrong, rather than being like, oh, maybe there's something to what people are saying, because they're feeling like they're the victim of, you know, our eyes and our judgments. You know what I mean? K-Camp, definitely that flip could happen at 25 for her. I will say definitely for women, a lot of times 30 plus. That 35-year-old age range, like if you got married before 35, you probably noticed some changes in your relationship dynamic and things you wanted and needed when you hit that age bracket. Bianca, I saw that, and the people were eating them up in the comments. Ebony, I think she's 24. Yeah, I think so too. So, we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see. D1234. Yeah, I mean, again, I think that oh no, Elisa, for real? I mean, Emma, sure. I'm just going off of based on what I've seen as a clinician, the characteristics I would look for in a couple that I would be like, y'all actually need to be in therapy to learn to break up versus y'all need to be in therapy to mend. That would be my predictions. Because some couples, you come to therapy and really what you're learning how to do is break up. Not everybody stays together. The goal of therapy is to have the best possible outcome, and that's not always staying together.
I'll find it in a second.
Miss Suber, I'm not. That might be true, Ginger. I hope not. Ginger, I did make a video about them, about the Today Show. I did not, Lady Wash. Oh, it's Mila J. At the top of the screen, there is like a sub button, I feel like. Hold on, let me make sure I can pin it probably. Okay, it's pinned. And so if you want to sub, you get access to separate videos. I make videos every day for my subscribers. Hi, Bianca. And then if you do the second tier of subscription, there's a book club and a Discord channel. Okay. Y'all asked me about something. Shit, y'all, I forgot. It's okay. Let's talk about... Let's talk about this Emma. I think that Nick and Alandra are official, but they're not going to tell us until the reunion airs. I think that Shelly, well, I mean, we know that Shelly and Ace, thank you. It's Mila J. We know that Shelly and Ace are official. I think that Iris and Pepe are still, kicking it. And we see that because I follow Pepe, so I see his lives and I know that they're together a lot. And then, oh, thank you for subscribing, Trin and Kimmy. I know that, yeah, Iris and Pepe are together a lot still. Taylor and Clark, I think they're together, and I think they're going to continue to, not give us much more data. Again, my suspicion is that I'm actually blocked, and that's why I can't see the data no more. So I got to hate from outside the club. But I think they will back off a little bit on, social media presence. It's not funny, Pete. But I think they will back off of social media presence just a little bit because they don't appreciate the way we've been talking about them. Okay, dark skin lover girl. Okay. No, Ivy, I think Clark blocked me. But dark skin lover girl is saying she doesn't go live very much anymore. So maybe she's just not going live and that's why I won't see it. Hi, Lamika. I think that I'm going to check and I'm going to let y'all know. I'm going to check. Maybe she didn't. But I ain't seen nothing from her in a long ass time. Okay, see, that's that control piece. Okay, sorry, y'all. And then Amaya and Brian, I actually think they might already be broken up. And I think, Emma, that if they're not yet, we're going to hear something very shortly after the reunion. Autumn, you're funny. You're funny. Those are my very short versions of my predictions. I do have a longer video with my full predictions. Who do I think will have a baby first? Oh shit, I'll be forgetting about that girl. I'm not even gonna lie to you, dark skin lover girl. I was about to be like, I like Amaya and just not Brian. I don't necessarily feel any way about either one of them. I think Brian is boring, and I think Amaya would soar without him. Tashina, what I saw, it looked like only Nicolandria, Shalace, and Iris and Pepe were on one side. I don't know if Taylor and Clark are just like cut out of the frame. And then the only other thing I noticed was that Hilga was on the second row. Did they put out like actual seating charts like how they have for other ones? I think that is probably a PR relationship, which whatever. They are next to Iris and Pepe? Okay. Zach and the other Casa blonde girl, is it Grayson? Clark and Taylor were behind Nicolandria? Okay. As far as... Really? Maybe they have them moving around. Maybe they have them moving around. Which is weird. But... It did look like that, Kirby Siren. That's why I thought he was separate from them. But maybe he's not. I don't, Jen. Who do I think will have a baby first? Honestly, I see you, Gigi. I see you. Yeah, y'all tell me who y'all think it might be. Oh, that's not a bad theory. Hilga, Clark. Okay, well, shit, y'all, I guess I'm not as jaded as y'all because I was thinking about having a baby as like a happy occasion. So I was going to say Shelly. Yeah, I was going to say Shelly. If we're thinking like, okay, if we're coming at it from the stance of who's going to have a baby first as a happy thing, it would be Shelly for me. That's who I would think it would be first. Only because, you know, she is 27. And so she might want to, wants kids before 30 as well. I mean, ultimately, we're going to be on whatever clock we got to be on. But I do think that Shelly and Ace, they're very much like far along as far as like their and you're right, she will be 28 next week, right? They're very far along as far as like where they are romantically with each other. And so I could see them like happily having a child first together. And I agree, Lala. That's what I be telling people my hang up is. But if they were gonna be a couple still, that is who I would predict would be. I don't think so necessarily as, but if they were still a couple, because I know that he said in that Access Hollywood, he was like, hold on, like. And no, I don't think they're going to have a baby anytime soon. Just first. Just first. He just turned 23, Mila J. He just had a birthday. But if we're talking about who might have an oops baby first. An oops baby first. Actually have the baby, I would say maybe Clark. Get pregnant, I could see Hilga. But I don't know if she would keep it. Because it's a difference, Keisha. I mean, hey, sometimes babies get yeeted. It is what it is. And I just don't know if she is in a position right now. Hi, Jayla. I don't know if she's in a position right now where she would bring another child into the world, considering like how busy she's been with the child she already has. Listen, I'm trying to keep it cute, y'all. MK, yeah, I agree. Baby trapping is a thing. Hi, Dahlia. And often, not as much as people like to act like women be trying to trap men, that don't make no damn sense, because 9 times out of 10, the baby stay with the mama. It be the men trying to trap the woman. Busy. I said what I said, bees. MK, I'm keeping it cute. No, Shayla. I definitely feel like Taylor. Jayla, they asked me who I thought would have a baby first. I definitely could see Taylor attempting to trap Clark with the baby, which would really actually, like, a lot of people say they're scared for her. I don't feel scared because I typically don't move in fear. Like, it has to be like a pretty big thing for me to like feel afraid. They are so messy, Camilla. Shayla, you are a mess. Hi, Anika. But if you don't know, when a woman becomes pregnant, that's when the abuse really ramps up. It gets worse because now they know you gotta stay. Oh, yay. Welcome, Jayla. They know you, like, you're stuck in a sense. And so that's, if she did get pregnant, that's when I would get really worried for her. But I could definitely see them, for real, Monet, I could definitely see him baby trapping her and her having more than one pretty rapidly. Shayla, listen, sometimes it happens. Hi, Nola girl. And then you be stuck, right? Until you can get unstuck. Which is why I really want her to get a bag outside of him. Because financial access is what makes it easier to leave. Him making sure that she doesn't have that, by keeping her up under him all the time, that's what is more concerning than anything. Yes. Well, we were talking about who might have a baby first. Thank you so much, Jayla, for your subscription. We were talking who might have a baby first, Anika. But I do think that Alandria is definitely going to want to spend some time really pouring into her career before she has a baby, even though I know she wants that. So I think she's going to go really hard. And I think she should. She deserves to. As far as their live last night, I heard a lot of chatter. One of my mutuals, I feel like, was it you, Amina? Who was it that sent it to me? You're in here. I know you are. Beatrice, I don't know how to slow it down. Somebody else was saying slow the chat down on Alandria's live. I don't even know how to do that. I was there too. It's somebody sent me a video and basically the person was like, oh, they don't have any chemistry. I think they're just friends. Oh, thank you, Ivy. Yes, it was Ivy that sent it to me. I think they're just friends and blah, 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 blah. And I don't be seeing what other people be seeing, I guess. Or maybe people just don't understand how to read nuance. That's also possible. Because to me, hey, TT.
Anybody else have any other options?
I didn't get on the panel. Were people trying to tell me to get on the panel, TT? I was there for like a little bit. Once the panel got started, TT, I was like, oh my God, I'm overstimulated. I got to get out of here. I would love to spend 45 uninterrupted minutes with Alandria. Just 45. And my thing is I felt like people were not reading the nuance. Like I understood some people being like, oh, it seemed like Black Girl Magic, maybe not as like a therapist, because that would require much more than 45 minutes, but definitely as like an auntie, an older cousin that happens to be a therapist and can offer you some insight and some perspective and really like support her. You know what I mean? Okay, sorry, Michelle. Thank you for helping me. A coach auntie, exactly. Thank you for helping me. Y'all know my ADHD be like, she and Nick definitely had a lot of cute little energy together. I think what was bothering people, this is my perception. This is my perception, is when she was reading the like questions and only answering ones that were like kind of like about her and not like ones about the couple. And then he was just kind of sitting there quietly. I feel like that's what people were reading as like, oh, their energy is weird. But she was being so selective about the questions on purpose, because when she asked that one question that was about them, about whether or not she skipped him in the heart rate challenge, and he said no, the chat went crazy. The chat went crazy. And she's like, no, they're going to clip us. They're going to clip it. And she's so mindful about controlling the way that we ingest them. And it was new info, P, right? And so I think that people perceived that moment as like, oh, she's like, they're like being awkward because she's talking about herself, rather than recognizing she was trying to control what information we got out of them. Exactly. It's her live. She can say whatever she wants to say. I think so. Yes, I think so, dark skin lover girl. I think that they're very mindful about what they give to us. And I've said this before. I think that things will be different after the reunion airs. After the reunion airs, I think we will see a lot of things be different. We're at 100K, y'all, period. And there's 222 in air. Oh, that feels symbolic that we hit 100K and we're at 222 viewers. And they were flirting very, very heavily. It was obvious. And so, and they were giggling with each other and they were being playful. And some people were like, she kept telling him to control it. And you could tell that he was sad about it. What? Meanwhile, I'm sitting there like this the whole time, watching it. Like, what are you talking about? Y'all just be saying anything. And it's nothing. And that's the other thing, right? It's like when Nick was just listening to her, I think that part of that be like that male-centeredness that be coming out, and they don't really realize that that's what it is. Because I think you can't imagine that someone's man would just be interested in listening to her talk about herself. Like, you can't imagine that. But he likes listening to her. He likes learning about her. Oh, period, Gigi. Ooh. And she said, yeah, she's sitting, exactly. She's sharing her calendar with that man, but they're just friends. They were like, and he just has to fly to wherever she is and she won't make time for him. That's not what she said. We just didn't need to be in all of their business. She kept telling him, I'll talk to you about certain things offline. When he said he was going to learn how to do an install, Bianca, he said it might take us 9 hours, but at least we'll be together. We'll be doing it together. Please don't piss me off talking about they're just friends. And he had a long day and he was going to have to drive back to LA from where he was. He's like, I got to sleep for at least an hour so that I can, you know what I mean? So like, it was giving, I'm tired and I can sit back and just enjoy my person. This is her moment. I don't have to be the center of attention in this moment. Thank you for the subscription, Kay. Exactly, Diane. People think that they're old information that they're not. And I've said this before about the two of them, right? how I wanted them to find a balance, because people will consume them as much as they can, and they will pay. They will be subscribers, and they will still want to, I just want to eat you up. I want to gobble you up. I just want to take you until I can't take anymore. And what I'm seeing them do is she's being like, hey, we really got to control how much we give to the people, right? Exactly, Birdie Wolf. If he did that, we'd be like, this is her live. Why is he doing all this talking? Oh, he's so self-absorbed. It wouldn't matter. Some people just want to find a problem with it. They're setting boundaries as they fucking should. We are not owed unfettered access to these people. Period. Period. And told us again, Elisa, when they were at Watch What Happens Live, y'all want to see certain shit? Watch the show back. We're not performing for y'all. She said that about the PDA. But I think that's in general. We're not performing for you. We're going to do what we want to do the way that we want to do it. Clock it, Adelaide. People don't get it because they don't have boundaries in their relationship. They think that the performance... Ooh, don't get me started. Okay, and then I'm going to open my panel, y'all. People think that putting all this shit on social media, performing their relationship for us is evidence of the strength of their relationship, the strength of their dynamic. Right? If I just, this and that, and then what happens? 6 months, a year later, now the person wiped from their socials, they act like the person never existed because you was performing for us the whole fucking time. And I'm not one of the people that's like, you got to keep your relationship off of social media. Emirates, thank you for subscribing. I'm not one of those people. Because, baby, when I got that one over there, you couldn't get me up off of social media talking about how amazing he was. Because I had a very negative experience. So you could not get me to shut up about how dope that man was. I didn't give a fuck. Everybody was going to know. So I'm with you about wanting to put your shit on social media, but it was never a performance. It was always about like, damn, this is what it like feeling lucky, feeling so fortunate, feeling so blessed and cared for that my people would send me somebody that could love me like that. But these people are on a different platform. They got millions of eyes on them. I'm talking to my homies and my family. You know what I mean? Like, that's not the same. That's not the same. And I think, yes, Ivy, I think, like, it was about her being like, this where we at. Whatever y'all got going on. You know? And so, you know, I think that they deserve that, and they don't have to perform for us. We're not owed that. You know what I mean? Period, Ginger. We love that for our girl. And Nick, of course. And Nick too. Yeah, you know what, P? I think it's such a delicate balance. You know what I mean? It's such a delicate balance because, oh yes, Ginger, thank you. It's such a delicate balance because it's like, I want y'all to have access to me because you are my support system. Like, in some ways, I exist because you exist, right? As long as I have your support, I'm able to exist in this space in this way. And I do think that they, again, deserve to tell us, fuck y'all about some stuff like that. I'm okay with that as a fan. I'm okay with that. You don't owe me access to you all the time. You're not a fucking sim. Even though I met you on reality TV, now you're in the real world living your regular life. I'm not owed everything. But this creator that Ivy sent me, they also were like, they're giving us so much access to them. And I was like, they've done like 4 lives together, I think. Like, is y'all cool?
How is he cool?
My daughter said, how is you cool? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yeah.
I'm okay with shrimp.
With shrimp and what else?
Rice and like those vegetables.
Yeah, that's cool.
Okay. We have shrimp?
No, not the
Okay. I'm opening up the panel. Let me get my babes in here, and then I'm gonna take a little. Let me get my babes in here. My daughter is mocking me, y'all. Get her.
I'm not mocking you. I'm repeating what you said.
Get her.
Hi.
Hi. Hello. Hello. Hold on. Oh my gosh, y'all are fast. Hold on. Yes, our daughters are our kids cook on Wednesday and Friday nights. That's what they agree to. Wednesday and Friday night cooking. Okay, hold on. I almost got it full, y'all. Hold on. It's gonna be people in the queue because it is a ton of people. It is very sweet. They're going to make shrimp and rice and veggies, they said. Yes, K Boogie, please ask it. You're a sub, so you can always ask pretty much anything in here.
Ooh. Not your manager telling you how you sound. Not your manager out here mocking you.
Girl, she be on me.
Get her blue ivy on. Go ahead, girl.
She be on me.
Oh, but the strict manager gets shit done, you know?
Period. She made my little background, y'all. She be on it.
Period.
When you cutting up, I just need to ask to speak to your manager. Excuse me. I need to talk to manager,
Manage
please.
me? I'd like to be under her representation.
Kaylani don't play. K Boogie, what is it? Hi Ray, thank you for the likes. Hi Cha Cha, thank you for the likes. Oh, I haven't, but it is on my list, K Boogie. But I have too many things on my.
Haven't what?
The K-pop Demon Hunter. It's a show on Netflix.
I
What
haven't
I'm
watched that
watching
yet.
right now, y'all, is Animal Kingdom on Netflix. I don't know if y'all watch that. I'm watching Animal Kingdom right now, which is absolutely insane family dynamics. And I'm watching Are You My First on Hulu. And what else are we watching?
Have you seen Little Fires Everywhere with Kerry Washington and Reese Witherspoon?
Oh, that's why, because it's Carrie. No, I haven't.
Have y'all
Oh,
watched
excuse me,
Love
sir.
and
Excuse me,
Giants?
Olivia Pope.
We gonna fight.
Pope.
Question for Tina: what you got against my girl Carrie? The show came out during
What you got against Olivia Pope?
COVID. I was hoping for a second season, but they canceled them after the first. They did my sis dirty. Anyway, Tina, why you
Carrie.
the Carrie?
Y'all, I'm
Tell us how you feel.
What you got
We finna
against
fight.
Olivia
I don't
Pope?
have nothing against Carrie. She just be pissing me off. Her face when she cries makes me so mad.
It's a little cringe. It is a little cringe.
Okay.
She ugly cries with the best of them. She
I
ugly
forgive
cries
you.
with the best of them. I can. Okay. Okay.
That's
Fine.
it. That's it, y'all. That's it. And then the other
No,
show
but
that
it's
I'm watching right now, y'all, is that one that y'all asked me to watch, The Summer That I Turned Pretty.
Oh yeah. Tina. Also, I'm gonna
I used to
try.
watch that show.
Are You First? Because you know I like to do reviews. I saw it come up on my Hulu. I said, "Oh, believe this. Who cares about virgins?" But I'm gonna check it out. So Tina says so.
It's cringe as fuck. You're gonna be able to clock people right away. Like,
I can't sit on a show. I could barely handle Euphoria.
So another recommendation. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you watched Cruel Summer, the first season?
no.
It's on Hulu.
Okay.
So good.
Okay. Wait, K Boogie, which show
So
are you
good.
refusing to watch? Okay, y'all. I want y'all to give your thoughts around. Oh, Cruel Summer is insane. Okay. Obviously, I yapped about the interview, and I yapped about the live. I want y'all to give your thoughts. Can we go from top to bottom? And I'll start with you. And then I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but y'all keep talking because I can hear you. That's fair, K Boogie. That's fair.
All right. I'm ready to. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I've seen maybe like tiny clips of the live, so I'm just gonna be addressing the interview. In terms of the interview, I was mostly clocking your boy Taylor because I didn't like his body language. And that's no shade against the LGBTQ community, but I do feel that Taylor is a DL because I clocked him at the beginning of the interview. Homeboy was giving Dick googly eyes. I'm like, what the bleep is going on here, right? And then, hold on one second. I'm washing my hands. And then, what was it that I did like? It was very off-putting to me, and I messaged Tina about it. How he was saying, "Oh, if Olandria would have came at me, I would have went off on her." So like the discourse I've been saying, like, you publicly humiliated her. Now you wanted her to check you in private. Like, that's wild, my dude. Also, Tina pointed out how he flexing his money. Sir, nobody cares about your Louis Vuitton pants. Oh yeah, yes, Clark got her hair did. I had someone come to the house over here flexing and stuff. And then, all right, Kiki is problematic. I ain't gonna hold you because she is very male centered. If you guys want proof, go back 5 years ago. I had to do this myself because when the Jonathan Majors of it all popped up, people are like, oh, we're not surprised. She's the same girl that defended R. Kelly. Go back to that interview 5 years ago on The Breakfast Club. And sure enough, I did. And she did defend R. Kelly. I think it's one of those things like, can you separate the artist, and the art? But I'm not finna listen to R. Kelly. I'm an essay survivor. Hell to the no. What else is going on? Like, yeah, I just like, so, and I'm noticing the timeline. So they're like, oh, this video came out. Oh, Ace's diss track came out this morning. Y'all heard it. So I went back to the date of Ace's diss track, did my little research on the TikTok, and the interview may have, and don't quote me on this, may have came out maybe July 23rd. That's like maybe 2 weeks out the villa. So I'm kind of working the timeline because I clocked it when Nick was all like, oh, we're going to go to Greece. It's going to be a work/3 trip. I'm looking at this like, I'm like, Nick, did y'all already go to Greece? So I'm like, oh, this is before. Listen, Kiki, I'm going to need the turnaround on these podcasts to be a little bit closer because this coming out before the reunion is type messy. A lot of some of the discourse I've seen on TikTok is that people don't like that Nick did not defend Olandria when he made that bullshit ass comment. But I think Nick, given his facial expression, was like time and place. It's given, I'm going to get you at the reunion. I think after the reunion, all the friendships will be tested and everyone is going to realize, where they are. I think Ace and Jeremiah may have squashed their thing. I guess they're following each other. I think Nick is going to distance himself from Taylor. I don't think nobody needs to tell him that because I see how protective that he is over Olandria. So I think he's going to be like, nah, like we're done. Like our friendship is over. I think I'm definitely, like, the way that you put it into perspective, Tina, I'm definitely seeing that Shelly and Sierra's friendship is very problematic because I'm not finna be friends with somebody who has issues with my friends. Like, I'm a Sag. The way my loyalty set up, if you don't fuck with my friend, I don't fuck with you, period. When anybody breaks up with someone, I'm finna block you in your whole bloodline. Like, what is wrong with you? Talking about blocking people for my Bravo girlies. Why? This is happening right now on The Real Housewives of Miami. Because why Larsa broke up with Marco, who is the father of the son of Michael Jordan, because she like younger guys. She in her 50 dating 30-year-olds. Go off, Cougar. And Tina, why you blinking like that? And so she mad at her homie Lisa for not unfollowing your boy Marcus. And I'm on her side because you my homie. I'm not finna follow your ex. That's weird. And to be honest, like I don't befriend none of my friends like guys unless like they're married. Like I got a friend that's married. If you married, then I'm friends with the couple. Mm-hmm. Like I find it real uncomfortable to follow your boo. And if shit goes wrong, I'm unfollowing your boo because hello, my loyalty's with you. Yeah. Anika, I don't have issues with cougars either, girl. I'm joking. Not Anika saying what's wrong with cougars. Girl, I'm playing. But yeah, so far these are my thoughts because I didn't watch the live. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. I'll say this too, Anika. I think cougars make a lot of sense once we're past a certain age. That'd be my biggest thing. You don't need to be 50 with no 21-year-old. You doing too much now. Let their brains finish developing first. You know what I mean? So once they're past a certain age, I feel like that makes complete, like, whatever, do your thing, I do be wondering what's going on. Because why are we attracted to people that are that much older than us? But, ultimately, do your thing. And she is Shayla, because I got a lot of smoke for that one. Cause that's weird, sis. That's weird. Like, I'm not one of the people that's like, it's okay when it's a girl versus a guy. No, I don't give a fuck. Somebody asked, what about Brian? I think that relationship also needs to end. But I think that that's more about, exactly, Anika. Exactly. I think that relationship is going to dissolve simply because Nick is going to begin to see how odd Brian moves in relation to him. Like, he doesn't actually, I don't think Brian likes Nick. I think Brian is jealous of Nick and he wants proximity to Nick because of what he gains. This is something I've talked to y'all about in my life before, but I tell my children a lot, and I suggest you tell yours if you have children, to be mindful of the people that are attempting to keep their company, because sometimes people will keep your company simply because of the social capital that they gain by being in proximity to you, and they will not actually fucking like you. And so you need to be mindful of that. Okay, Gigi, share your thoughts, my friend.
Hi. Well, before y'all sat here and outed me to this man over here grumbling about these transactions in Alandria's live, now he going through all my TikTok purchases. Y'all traders. I'm just saying. I'm gonna hate all live now because y'all haters. And now I got this man talking about, now Gigi, you know you better teach it, right? You can't be sitting here. Get the card off the TikTok shop. Sir.
I couldn't give two
Sir.
Gigi, so I can't say nothing.
Listen, he really just be up here just minding my business. Like, leave me alone. As far as the interview goes, I feel like if we're gonna do comparisons, I feel like it was better than the interview that she did with Shelly and Alandria, and I think that's simply because she was showing all 32 teeth face for Taylor. From the beginning, and I love my girl Kiki, she's a fellow Virgo, and I love her, but I feel like outside of actual celebrities in the Hollywood space, I feel like she should stick to just interviewing them and not really foray into reality TV, because it seems like she's always chasing a soundbite. And with Taylor, it sounds like she's trying to get him to not pick Clark. And that's really what it felt like to me. I don't understand. Like, it felt really divided. If that makes sense. Like, it was a very unbalanced interview to me. I felt like she purposefully, and not that she couldn't address these issues, but I feel like she purposely addressed certain things to keep the focus on Taylor, like talking about like the secret language of their blackness, talking about all these things, like completely forgetting that, and then Taylor and his busted ass trying to make a point like, yeah, Nick can't read lips. Like, he couldn't understand. Boy, go sit down somewhere. Your scalp will never know peace when it comes to me. But yeah, I felt like it was very weird. Her constant bringing up of Sierra and trying to like push his narrative. Oh yeah, because that was your girl. That was your boo. And it's like you're building it up more than what it is. And I will say, and I think we've mentioned before in this live, the one thing I wish Nick Alandria stans didn't do was push this narrative that he never liked Sierra, because I think he did like her. I just think that I'm gonna say that like I said all the time, I think he liked her different. And that's okay, because adults have different kinds of relationships. They have romantic relationships, which are based in emotion and, wanting to grow and build. And they have physical relationships. And physicality doesn't always equal romance and intimacy. And people mistake that, especially in this culture of, the hookup world now. And people tend to hoe irresponsibly as a result. And I think that this is what's driving this narrative with Sierra. Example, I was in a live last night in which I was fighting for my life, and I don't even know why I jumped in that live, but I was fighting for my life last night because there are people who claim to be Nick Alandria stans, or they say that they're Nick Alandria stans. I won't say they claim to be. They say they're Nick Alandria stans, but there's so much smoke for Nick and not giving Sierra closure, and they're just like, well, that he was in her and all of this stuff, and they had smacks in this, and you create soul ties. And I was like, see, this is the biggest issue that we're having, and this is why so many calls come from inside the house. It's why we see there's so much infighting within the Nick Alandria nation, because a lot of people who see it for Alandria don't see it for Nick. Unfortunately, they think of Nick as a right now, and what happens is people take their personal theological ideologies and their personal beliefs, and they try to subscribe it to everybody, and then try to build their opinion or their notion of that person's character based on that, not understanding that what means one thing to you does not mean something to the other person. And so I feel like that's where we find all this infighting, and I feel like that this is what happens, when you talk about her live and you have people getting nasty and they're talking about Nick and they're talking about his disconnect. That man let you know that he was really lusting after her when he said, "I like your jacket. Did you hear me? Don't ask me what color anything else is." And I was like, "Yeah, girl, go ahead." And then, and I called it, guys, when I said that he picked it, when he's the one that he liked her strappy shoes, and then he liked it. He was up there giving us 50 Shades of Nicholas Marcel, and I loved it. He gave us 50 Shades of Frico Nico, and I was here for it.
Oh my God.
And that's about it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Gigi, you be on lives. I be coming in sometimes, and I'm like, let me just give my girl Gigi a little love in here. But these people I can't.
Look, I be fighting for my life in there. I really do be. And it's just like, what are y'all not seeing that I see? Like, I went through a whole timeline, and I just worked, and the funny thing is I had just worked an event, because I work for I help out with an organization that provides scholarship for kids with after school programs. Mm-hmm. So I would just come from an event, and for whatever reason, I decided to hop my busy tail into this live, and they were like, "Bring Gigi," and I was like, "Okay, cool, man." And while most of the audience was rocking with me, the panel was just like really, really stuck on this ideology of, no, this is a spiritual thing. And then I was like, "But do you not understand what you're doing? You're ascribing your personal beliefs to what you think that they agree to." And I said, this is why people have issues with Will and Jada's relationship. Whatever the dynamic is, it works for them. But it's not something that's common ground in the Black community. So we look at it and we think it's bizarre. We think it's strange. But that's their dynamic. Leave them alone.
Yeah. I feel that somebody asked, I know they answered about Nick. Somebody said that Nick said that he wasn't exclusive with Alandria. Y'all, this interview was taped like a week and a half after they left the villa. So they wouldn't have known.
Why would they be exclusive? That doesn't even make sense. If he was like, "Oh, I love Olandria. I'm in love with Olandria. We said I love you.
That would have been
I'm moving in with her." I'd be like, "Okay, Nick."
He'd be a love bomber.
Relax.
Exactly.
Yeah. They just don't like Nick.
Remember the timing, y'all. So like when Kiki even asked,
Tina, I have a question to everyone in the panel. I'm gonna sound unwoke and kind of dumb because I'm speaking on a white man, but like, I've never seen this kind of reaction to a white man before. You know what I mean? Like, and like, in the sense that like, I think Nick is facing what could be the closest thing to racism for a white person, in a sense, like especially when it comes from like Black, from people in general, especially like from those who claim to say they love Olandria. And I do believe that some of them do, but their quote unquote prejudice against people like Nick is blinding them from the truth of their relationship, in a sense. And I'm not saying like, oh, I'm
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, and I'm not. You guys know me. I'm not like one to keep for like white people in general. Like I'm kind of being silly with this, but like, to me, it's kind of an unfamiliar reaction that I've never really. I'm not saying like, oh, everyone should be okay with it because like Nick is a white man, and what a white man says, let's go. Obviously not, but I'm like, it's interesting, and I'm like just wondering how like Nick would be navigating something like this. You know what I mean? Even though Nick is used to Black people, he's grown up with Black people, he's friends with Black people, he truly loves them. I assume. I'm never gonna give him 100% because you know what I mean. But like, I assume he respects and loves Black people in general as people. So I wonder. I mean, I don't know. I'm just positing this. I don't know. So someone say something.
I know Gigi want to respond and Ann wants to respond too. I just want to highlight Violet's comment real quick. He's getting race traitor treatment. So what this means is like people will be mad at people for betraying their race, right? You're supposed to align with your race. So I think he's getting that from white people for sure. I think when it comes to Black people, I can't remember who said it now, but like, I do think that there is like, I think it was Jayla, maybe Jayla. Like there is like a general distrust oftentimes for like valid historical reasons from Black people to white people. And I would also say that as a Black woman that has dated white men, I always had Black boys press the white boys that I was dating. Okay, Gigi and Ann.
Yeah.
Go ahead and share.
I'm gonna take it a step further for you. It has nothing to do with Nick. It has everything to do with Landria and people not putting it not sitting well with this dark skinned woman. It's in the back of their mind. It has everything to do with that. It has nothing to do with Nick because I'm gonna draw this wild parallel, right? Because every time they talk about Nick and these people talk about Nick, they talk about, the meme that he posted or the video that he posted. Well, why are you not holding him accountable for that? Prince Harry went to a Halloween party in a whole snazzy costume. Not a single person had anything to say when light skin behind Meghan Markle married this man. Everybody went to bat for him. Majority of the black community went to bat for him, and this man was out in public as a whole prince with a snazzy costume. And I love me some Meghan and Harry. But when I look at the two situations, you've got a black woman dating a white man. Both have done something questionable in terms of race in their past. One gets smoked. They visited the same amount of countries. They've done the same amount of work. Neither have repeated the behavior. Why do we have an issue with it internally? What is the difference? You've got a palatable biracial light-skinned black woman. You've got a beautiful dark-skinned black woman. We as a people have to sit within ourselves to deconstruct that and really figure out why that is that we're holding Nick to the fire so hard. Yeah. And that's what it comes down to. When I look at it, that's what it comes down to. That's all I keep seeing.
I agree with you, Gigi, and you kind of clear that up for me. I think my issue is that, I don't know. I think my frustration is people aren't pressing Nick for the right things. You feel me? You know what I mean? I think they're going for extraneous bullshit instead of proper questions. During the interview on Kiki's podcast, I don't necessarily mind that Nick was uncomfortable because one, this is a black space, and I do believe white people should be uncomfortable in black spaces. It's not about you. We're not centering you. The convo's not about you in general. You know what I mean? Even though I do think it was kind of rude, the way she was setting it up because it's an interview with both of them. You feel me? But I just wish that it was a question. There were questions about Olange's blackness kind of asked towards Nick, not in a weird way, but in a, how are you gonna, in an inquisitive way. I don't know how to explain it. In a constructive way. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's okay to be holding them to the fire because that's the point, right? And I do believe, even I just said I can never give Nick 100% because I can't. Nick is white. I'm black. I can't. I'm always having to hold that space. It doesn't mean I can't want the best for him. Doesn't mean I can't want the best for Olange. It doesn't mean that I will blind myself to how Olange feels about him and how Nick feels about her. No. You know what I mean? I think people are just overly going because exactly what you said, Gigi. It's about Olange and her type and how she presents. Would they feel the same way if it was Clark instead of Olange? You know what I mean?
I think that boils down to, so I call Clark a light-skinned black woman because that's how people perceive her, but I'm from Los Angeles where she probably would not be clocked as a light-skinned black woman. They would give her a different category. Hi, Lady Aries, and hi, Jamila. Welcome in. Depending on where you're from, I think people obviously within black community categorize differently. But I think that it would depend on who it was. But yeah, I do think that it would be a different reaction. I think also it has to do with how they perceive Alandria as a dark-skinned black woman, but also her poise, her grace. She's defying every single metric that they want to, and box that they want to place her in. And I know you want
sorry, just one more point. I think, yeah, you brought up a really great point. I think they're mad that Nick won't be the Prince Charming upping her level. Really, it'll be kind of opposite in a sense. Not necessarily, because I do think when it comes to working opportunities, Nick is giving her a wider door for opportunities to come through. But he's not raising her level. He's just removing the screen that's obscuring her. You feel me? She's already up there. He's just removing the screen. You know what I mean? So I think they're mad that the trope is flipped in the sense that Olange will be the one to refine Nick because of her personality, how she carries herself, right? Even despite the fact that her background, she's from deep South Alabama, child of teen parents, oldest is 6, her dad's a GANG member or formerly affiliated. You know what I mean? That Olandria will still be refining Nick in his personality. Not his personality, but like how he will move through the world. Because she's such an inherently classy lady. Even though Nick was raised in what I assume to be an upper middle class, stable, white home, right? Yeah, they don't like the fact that some scripts are being flipped.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Anne, will you and I see your question, Jasmine too, so we'll come back to that. Anne, will you go ahead and share your thoughts?
So here's the thing. I think P, you're not dumb for saying what you said. I think what you clocked is actually really important. That's number one. Number two, when Olandria had the interview with Tish, which is one of my favorites because she looked so comfortable with her. It felt like, they were just having a conversation as girlfriends. Tish said, like, what was your reservation? What took you so long to, kind of get with Nick? She said, I was worried, I was worried about his intentions being genuine. Do you really like me or am I just a fetish? And I love that she said that because there are certain people that date outside of their race because they fetishize you, not because they really like you or want to be with you, for real. And so that's a really important thing that you clock given the race thing. I think the person who said it in the comments, thank you for that, there is some, what is it called, Tina? Race trader? Okay. There's some of that going on. So here's what I'm seeing, and someone said it in the comments. There's the colorism within the Black community. People like just hilarious bitch ass thinking a dark-skinned Black woman don't deserve love because she a jealous hoe. And then there is the white women that feel like, why didn't he stay within his race? There comes the traitor thing. And then, we already see Nick is very comfortable around Black people and around, the Black culture because really Nick is a Black man, but he really a YN from Florida. Talk about it. He a YN from Florida. He just happened to look white on the outside. No, I'm saying.
Code switching, y'all.
What? Yeah, Gigi, I'm never gonna let Jess breathe. I had to unfollow her because I used to like you and I don't like haters. So bye. Why? I don't know why she had to be like that for. What was I gonna say? I got distracted. Yeah, I think it's a really important thing to clock when it comes to biracial or interracial relationships. Somebody said it in the comments, which is a great comparison. I really love Cameron and why can't I remember her name? Cameron and Lauren from season 1 of Love is Blind US. Really cute couple. But one of the things they did discuss on the show is like, babe, how are we gonna navigate this? I'm Black, you're white. And even back then when they got together was probably 2019 when the show first started. We're now in 2025. Thank you, Beatrice. People still have issues with interracial couples. So they're like, how are we going to navigate this in the outside world? You know what I'm saying? And so I think Nick and Olandria have to go through that. Like, how are they going to navigate in the outside world? Technically, yes, Nick is getting hate or people are being hard on him because he happened to choose to be with a dark-skinned Black woman. I do agree that the colorism is at play because if he was with a light-skinned woman, I do believe there would be less conversation around this. But I also, and this is why I'm glad I found Tina's content, as an intellectual and a sapiosexual. And no, I'm not an elitist. I'm just smarter than your mama. Let me stop. I'm just like, I think it's important to have these conversations. And this season has been a great case study for the psychology and the sociology of the peoples in the villa and outside. I think, like, even though the season might have been a dud, I feel like this is the most I've learned from reality TV. Stop it, Gigi. I will not. Yep. And so, yeah, I think it's an important conversation to have with interracial relationships. You would think in 2025 people would be more accepting, but people still are in their fields, and racism plays into it, colorism plays into it, and all that hating and jealousy going on. What I did learn this year is like, and I'm gonna say this with all due disrespect, y'all all need therapy. I'm in therapy. I'm not judging you. You need a therapist immediately, Cause some of y'all and y'all biases is ridiculous. That's all.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, I do want to address a couple of comments real quick. I was trying to watch them as Anne was speaking. Hi, Huda. Welcome in, friend. Welcome back. Bees, like I said, Black men feel like they lost Delandria. They don't care about her. It's possession. Agreed. It is not about them. This is what was always happening with me, with my white boyfriends and Black boys. It was about like, what you doing with him? What can he do for you? It was always about them trying to have possession over me and press him about how he didn't fit, more than it was about you actually are trying to fuck with me. You know what I mean? So yes, it's definitely that. And then T, your point that Nick is a typical white boy, I agree. And I'm going to be so frank when I say I actually like when white boys are just white boys. I like you to just be a white boy as you are dating outside of your race. I want you to be proud of yourself, the background that you come from.
I hate with this.
And not need to ingest or take on the persona of my culture in order to be with me. And I think that Nick does a great balance around that. I love that he is his little raver, dubstep, whatever. Like that's his jam. You know what I mean? Oh, clock that too, Shara. So I love that that's his like jam. And like, yes, he also likes rap music, but I think he is definitely, yeah, don't black scent me. Don't try to cornrow your shit up. Don't try to get a taper fade. Be white. I want you to be yourself and be in a relationship with me. So those are my thoughts. Okay, Tata, please give us your thoughts. My God, I know. Go ahead and give us your thoughts, my friend, about either the live, anything that everybody's been talking about, whatever you want to clock in around, friend.
So I was watching the live and it was a mistake because I had the best of time, but I felt overwhelmed. I got a panic attack, which I haven't had in a long time. I literally started panicking because when all the panels came up, it became too much, and I didn't sleep last night, so I had a shit day at work today. But anyways, I think they were so cute, and I think that man is chomping at the bit about that woman. It is just so cute to see. But anyways, let me get off of that. I'm a little bit worried, if I'm honest, because like the way Nick is moving with Alandria, nothing about it shocks me. Like the way I feel like everyone else is like surprised by it, because I've always been in white spaces, so I've always seen the way white men go about whenever they choose to date Black women. So I've always been around it. It doesn't shock me that he's doing the things that he's doing, which is why I think I'm so hyper focused on Ace. But that's a different conversation. But I am worried because Nick is young, and I feel like he has a great support system, but he is going to be navigating waters that he may. I'm hoping and praying that he's strong enough for, because I see the way he is answering questions and the way he's moving to make sure he protects Alandria. I can see all of that. But I wonder when that will become exhausting, when that will like overshadow the relationship. You ready for a life like that? Because it's one thing to be or comfortable with Black people, but never having to deal with Black problems. Now he has to, because he's dating a Black woman, and he's constant. You watch him, like when that lady asked her question on Watch What Happens Live, and Ola's face changed, and he answered the question. It was just like he did not skip a beat. Like for him to be able to do that, that must be exhausting, to constantly have to like switch into a world that you've never had to think about. Because he is a white man, and he is privileged, and he has a great support system, and he is in a world where the Black community is really accepting of him, but they're waiting for the slightest misstep for them to like jump on him. Like, is he strong enough for that? And I feel like I'm worried, honestly.
Yeah.
About it, because I feel like maybe his love for her, their love for each other, may not be enough if the world continues to be that way, which is why I feel like they need to take a step back when it comes to what they like, how much access they give us. Because like with Cameron and Lauren, I feel like the one thing that kind of saves their relationship is the fact that they are private about their life. So yeah, I'm a little worried if I'm honest. Like, I'm not worried that they're not gonna make it or they don't like each other. I'm worried that Nick may not be as strong as he needs to be to deal with the white world and the black world and everything else that comes with being with Alandria.
Yeah. I hear that. I mean, I will say this about it. I don't know enough about him and his upbringing to know what he might have been navigating for friends or his community. Like, I don't know how he was showing up and what he might feel comfortable around. I will say the fact that he doesn't really seem to like skip a beat and he seems to be very like conscious and aware makes me think he has some practice in it. That said, I do think that, you know, I will say my hope is that they're probably having conversations outside of, you know, with each other. But I think this boils down to like anything, right? And I have said like, yeah, I hope that he is aware of like the vitriol that they are going to get simply because they present the way they do, not for valid reasons, not because somebody's actually, you know, concerned. It's just going to come at them simply because of how they present, and that is it. And so I do hope that they are fortifying themselves. I think this is going to boil down to them having really good support systems, really good friends, having their own, you know, like therapy as a couple, therapy as individuals, like some way to sort of like again, like fortify and prepare themselves for it. And I do think that like ultimately they can. And I think that you're right. And I've always said this, y'all know this if you follow me, that like, yeah, it will be about them finding a balance, because people are going to be, even if they weren't an interracial couple, people were going to be assholes, right? But they're going to be worse simply because they are, because that is the world that unfortunately we still live in. But I do think that they have a lot of good support from their family. And so I hope that they really act as like a covering in a way, and really can, you know, when it gets to be too heavy, when it gets to be too tough, to really support them so that they are able to, you know, he can like move a little bit more fluidly through these worlds. But I also don't want to presume, like he may have practice around this. I have no idea. And so I think that like, again, he is doing it pretty effortlessly now. And so, you know, my hope is that he's in community with people that will help him to not feel so fatigued around it. Somebody else said something I wanted to respond to. Damn, it's gone now. Let me see if I can see it real quick.
Tina, I'm gonna drop down real quick.
Okay.
Because my micro mini manager is harassing me to take this NyQuil. So I'll be back.
Go, Gigi, go.
Before she jumps in this live again.
Okay. Always love having you. Take care of yourself, and then we'll see you a bit later. It's not Maggie. No, obviously they're not the only interracial couple in the world. But we're talking specifically about what Tata is saying is like she doesn't know what Nick's like practices around moving through these worlds in this way, and hoping that he does not get fatigued by doing it, and that he has the resources he needs to be okay around it. Because yeah, there is a level of like he's gonna have to like act as like armor in some ways for their relationship. And so yeah, them finding a balance. Yeah, exactly. He exactly, but girl, he has to figure out what his threshold is going to be. And they've got millions of eyes on them, right? So, okay, since she dropped down, I'll have more space. Hello, Nikki. Okay, Ivy, will you give us your thoughts?
Okay. Hi, everyone. So, I mean, you know, I love Nick and Alandria always. I feel like I only saw clips of the podcast with Kiki. So I don't know. Maybe you guys can tell me, did she ask Nick any specific questions about how him and Alandria plan to navigate interracial dating? I'm just like, how do you not ask that? That is insane. So that's annoying, right? Because I'm like, that is such an important, like, and I would have loved to hear what he had to say about that, you know? Because we did get her side in Tish's interview.
Hold on, Ivy. Jamila said she didn't care enough. That's exactly right, Jamila. She wanted to hear more about the switch from Taylor to Nick and what was going on with that. Anything.
Right. Like, it's like she wanted quote unquote tea. It's like, what? Like, come on. Like, and not to mention, I'm sure she has seen, the online discourse of like, Alandria being bullied and all of that. And especially like, I don't know if she did it in her interview with Shelly and Olandria. Like, did she mention them being black? I mean, I don't know. She mentioned with even Taylor being black. So how you don't mention Nick being white, like that, it just makes no sense. So, but anyways, Kiki, she is whatever. She's weird. And I love her, but the past couple of years, whatever. So, not really a great interview. I did love the little crumbs that Nick gave us. And he's like, oh, like we all thought it was day one or, as soon as Olandria kissed him, and he's like, nah, it's the first minute I saw her, so I thought that was cute. In terms of his friendship with Taylor, I think that Nick was, I don't know, low key. It made me like watching the clips, at least what I saw on TikTok. I was like, is this the first time Nick is hearing that Taylor didn't find her attractive? Like, it almost gave that, right? Like, so that was interesting. It makes me want to see how things are going to happen. How things are going to go after the reunion. Once like Taylor is like in Oklahoma with Clark, it's like, what kind of friendship are we maintaining? I'm hoping at least, I was side eyeing Nick a little bit because I'm just like, Nick, like, come on, why are you still friends with this dude? Like, I feel like he has not one good quality. Like, I don't get it. And I don't understand Ace either. But I'm just like, okay, they have that little trauma bond or whatever y'all want to call it, that villa bond. So I'm guessing it's that. In terms of the live yesterday, I loved it. I think that they have great chemistry. I'm like, they're in two separate states in two different time zones and they still have chemistry. So I don't know what people are talking about where, they're being all judgy or whatever. I think that Olandria is really understanding the optics. And, I feel like they're both very protective of each other. I think that she said like, oh, like she is chronically online. She just doesn't always say, post the way Nick does. So I feel like, especially the way Twitter was yesterday towards Nick, I think even in his Snapchat or whatever, like they were going so hard on him. So I feel like she was like, all right, let's, get him off the chopping block for a little bit, and I think that live helped to do that. And she didn't even know that he was going to go on because she was like, oh, Nick is in here when everyone was like commenting it. So like, it's not like they had that planned. She thought that he was like going to be working and then he was going to just go back to LA. So, I thought that was great though, because, it got some of the heat off of him. If only momentarily. I hate that she, the very end of the live added the fans. I know everybody, we love the main, the, whatever they call it, the Avengers, the Nick Olandria Avengers. I feel like Olandria is going to have to create a very, very firm boundary of not ever doing that ever again in her life.
I hated it.
I hated it bad. And I was like, once they came in, I was like, oh Lord, this is getting ghetto. But
it was too much for me.
It was too much. And I'm also a girly with ADHD. I'm like Olandria, like I'm like quiet, but I could be funny and, a little awkward sometimes. So, yeah, it was too much. And I'm glad whoever, either her mom or Nick or her manager, whoever called her right away and was like, yeah, shut this down. Yeah.
Uh-huh. I think she said it was her mom that
she
called
said it was her mom. I don't know if
Yeah.
it was her mom, but she said, yeah. And yeah.
So that was the question, but I forgot. So Anika, you had asked what happened with the panel. really honestly, for me, I can only speak for myself. What happened was it was too much going on. It was chaotic. I personally, maybe this is because I grew up in LA. I don't know. I don't know. But to me, it's weird to fangirl behind people. I feel like celebrities are still just like humans. Like I can like admire them and like them and be like, oh my gosh, like they're so cool or whatever. But like the way that they were, it was giving. Y'all know that I struggle. Y'all know that how my brain works. Y'all know that I struggle with when I feel like people are separating people from their humanity. And so watching them act how they were, it was giving almost like this, oh, like they were having like this godlike experience about her. And
Yeah,
that
it was very weird.
it didn't feel like they were relating to her like a human. And so that just gave me the ick. And I was like, and then she said her mom was calling. And I was like, good, we need to go. I do want to respond to one comment in here from Star Candy. And I'm going to preface this by saying this is not me getting on you, but I do want to address this. So Star Candy said, men don't operate the same as women. So men maintain friendships better and bury beef easier. I would say to that, Star Candy, if that were true, men would not be in a loneliness epidemic, right? Men actually typically do not do the depth of relationship that women do in the same way. And so they stay surface level, right? This is why, and this is not me being like, this is research, y'all, right? This is why men most often are alone on their deathbeds if they are not married, right? Their life expectancy is longer if they marry, whereas a woman's is shorter, right? So the Bible was right about that part, right? A man that findeth a wife obtains favor from the Lord, right? So it's like they maintain relationship, but is it truly friendship? Friendship is about inconvenience. Friendship is about being able to talk through and work through the hard stuff. And it's not just acting like it didn't happen. You know what I mean? So I would just push back a little bit on that. Exactly. This is why men, to Violet's point, this is why men in heterosexual relationships put so much emotional labor on their wives, because they can't even fathom doing that within their friendships with other men, even though women often do that with other women, right? Which is why they have a lot of depth and a lot of intimacy in those relationships, which is why it can feel more painful when things are hard. Okay.
Sorry, one quick thing. Sorry. I was just gonna say, I also feel like from what we've seen of Nick, I feel like he has emotional depth. So I don't see him maintaining a friendship with Taylor, in the long run because of this. Because I'm just like, that's why I'm saying it's really I feel like it's just the Villa trauma. Like, it's just the Villa trauma. So I feel like once like they get their heads clear and it's like been a couple months, they're gonna be like, oh yeah,
Yeah. And to your point, Star Candy, right? So their relationship is based on goofy funny. I think so, right? Which is we saw some of this in the villa, right? When it was like, oh, you don't get to have a pillow fight tonight. And he's like, that's cool with me. Like, I think as soon as Taylor's not around, he actually doesn't give a fuck if he can't engage in that way. And so I think that he actually wants to be like mature and like, man, hi Spleen, welcome in, friend. And so I think that he's going to be okay with not maintaining that relationship. And I think to someone was like, I don't know about the distance piece, like impacting it. I think because they don't have the depth emotionally as friends, at least that we got to see, right? It's more so like a playfulness that I think what will happen is it eventually will fade itself out, because like, what else is it to maintain the relationship once we have that distance?
Yep. And I'm so sorry to say something again, but I was going to say, like, I would even go as far as to say, from what it seems at least, Nick is even is closer to Brian and his goofy behind than he is with Taylor. Because they at least had that emotional connection in terms of when whatever they were going through in that villa, when he was talking about, yeah, like, when we were having our downtimes and we had anxiety and blah, 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 they have that connection. And they've talked about it like at least 2-3 times outside of the villa, they're like, oh yeah, like me and Brian, like, we definitely, like, whenever we were going through something, we like talked about it or whatever. I never heard him say that in terms of Taylor, and honestly, not even with Ace either. So, we'll see how the friendships go. I don't see the Three Stooges lasting for real, but we'll see, I guess.
And I'll say this one last thing, and then P, or I'm actually gonna go to Nikki P, if that's okay, and then I'll come back to you. But I will say this one last thing about it, y'all, with like when it comes to their friendship, right? It's like, oh shit, hold on, where did my thought go? God damn it, where did it go? One of y'all said something. First of all, K Camp, you calling him his like summer camp friend is hilarious. Yes, thank you, Anika. Don't forget to tap the screen, y'all. Shit, what did y'all say? That made me think of a thought. Damn, if it comes back, y'all, I'll tell you again. Damn. Oh my gosh, what was it? That's gonna piss me off. Yeah, and again, this goes back to like the way I've talked to y'all about the categories of friends, right? I think that he might get put into a different category of friend. I don't hate Brian. I don't know that man to hate him. I don't know him, but I don't think he moves with integrity when it comes to Nick. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Whoo, it's back, y'all. Okay, you were saying like how we saw Nick do more like emotional depth stuff, or heard about the emotional depth more with Brian. I would say that even when Taylor has tried to like offer advice or like say something, like Nick is very dismissive. Like he don't be trying to hear that shit. You know what I mean? And so I think he doesn't even trust Taylor like with that or in that way. And so yeah, I do think it will not last. And I really do think that Ace is more of the glue than people realize. And so even though I think Taylor wants that to not be true. Okay. Nikki, please give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I will go ahead and say this. I've said this in the live before. Hey, everybody. By the way, hey, Tina. Hi, panel. Taylor will be a boy for the rest of his life until he's forced to grow up, if at all. So that's where we're at with, 3D. As long as he's not has none whatsoever to, mature, boy for the rest of his life. I definitely did not enjoy. I'm very surprised. I should not be surprised. I'm very irritated with the fact people don't their thinking gaps, and we're having conversations about this interview, knowing it was basically 10 days out of the villa, and the discourse is acting as if like this happened 3 days ago. Like it's so frustrating because people have been talking about about this interview being like, well, of course, people who are defending Kiki are like, of course, she learned from the first interview with Landry. That's why she asked them about, how did they as Black people have conversations with the girls about, how they're going to, about their Blackness pretty much. And I was just like, but y'all, they had this interview 10 days afterwards. The girls' podcast, it wasn't released until like three weeks later. There was no discourse. So Kiki asking Taylor and kinda Nick if they had conversations with the girls about what it was like to navigate this experience as black people. She didn't ask that to Shelly or Landria. She never did. Why would you ask the men but not the Black women? You are a Black woman, and that wasn't one of the first things you asked. But you asked the Black man that? Man, that really, really boiled my blood right there. That made me angry. It really did. And yes, I definitely. It is very clear and apparent that Kiki does not like Nick for Landria. It's very clear and apparent. I'm not even gonna beat that. Like y'all have talked all about it. As far as the live, I loved watching Landria just be herself. She's so freaking lovely. she's just lovely. I was literally watching, like, I was just like, oh my gosh, yeah, that's how I was. You could definitely see, like, if I were her age, like, we would probably get along. And I appreciate her addressing certain things that it made me feel comfortable. It made me feel more confident in their relationship by her addressing the fact that she has to teach him some things. She has so much to help him with, and that she's conscious of it, and she has discernment, and she's been watching, and she understands what's been happening. I feel safe with her in this relationship with him. I do. I know people are concerned, and like some of the concerns are valid to a certain degree. Yes, they're young. Yes, they're 24, and yes, it's going to show up because he's a white man navigating a black woman experience. Not that I know that I've heard that he's dated black women, but I don't know if that's been confirmed. I definitely know he has friends that are black men, but navigating a relationship with a black woman in this environment with this public space is going to be a completely different battle if it wasn't public. So I really appreciated her addressing a lot of those concerns about her just letting us know that there's a lot of things that y'all trying to get me caught up with my man, and I'm not gonna let y'all do that. She's protecting him in a way that he's protecting her as well. There's a beautiful protection that both of them are giving one another, and I love to see it. And again, yes, he's 24, she's 27. It might come to a place where the fatigue is definitely going to set in. It's definitely going to set in. But what I'm confident about is that they both have support systems, and they have publicly come out and said, our mothers talk to each other. So I know Miss Felicia is talking to Baltimore Betty, and they are having that conversation, and they're going to be the glue to making sure that they're able to navigate the space together with a strong support system. And as far as the Avengers go, I really wasn't bothered by it so much, because I just know the excitement, the work that those people have put in. And I understand what you mean, Tina, about being, God, putting her on this pedestal. I didn't necessarily see it that way. I thought it was just like, oh my gosh, I have been writing so hard, and this woman, she knows my name like that. I can't see how you wouldn't be excited about something like that. I really honestly don't. So I wasn't necessarily bothered by it. I did, hate the discourse that was happening online today. It's connecting over on Twitter world. In a few spaces that had been talked about. But I definitely agree that I think she needs to be I think it needs to be as opposed to being spontaneous about it. If she wants to have conversations with the fans and stuff like that, I can understand her need wanting to say hello and thank the people that actually have been defending her when she couldn't defend herself.
Yeah. Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, I mean, I get that. I do. It just feels weird for me. Okay, P, I want you to share your thoughts, and then it's Mila J. You will be next, my dear.
Cool. I don't really know what to say. I think Nikki really said it succinctly, and I'm glad that you guys kind of understood my point earlier about the reaction Nikki's receiving in general, and race trader behavior. Race trader treatment. You were absolutely right, and I'm gonna add that to my repertoire. So thank you. I think you read out a comment about black men trying to sun Nick because he's taking away something, and I agree in a sense, but I will never say it's all black men, because I've seen a lot of black men who are in support of Nicolangia. Like that one uncle that one bald uncle with the cool beard. He's like so like succinct and like open with his heart, and I like all the advice he gives. And I kind of wish that like if Nicolandra did go on a live and they had to talk to fans, I'd really like for him to be on a panel because I feel like he gave like really good advice, considering that he's been married for a very long time. So of course he knows what like a proper relationship is, and I think he'd like be just offer good advice in general as you know, as an uncle of the obvious dad. Yeah, he's really cool. What else? Yeah, I do see what you mean when it comes to like black men trying to son Nick. And low-key, it's very frustrating because you can tell those same black men don't even like black women. You know what I mean? Because if those black men like black women, they'd be all for it. Like Obvious dad and a bunch of other black men. You know what I mean? That I've seen on the TL. Like EJ. EJ loves black women, I can tell. He's never, you know what I mean? And so on and so forth. So it's just very like hypocritical, and it really does piss me off because I think they're also mad. Those certain types of black men are mad that like Nick isn't fetishizing Olandria. At most, he's just lustful. Like at most, he just desires her. But like obviously, it's clear that he desires her in totality, not just for her body, but like, you know, for her mind, for her words, for the things she says, for the way she makes her feel, and vice versa. You know what I mean? Like he desires her holistically, I like to say. And they're mad because I think there's a shame aspect to it, because how come this white man is allowing himself to feel desire and love and want for like a black woman, especially one like her, and I'm not allowing myself to feel that way, or I don't feel that way, you know what I mean? And I think that like when it comes to interracial relationships, I think especially in America, there's a huge aspect of like shame surrounding it that people don't want to unpack. And I think I commented on my friend Mila's TikTok. She was talking about like Olandra's like reposts and how like she's deep in it, like she's gone, like she's so gone, like she's so deep in love, And I commented, oh, Olandra was like definitely fighting like the Creed edits against her feelings for Nick. And of course there's obviously like a aspect of shame about it. I would assume, I don't know, I don't speak to her, but like I would assume there's like a slight aspect of shame about it. Like why him and not someone else? Why didn't I feel this way about Jalen? You know what I mean? Jalen's exactly what I wanted. Taylor, well, I mean Taylor did her dirt, but like, you know what I mean? In general, so shame is definitely something to be unpacked, and I think I would hope that they've already had that convo, or they're about to. Because I think that shame is such a strong feeling that it can tear a lot of great things down, especially when it's not addressed or even like acknowledged. What else? I think that both Olandria and Nick's families will really be the glue for this relationship, because I've always felt that like emotionally, like let's pretend like race wasn't a thing or whatever, they would last 100%. I can bet my money, end game, they will have tombstones right next to each other. Right? But with everything that we have in context, right? I feel like the thing that would rip them apart would be society, which sounds so dramatic. Like, oh, they are lovers, but like they can't be together. But in the sense that like the pressure would be a lot, and not necessarily just the pressure, but like the emotional toll and pain, because it's painful to not be supported, or it's painful to deal with like, you know, conflicting receptions. Especially from like Olandria. Of course she's close to black people. In her life, she very proudly claimed that she should be, and I'm saying this as a Nigerian, that she's a black American. You know, she said like, oh, I'm not really into like doing like that DNA test or whatever. Like she's like, oh, of course I'm like West African, but like I claim Alabama, I'm African American. Like, yes, girl, claim that. Even though I'd be saying she looks like you're like Nigerian, but like whatever, right? So if her people don't approve of Nick in a sense, right, and they constantly make it a point to like overly drive that in or whatever, and it's not just our people but just like in general, especially like the media space, then it's not like I definitely see her like separating from Nick, but it could definitely like cause a lot of issues in their relationship. So I think that their families will be really big players in trying to reassure and reaffirm them, especially cross family. Like, you know, Nick will be receiving a lot of reassurance from Olandra's family, because this is what we were talking about, like him having to like not code switch, but like, you know, navigate, you know, not just only white spaces, but like, you know, black spaces, and how exhausting it can be to do it. I mean, we're Black people, we know how it is, and it's very exhausting. So could you imagine for some? I mean, obviously Nick's with like, sorry, I'm speaking so fast because my time is up. Like, you know, obviously like Nick has been like hanging around like Black people, but like still having to do it in such an intensely scrutinized way consistently would be exhausting. And I think Olandra's family will be really instrumental in reassuring him and that they approve and that he's doing good and like he can receive like support and love, and vice versa from Olandra. That when white people hate on people, it's horrifying. It does terrible things to you, you know what I mean? And like the abuse she's been receiving already off of it's been a lot. Nick has been having to control it literally, you know what I mean, by taking her phone away. And I think Olandra will receive a lot of support from Nick's family, and they already have, and vice versa from Nick. You know, Olandra's family has been giving him a lot of support, and I kind of hope that like Nick and Olandra's father have been speaking, because it seems to me that Olandra really appreciates her father's input in things, and obviously Olandra is somewhat close with Nick's mom. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I think to your point, right, and to everybody's points in the comments, like Alandra's family has practiced navigating interracial dating and with like a queer dynamic, which is even like more complex. It's okay, P. And so I do think that, like, to your point, P, that it's going to be really good for them to have the support of their family. I really do think that's going to make the difference, again, in like fortifying them and them having that covering and them having that support, because it is hard to navigate, not just for Nick, but honestly, y'all, for Alandria as a Black woman to have a white man, right? And what the expectations people will put on her. And so, but I think that they can do it. I think they have a lot of support. And I think, that they'll be able to navigate the stuff that comes up. Okay, yes, there you go. So even Ella, so they have it on both sides. Okay, it's Myla J. Please give us your thoughts, friend.
Hey y'all. So I apologize now because I feel like my thoughts are about to be all over the place.
Okay.
So first, I'm a Nicolandrian, but like I'm a Nick and a Landria fan. Very separate things. And I think a lot of people are getting that confused. A lot of Nicolandrians are calling themselves Nicolandrians, but they're really just Alandria fans. And I think they should just leave it there. As for the podcast, I wasn't gonna watch it until people on Threads forced me to. And so when I did actually watch it, I feel like Kiki did better, but there's still parts that she's still like missing, focusing on one person at a time. I think she still struggles with that. I also think that it would have been better if she would have just done solo or let the people be with their couples. I think that this podcast was for Taylor, just like how I feel like the last podcast was for Shelly. And so I feel like with that, I feel like Alandria in certain instances was a little uncomfortable, and didn't really answer every question fully. And I think the same thing with Nick. I think that you could tell he was definitely nervous or uncomfortable, or at least was thinking about the way that he was being perceived, because it was a totally different atmosphere. I mean, there are way more Black viewers, African-American viewers, than there were on like Chicks in the Office. So I think that was something to note. I think that he was uncomfortable because Chicks in the Office were people that, like, that's the type of person that he knows. Like, he knows that he can make little subtle jabs, and like that won't turn away how people perceive him to be or how people look at him. But I think that it's different because Kiki has a bigger fan base. This is somebody that Nick is Gen Z. Like, we grew up watching Keke Palmer. So never was he ever going to make her look bad or like make her almost make like a subtle jab that would be like, why are you calling my relationship into question? I also feel like Nick is the type of person that will let you just sink yourself. And so I think a lot of instances he doesn't tell Taylor anything because he's just going to let Taylor put his foot in his mouth. And so I think that's the type of friend he is. I also think that he understands that Taylor is an associate and not necessarily a best friend, or else he wouldn't be going around making a joke of the fact that Alandria wanted a cowboy, and he's not that. So now he's making it his goal to become that. So I do think that he understands the difference in dynamics. I also think that Taylor was extremely comfortable on the podcast because Kiki was black. I think that he got away with saying a lot of things that he wouldn't have necessarily said on Nick Viles. I think that him saying that he would have told Delandria off, I'm still waiting for that because I don't understand who he was going to tell off and where. Yeah, I'm still stuck on that. But I think that Taylor gets a lot away with a lot of things. I think that he's never held accountable. I also think that he spoke a lot when he was not spoken to. And so Taylor, after August 25th, I've made it my life lesson that I will no longer be speaking about him again. And so yeah. As for Nick addressing Huda versus the girls, he made it very clear to say that there was a separation, that Alandria, Shelly, none of the women were necessarily bullying her, but there was a separation, whether that was because of actions that she displayed or that was just because the women weren't feeling her. He didn't know that. That has nothing to do with them. That's women's drama. So I don't understand the discourse behind that. I also think that for Kiki, it was extremely disrespectful for her to say that she was interested in where Alandria and Ace would have went, because you just had Shelly on your podcast, and you seem to be a Shelly stand. So that was confusing. As for Sierra and Shelly's friendship, I love the idea of Shelly and Alandria. I love the fact that they're two black girls. I love the fact that they've gone through the process together. I just kind of have a hard time seeing how the friendship will progress, because to me, with the way that Sierra has paraded around making a mockery or even making jokes about Nick and O, or making these little slight jabs, I don't see her actually being able to hold a conversation with them and not bring up Nick and O. So with that, I love the fact that Shelly and Alandria are best friends. I hope they continue to be best friends, but I am still a little, I want Shelly to be the friend to Alandria that Alandria is to Shelly. So, and I truly say that because before I go, I already know I went over my time. I'm sorry. But if you really think back on the Stand on Business challenge, when Alandria was arguing with Taylor, only two people spoke up for Alandria, and that was Sierra, shocker there, and Huda. Shelly didn't really say anything, and maybe that was edited out, which we know a lot was, but Shelly kind of never has ever had a stand on why Taylor was wrong, what the problem is with Taylor and Alandria's relationship, and why did Taylor treat her the way that he did, because he could have very well been a man and stood up and said how he felt towards Alandria. So that's it. That's my TED Talk. I'm done.
Okay, to that point, I have said before, and I agree with this, that Shelly has, I feel like I see her have a harder time, and thank y'all for sending gifts to my panelists. I see her have a harder time with standing on business when it's not an offense to her directly. And I appreciated her saying respectfully, fuck that man, right after he had chosen Clark. But then they got in that interview, her and Alandria, and Alandria was basically saying, well, I was trying to play devil's advocate and at least talk to him. Like, girl, for what? For what at this point?
I don't know. I hate that it's almost like people online hate the fact that we hold Shelly accountable for the things that Shelly has done when it's with Alandria, because of course we want them to be best friends because they're both black women. But to a certain extent, we have to understand that Shelly is not as emotionally mature in certain situations. And I don't know if she's necessarily the friend to Alandria that she thinks that she is. Because to an extent, Shelly has almost stood up for Sierra more than she's done for Alandria.
True. I think my frustration is that, because I've seen a lot of people really, like, for real, trying to separate, like, Shelly and Alandria, like, really trying to pit each other against each other. and it really does piss me off because if I'm just speaking like a brand manager, their brands are truly stronger together than they are apart. Especially when it. No, let me not say that. That's sweet. Because I do love Shelly and Olandra, but like the whole like 404 thing is sincerely frustrating to me. But again, I'm an adult, I'm 22, so I'm not gonna really dig my nose deep into it because, like, a time will come when everything is revealed in a sense, right? And if it's that serious, then like, oh, we'll say, hey, like, if it takes 5 years, it's gonna take 5 years. If it takes an autobiography, honestly, I'm waiting for that autobiography in like 25 years. I'm like pre-ordering it in my mind. Oh, it's gonna be juicy. But anyway, you know what I mean? If it takes that long, it takes that long. You know what I mean? So whatever Shelly
I don't like
does,
the
that's
discourse
her.
about.
That's on her. You know what I mean? And she will receive what is due because of her actions. If you understand me, and I definitely want the best for her, and I do love her, and I'm excited for her, but she can be stupid enough to think that people are not gonna side eye her association with Olandria. Now, obviously, she hasn't watched. I assume she hasn't finished watching the show, so she's just thinking what we see is what she saw or something. I don't know. I don't have to justify anything she does. That's not my business. I don't really care like that.
But you know what the thing is? I feel like the producers almost edited the show to make it almost as if in the very beginning of the show, it was, you see Shelly and Alandria walking through the doors, you see Shelly and Alandria having these chats, but then there's like almost a shift in the middle of the show that you definitely see Alandria with Huda most of the time.
Yes,
You
and it's
see-
weird to me.
And I truly believe that in a sense, I know Helga is a lot, but in a relationship standpoint, in a romantic relationship, but in a platonic friendship, I do feel like she has Alandria's back, and she
I
understands
will
that
say
she
this.
respects Alandria in a different type of way.
I will say that it's not that I'm necessarily disagreeing with you, but she literally, Hilda said that she's not good friends with women. And I don't necessarily think that she would ever be a good friend, as good as a friend to her that Shelly ever could be, even at her worst. Because again, she's still so male centered and she's literally in competition
Yeah.
with black women consistently to the point that she be trying to look more Latina. You know what I mean? Like, it's just weird things about
Yeah.
how she moves. But I will say that the way the show was edited, at least, and the way that Hilda was cuddled up with Olandria after you know what I mean? That
Yeah,
like
they're tight.
Hilda
They're
was very emotionally close to and favored Olandria. People can be complex. You can definitely be in competition with someone, hold prejudice against someone, use them for your emotional labor, and still feel like you love them. You know what I mean? And I think that's what happened with Hilda. And that's why the CHC the Call Her Daddy podcast really hurt me low key, because I was like, why would you be cuddled up with someone and then go ahead and
Yeah.
say, oh,
But
I
you
did
know
feel
what
like
I
was
think
a
that
good boy,
is?
knowing damn well your friend, so quote unquote, was receiving racist hate. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, what the hell am I trying to say? I don't think. Dang.
I don't
Continue.
think
I'm gonna
she would
figure out my
ever
point.
put
I'm sorry.
Alandria before herself. I think in that
Yes,
interview,
she would
she
never.
was
Shelly
putting
might on
herself.
occasion.
Yeah.
Hilda would never. Shelly might. As far as I know,
Shelly wouldn't
Shelly's more
either.
likely to.
No.
Let me
No,
let
no.
me say this. So Call Me Kate made a good point, I think, in the comments, which about like potentially what we're seeing happening with everybody in Alandria, but we are speaking specifically about Shelly and Alandria. And she, Call Me Kate said, I think people have a hard time standing up for their strong friends. I do think that is a lot of what comes into play with Alandria and everyone, is that they assume Alandria's just got it together. She's all good. She's okay. She doesn't need anybody to like have her back. But what I want them to do at this point, like, again, I understand how you engaged with her in the villa. You see her a different way. You've experienced her a different way, right? But you're also listening to her. You're hearing her say that she's always had to be strong. You're hearing her say that like she has to hold herself. Like, you're hearing her talk about this constant stress of having to show up this way. I want you to use your emotional intelligence to be intuitive about what might be happening for this person that you're calling your friend.
I think they think that like Nick is doing enough fighting for her in a sense, and that they can laid back in a sense, especially if people are used to just assuming that like, oh, once someone gets like a partner, they don't necessarily need their friends in general for like emotional support.
Let me speak to that. Okay, I want y'all to also chat. I want y'all to drop in things that you want us to talk about on this panel. No, they're not set people, Jules. You can just request and I will switch out. I always prioritize my subscribers over everybody else, so I will tell you that. I will say, like, there are lots of people that they will use their platonic relationships as a placeholder until they are back in romantic relationships. And so if you are a person that moves that way, you may not understand that your person that is a platonic friend, even though they're in a romantic relationship, will still need your support. You're going to presume that all of their needs are being met within their romantic relationship because that's how you function. I had a friend that was like this. She's not my friend anymore, right? But I don't hear from, once you got a boo, I don't hear from you. Okay, Tata, you can always request again, my dear. I don't hear from you once you got a boo. But when you're going through your shit with your boo, now you want to ring my line. Now you want to know if I'm at home, you know what I mean? And as soon as you're not in a relationship anymore, you want to be all in my face. What's crazy, sci-fi, is this was actually one of my lesbian friends, right? So it's not even that she was male centered, she was just romantic relationship focused, right? That was her entire focus of her life, was being in a romantic relationship. And so that was the only time when it was like, but when I'm going through something, you're not around, and we don't ever do fun shit. Bitch, you always calling me, sorry, crying and fussing and whatever about some little girl. Okay, go ahead and share your thoughts.
I was finna say, Tina, I relate with you. I see why you were triggered there. Because, and I'm gonna keep this real short. I don't need all that time, actually. I had a ex-best friend like that. That's why she's my ex-best friend now. What had happened was we met in elementary school, so I had known her for about 15 years. We reconnected in high school. We were besties for about 8 years. We went out, we partied together, but she was the type of friend, you ever know somebody who complain about their life, but they don't change shit?
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, I have this girl blocked on all social media platforms, but my sister was still follows her for some reason. I ain't mad though, but my sister recently showed me a post, and she's still going on with her antics. I'm not gonna feed my kids. I'm gonna keep my food stamps in my pocket. I'm just tired. You had 3 kids. Your baby daddy in jail, and some guy in the comments, my sister told me the guy is a Sagittarius. You know, we keep it real, and I was her friend. She was a Gemini. I'm too real. Me and my therapist have been working on my delivery, and I feel like I've been doing a better job. However, she just keeps complaining about shit, bitching and moaning and bitching, and that's why I blocked her on every social media platform after we broke up, because you don't change your situation. And she was very male-centered. Not Natisha telling me, oh, baby, this is ghetto. Kind of is. Girl, that was my friend from Brooklyn. Anti-ways. Needless to say, I understand why you were triggered, because this is why I broke up with her. I didn't realize it until now you said that. She is male-centered. And girl, the gag is she's bisexual.
It happens.
So she is like this with all her relationships. I ain't gonna hold y'all and that's why we're friends to this day. The other reason why I'll let y'all know, because we close now. She owed me some money, ain't never paid me back. She's very financially irresponsible. So now we ain't friends. God bless her though. I ain't no hater.
Period, Lambdy. If we can't talk about the good times, they'll call me for the bad. Balance. Username 123, a bunch of numbers. Yes, Nikki, I'm gonna let you respond. Everyone is mad at Nick on Twitter, I think because of how he responded in that interview, but we actually have chatted about that. Nikki, please share your thoughts.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I completely understand what you're saying. I actually have this issue with my current best friend of 20 plus years. We still talk. I still have to, check her on that. And so it just saying our relationship outweighs that part, but it was an issue when we were much younger, in our mid early to mid 20s, is when she got a boyfriend, she was completely obsessed and completely disregarded anything and everything around her. So it's not impossible that you can't work through that with the person. The other person on the other end has to be receptive of that critique and understand. And what we had to work through is that if you really want to give up this friendship for a guy you've met, like known for like 2 to 3 months, go right ahead, let me go. That type of conversation. But I'm just saying, I don't know, it's in her. Like, we literally, she had this relationship a couple years ago where I literally had been like, girl, every conversation can't be about this man, because it's making me not like him for you. If you are this obsessed and love bombing in this way, this early, this soon. And so I'm just saying, like, I have a 20 plus friendship with a woman that is still doing that she needs me in her life to check. And she's just like, oh, you're right. Okay. Listen, we're not going to talk about him, until the end of the week. You know what I mean? Like, we literally have to pick days of the week for her to fill me in on everything, because this whole relationship can't be about the person you're dating and only that, you know?
Yeah.
And so, and I just wanted to also bring up, since this was a huge conversation, with P, is that we have to understand people have different definitions of friendship. They have different definitions of friendship. I had really great, emotionally mature friends at such an early age, in Nick and Landria's age range, where I already had established what a friendship truly meant, and that meant sisterhood. So I don't use the term friend lightly, but there's so many people that do. So Nick saying that 3D, is his friend. Yeah, he's going to be his quote unquote friend. You're never going to hear Nick say, that Taylor's not his friend. They're always going to be quote unquote cool. I think it'll just fizzle out. But you're never going to hear him say, yeah, we're not friends because he did X, Y, and Z to Alandria. It's never going to happen. So we really need to start let that go. And as far as Shelly is concerned, that is something that, I think will happen in the same way. I don't know O's definition of what a friend is. I don't know what Shelly's definition of a friend is. It can simply mean that they're cool, they're girls, they link up, but are they sharing their deepest, darkest secrets with them? They share this experience, but do they really know each other? No, they really don't. They really don't. And I wish people would just leave them alone. Let that be. Let them learn who they are. Let them, pays attention to so much. She's watching how people move. And if she wants to get out there and say that it's her soul sister, she's still supportive. There's clearly something there that we're not seeing. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Nikki. So Spleen, I would not say it's a trauma bonded friendship, because y'all know how I feel about using language when it doesn't fit. So trauma bonding, a reminder to everybody in my life, trauma bonding is when you are bonded to the person that traumatized you, or to your abuser, right? And so that wouldn't be the appropriate language. I think, to at somebody's point, they said villa bonded, right? They had a very intimate shared experience being in this villa. I think there was a lot of support in the villa, right? We heard on the live last night about the braid washing experience and the blue magic, and just having a very, Black girl sister experience with someone in a time where Alandria told us she felt very drained and beat down in that villa sometimes. And so having what Nick said to her, right? Having an experience that probably felt like a piece of home, that felt like a piece of normalcy to her, bonded her very deeply to Shelly, I think, and so I do think that when she says that's my soul sister, I can understand based on some of the things that she shared about her favorite, when she shared on the live last night, right, about her favorite moments with Shelly. And to Nikki's point, we don't know what that actually means in real time in the regular world. And we've talked a little bit about that before on this live, that like people do have different definitions of like friendship. Like I'm someone that says like my kids are not my friend, even though they're my friend, even though I'm their friends, right? Like what I perceive as a requirement for friendship is a level of emotional reciprocity. That's not something I would put onto my children, right? I wouldn't be asking for that level of like emotional labor. So to me, they're not my friends, even though they can do that with me, right? I'm their friend, right? And so, but people do have different interpretations of how they see friends. And so, to Nikki's point, it could be very surface level, and that's it. And to them, it's like, okay, that means that we're friends, you know? I think people use the word friend very loosely, but that's my personal take, right? That's my personal view. I will say this is something I do work through in therapy with people around, though. And go ahead and share your thoughts.
All right, real quick, Tina. Somebody said in the comments, and thank you for saying this comment. Not sure who said it, but I'm gonna shout out your comment. This person says that maybe Shelly is friends with Ola, but Shelly sees Ola as her show friend, and that's entirely possible because if anybody watches Love and Hip Hop at Atlanta, that's the most ratchet reality TV I watch. Right? No Zeus for me. Rashida and Yandy had the same argument. Are we friends in real life or are we show friends? And Ola might be thinking it's real for her, but for Shelly, like they're show friends. And that's probably why it's coming off as if that Shelly is more loyal to to 404 than she is for to Ola. And the other thing that you mentioned, Tina, is so important, like, you know, nobody checks on the strong friends. And that's valid because a lot of the times in the island, when Ola came on, she was like very stoic. She's like, you know, as a black woman, whatever, this is what we have to do. And you made a really, really good video. Everybody clap for Tina. She's a genius. You said that she equates her strength to masculinity. And strength can also be femininity. And that's something that she's going to have to probably unlearn or relearn because, you know, her being strong or being independent are not necessarily masculine traits. I think the thing that people conflate with masculinity and femininity is that it's gender based, and it's not. They're simply forms of energies that both male and females can possess, right? So I think, yeah. And again, I'm going to quote Nick, like, you know, what I love most about Ola is her fierce loyalty, but I don't think that's always reciprocated. And I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yes, thank you for shouting out that video. And that is a sub only video. But yes, I did put a lot of labor into that for y'all. Okay, Elisa, I'm so sorry. You just joined our panel. Please share your thoughts.
No problem. I actually was talking to another person. This, I will say one thing about this community. You meet people. It's so funny we talk about friends. You know, I was mentioning to another girlfriend of mine. This is how supportive my girlfriends are of my latest obsession. I had somebody actually send me the live, text me live last night, and I was already on with 2 devices. So, but you know, and Tina, I was on a couple of nights ago. So some of y'all, you know, hello panelists, some of y'all who may not know, some very kind compliments. I'm actually a lot older than what I appear and what I sound. So, you know, to Nikki's point, friendship dynamics, they do evolve. I think for me, because Alondria and Shelly, Nick, and all of them, they're in their 20s. And I don't know, you know, I know there was a lot of you guys who are in your 20s. When I was in my 20s, friendship dynamics and friendship needs and wants were different. You know, I am that friend, honestly, that I am the strong friend. I'm the friend that I tend to be there for other people. My mother used to say all the time that I would pour into other people and people don't always pour back into me. One of the things, though, I did have to learn is I had to learn as a strong friend. And I do want to say I kind of see this with Alondria is that we have, and I say we, because it was something that I worked through. And Tina, as a therapist, if you would appreciate that, is we have to be willing to open up. You know, I think that's one of the things that Nick says that I think honestly it's making him really fall for Alondria and allowing him to be the man that he wants to be. It's because he keeps saying, I don't know if he, you know, in terms of post interviews, like, you know, again, I'm a fan who came on board the last minute, so to speak, the last week, just because I thought the couple was endearing from what I saw on social. And one of the things he talks about is like he really appreciates that she's, and he, in terms of his verbal dynamics, but that she's dropping her walls. He calls it a hard-boiled egg. And that really resonated with me because more often than not, my friends will tell me the same thing. You're very hard to reach. You don't tell us when you're struggling. You do not tell us when you need help. You're ready to pour into us. You're ready to ask us if I need to be there for you. You're ready to or sometimes I'm even accused of, I'll be like, what's the matter? And I'll only talk about maybe for 2 minutes. And you know what I mean? And stuff like that. And I've gone through a lot, unfortunately, in terms of my life. I lost both my parents fairly, in my 30s. And I think that what that taught me is I had to be willing, and I hope Alondria does this, and I feel like she is with the right support, recognizes who your friends are, and she will. And and it's okay that Shelly is the show friend, right? I mean, that's if that's what it is, that's what it is. I think she'll learn a different set of trust. I have a girlfriend now who we call each other best friends. Who, when it came time, I dropped her like a bad habit. I was not going to put up. She was called her an energy vampire. When I had a dream about her and she was a vampire, and I told my trainer, and he was like, "Oh, girl, that's a that's an energy vampire." I was like, "Oop, can't be messing. I got my own drama I have to deal with." So I dropped her. And as far as friends who don't prioritize me, and I don't do the filler friend either. I just don't. And unfortunately I can pick that up fairly easily. But I do think in terms of friendship dynamics, like to everybody's point, um, that's a word that to me in this show got thrown around a lot. And I was just sitting there kind of scratching my head, like, I thought this was meant for people to come on and find, like a partner or something. I didn't realize, like, maybe I got this wrong, so that's why it was confusing sometimes when 404 was like, "That's my friend." Girl, you've known her 3 weeks. If you could can you tell me anything about her family? Can you tell me anything about, please buy with that. So I think, to certain people's credit, I think Alondria, unfortunately, is somebody like me who invests so much of themselves into their friends because they value friendship so much that it's uneven. It's not balanced. But I do think, and in that process, you learn, unfortunately, to put up a wall. But I do think with time, she'll really recognize if these people are really going to be their friend, her real friends, right? I mean, because that's it's. But I think to this experience's credit, this is a unique experience that will probably like Villa Bond, as somebody said. But I think over time, I feel like the point was to meet somebody that you can kind of build a relationship with, and I think that should be the focus, honestly. And if you get friends out of that, that's great because they have their own friends and family that they probably should continue to foster those relationships with.
Yeah.
That's it.
I think that's a great point. I wanna speak to something you said, like you said, and I will say as a therapist, yes, it definitely the strong friend has to work on opening themselves up to ask for the help that they need. This goes back to me saying, right? I don't think Alandria is ever going to say, "I don't want this from you," or "this is what I want," or "this is what I need," as far as how you're navigating certain relationships. And oftentimes that happens because the strong people have learned that when they are vulnerable and they ask for things, people do not meet their needs.
At all.
Right?
But you know what, to your point, Tina,
Yeah.
at the same time, sometimes it's an unrealistic expectation. My mother, God rest her soul, used to tell me all the time, "Stop asking people to do for you what you cannot do for yourself. Are you willing to do for somebody else?"
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair, right? Sometimes our expectations are unrealistic, and this is usually learned very early on, right? This is usually
Just about to say, because
yes, it's usually
I had
learned
mental health
very
issues as a
early
kid,
on.
and
Yeah,
I remember
like
crashing out over bad grades.
okay.
And I was asking my mom, I remember crashing out over bad grades because like ADHD. And like I went to the counselor and they talked to me. And then like my mom picked me up early. She's like, "Chisel, what's wrong? What's going on? Like, what are you doing?" I'm like, "Mom, I don't feel good. Like I tried so hard, it's not working out." She's like, "Oh," she was frustrated, African mom. She's like, "Do you need help? Do you need to go to the therapist?" I'm like, thank God she's listening. Yeah, I was like, "Mom, yes, I do need help. I do need help. Yeah, Mom, I really do." Like, I cried. I thought she was listening to me. But no, she wasn't. asking me that in the sense that, oh, my daughter needs help, I need to support her. She was asking me that because she was frustrated by my behavior, and was, I won't say low key shaming me, but was like, are you insane kind of talk, not necessarily do you need help,
Yeah.
which was so frustrating. And now I have issues asking for help now.
Yeah. When your
The Black
needs are
community.
made
I feel like that's a thing in the Black
when your
community, to be
needs
honest.
when your needs are made to seem as a burden to the
Hmm.
people around you, it makes it very hard. And this can happen, y'all, in very subtle ways. And so, and as a parent, I'm guilty of these things, and you have to learn to be better, right? But it'll be like, oh, we don't have money for that or whatever, and so kids begin to associate, oh, when I ask for things, it actually makes more work for people. It makes things harder for people. And so what do they learn to? They learn to not ask for things, right? Rather than, like, there are different ways that you can approach that, right? And so what it does is it creates a hyper independence. It creates the feeling of like, I need to meet my own needs. I have to help my own self because I don't want to burden other people. And then you become the strong friend, and then nobody checks on you. And then you're like, nobody's checking on me as the strong friend, And
And you're
that's,
crashing in that too. You
Story
totally
yes.
of
are. You're crashing
my
in that.
life.
Right? You're
And then,
crashing in that too. I
yes.
have a
And
guy
then,
friend at work who, bless his heart, will see it on my face. Oh my gosh, I had to tell you guys this. 3 weeks ago, I call him my work husband. I was sitting here crashing, literally. I was in tears. Part of it I felt like was like PMS too, but like, and I was sitting here, and bless his heart, he came into my office and all he did was just look at me, and I looked at him and he goes, uh, so how was your weekend? And I was like, good. And then I couldn't look at him, looked at my computer screen, and then he said, okay, so are you ready to talk about it now? And I said, no. And he said, okay. And then he goes, when you're ready to talk about it, I'm here. And bless his heart, for the next 2 days, because, we have hybrid work situations. He came whenever he passed the kitchen, he poked his head in and he said, so how are we doing? I'm like, okay. And he said, I'm right here. And I went the whole week without telling him what was wrong. And God bless him. Last week he said, remember that week where you were really upset about something? And I looked at him, I said, yeah. He said, you never told me what was wrong. And I said, oh, I'm over it. And then he looked at me, he was like, that's not what I asked you. And I looked at him like, oh, it made me uncomfortable. Like, so yeah, it's something like, even at my age, unfortunately, and
mhm.
to his credit, you guys, when he walked in, and I finally told him, I had to tell him, like, I was crashing out because it was probably the worst week of PMS I had ever had in my life. I said, so anything was touching me off. I said, but you know what? And I told him this. I said, because emotional vulnerability is a thing for me, unfortunately. I told him, I said, but can I tell you something? He said, yeah. I said, just by you asking was so it just made me feel good, even though I was crashing that entire week. I said,
Yeah.
just to know that you cared enough to ask.
Yeah.
And he said, okay. He said, okay. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to say it. I get it. He said, but okay. So I had to learn. I'm still learning. I hate to say it in terms of, and somebody said dating, and I was like, ooh, child, let's not talk about that, girl. That's a whole nother.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. So Spleen asked the question, and I will answer it, Spleen. Is there a correlation between being the eldest daughter and being the strong friend? It's going to depend on the home dynamic. If the home dynamic parentifies that eldest daughter, and this can happen with any oldest child, but if they parentify the oldest child and that child has to prioritize the needs of other people, typically younger siblings or tending to the house, then yes, they're going to learn that their needs are not a priority in relationship to other people. Thank you. So they're going to realize very early on that the needs that they have are not as important as everybody else. And this is not even necessarily like they feel shitted on or they feel like nobody cares about me. It's not even necessarily that. It is just a matter of, I understand that these things have to be done. And so what I need is less important than the things that need to be done right now. And so, yes, that can absolutely be a pipeline to the strong friend. I wouldn't say it's directly attached to being the oldest daughter. It's going to depend on the dynamic in the house. So like my oldest sister was very parentified in our home. And so she was very, very mindful about, with her twin daughters, them never being parentified when it came to their younger brother. So Sass, we're talking about, yes, Violet, or the most responsible child. What we're talking about is how, because Alandria is the strong friend, how people may have a harder time checking in on her and prioritizing her needs, because she's not primed and conditioned to be a person that asks for the help that she needs, because it's really hard typically for the strong friend to do that. They've learned to not do that. Okay, panel.
I do have a question about that real quick.
Yes.
Because I literally just had this conversation with my therapist. Do you think, because I definitely have taken on that role in a lot of spaces for people that I'm the one they come to, and oftentimes I don't get a phone call to get checked in on. And me and my therapist were having, a conversation about maybe that's part of the reason why I could be considered a martyr, because I haven't been speaking up, and telling people that I am there for what I need in return. So do you find that martyrdom is a part of the reason that the vulnerability is not being expressed?
I mean, I think that if you feel like you have to sacrifice yourself, or that this goes back to kind of like how it can easily also lead to like a people pleasing pipeline, right? Is like, if you feel like this is almost like the ultimate sacrifice is just to give of myself and to expect nothing in return, and that is not only like the ultimate thing, but almost like what's expected, then like, yeah, like I can see how that would show up. Because you're asking me, like, does that show up when you are also primed in these other ways? Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, I because, we just were having that conversation, because I was just like, sometimes I feel like I'm a martyr.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I feel like, the reason a huge part of my depression comes in is that I'm constantly, giving of myself, and I'm not getting what I'm in return, but I'm also taking accountability. I'm not telling people what I need from them. So in a way, yeah, I feel like a martyr.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think this kind of goes back to like what I was saying about Alandria earlier on my live, right? Is that sometimes the work that I find myself doing with clients that have this sort of priming, they've had this sort of conditioning as children, right? Is realizing that your relationships are not so fragile that they cannot stand your needs showing up, right? Because a lot of times that is what we believe, right? I've had to hold space for everybody else. I'm going to be a burden. And so in order to preserve the relationship, I'm going to need as little as I possibly can, because this relationship does not have any space for my needs. And so I can only ever show up for other people and sacrifice of myself for other people. And so letting yourself believe that your relationships actually can sustain the weight of your needs. And if they can't, that's okay for those relationships to evolve into something of a conclusion, right? And so, yeah, I think it definitely can show up in this martyrdom way. Okay, panelists, I do have other subscribers that want to get on. So does anybody have any final thoughts about this?
Yeah, but I just wanted to, before you, because I don't see Gigi up here, I just wanted to do the housekeeping moment that, it's time to, there's a lot of people in here. We can tap the live, get these likes up. Thank you again for your contributions to the panel and gifts to all of us. But let's get these likes up. Tina has done an amazing job at making sure that all of our questions on the panel and in the chat are being answered. So let's show the love that we can in that way.
Thank you so much, Nikki. Okay, panelists, do you have any final thoughts before I rotate y'all for other subscribers in the hold?
Yeah, I can drop down.
Okay, Nikki.
But I will say this. I just want to share this one story real quick about friendship and what changed my life. Is that I had a roommate, and we were living in Brooklyn, and I was 23 and she was 27. And we were sitting around our kitchen table. We had been living in this apartment for 6 months, and we had a ball, like a blast. And I reached over, like we were having tea and we were just talking about life and relationships and blah, blah, blah. And I just grabbed her hand and I said, Kelly, are we friends? And she said, of course, Nikki, I love you. And I was just like, oh my God, I love you too. Fast forward to the next day. Kelly says, Nikki, can we have a talk? And I said, sure. I said, this sounds serious. And she says, I made a mistake. I accidentally lied to you. And I said, about what? She said, I don't think we're friends. And my heart dropped. It was the first time anybody has ever said that to me. And she said, it's not that we can't be friends, but our relationship is not reciprocal. You've lived a very sheltered life. You're still learning about you. I've had to grow up very fast. She was also an eldest daughter. I'm the second eldest. She was an eldest daughter, and she said, and she had a really rough life, and that forced her to grow up soon. And she was just like, I can't in good conscience say that you can give me the things that I give you right now. She was like, I hope to become friends, but right now I'm just big sister. And that changed my definition of friendship at 23 years old. I appreciate her to this day, and we are still friends, and I love her for that.
Yeah. I love it. Thank you, Nikki. Yeah, like this is y'all what I talked about a little bit on my last live, right? How I will have clients do like I call it the 4-box exercise, and I have them categorize who's the person that pours into you, who's the person that you pour into, who's the person that's your ride or die, and then who's the person that you really only see them maybe for like celebrations or like encouragement, right? You should have someone that you're mentoring, someone that's mentoring you, someone that you can go to with the reciprocity, and someone that maybe all we do is we have just the level of like showing up for birthdays and graduations and things like that, right? And really begin to understand the dynamics of your relationships in your life. It will keep you from having expectations that people cannot meet. Ivy, I think that you wanted to come off mute and share your thoughts too.
Yeah. First off, I love that 4 category thing. I've never really thought to categorize my friends. I need to do that. Um, but when it comes to Shelly and Olandria, yeah, I think that Olandria, I mean, like I said, I think everybody's under that cloud of the villa trauma, villa bond. They're villa bonded for right now. So we got to give them like another 2-3 months to kind of, see clearly. Which could also probably shake up some relationships as well. But, in terms of the friendships, Shelly and Olandria, unfortunately, I'm getting the vibe that the way 404 is doing Shelly, I feel like Shelly might be doing Olandria. Okay? But I'm not going to do too much. But I don't know. I just sort of posted today and I was like, okay, that's interesting. I see, at the end of the day, we know who the breakout star is. We know who is making headlines, who is trending literally every single day for the past, 2 weeks, and will probably continue because the reunion's next week. So we know that they're going to be in the news again. So I don't know. I see it more as the show friend versus real life friend. I don't know if, I hope that Olandria is clocking it, I hope that it's clocking to her and that she, eventually will just kind of let it fall to the wayside. I think that, like we said, Olandria is very cognizant of public perception. She's very aware of the optics. She knows that she's the breakout star, and she knows that anything that she does will be criticized. So yes, she has to kind of say like, oh yeah, I have love for everybody, in the villa. I have love for all the islanders. I don't have no beef, even with Taylor, even with Helga, because she knows that anything and everything that she does is criticized. So I think that she is getting that. I think that Nick is also getting that, which is why he hasn't made any major he hasn't made any major changes in terms of friendships, or
Mhm.
he hasn't unfollowed Helga or anything of that sort. So, what else was I gonna say? I had one more point. Ugh. Um, I think that's all I can remember for now.
Jamila, you're new to our panel. I want you to share your thoughts. I did see the question in here. Do you think Shalay feels some type of way because of how popular Nicolandria is, which I do think plays on Ivy's
Yes, I
point?
do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
I mean, I
Unfortunately.
guess they could, but they can't feel that way because they don't step out. At least Ace doesn't. So
Yeah, I'm gonna give my thoughts, but I want Jamila to say something first because she just joined our panel. Hi, Jamila.
hi guys. I've always enjoyed these lives, so when I can, I try to jump on. I'm not always on the panel, but I do like, adding my input sometimes into the chat. When it comes to the Shelly Olandria friendship, this has been something like I don't know if I go back and forth with. I don't have a great read on it, so I'm still trying to figure it out as I watch as things unfold. For me, from the villa, when it came to Shelly, let me start first. Both Shelly and Alandria are beautiful girls. I think as Alandria said, she can come off as very intimidating to the person, to whoever, just by her presence. While Shelly kind of gives that, I don't know how to explain it. She's not more welcoming, but something about her, I don't know if it disarms people or what the case may be, right? So for me, I don't know if Shelly, and this is where I also saw when it came into the dynamics between her and Ace. I felt like they're both very, not stubborn, but very set in their values and their beliefs. And it's hard to not even convince them. It's hard for them to listen to what someone is. I don't know. I don't know because Ace was willing to listen to his family when he was asking for it. So for me, sometimes that's why I really didn't have a side when it came to Ace and Shelly. I saw both sides truly, but I also think Ace just was mad he didn't have another option in some ways. But I say this to say that I don't know if Shelly, again, she has a very strong sense of who she believes she is and is very um, safe and confident in her beliefs. So when it came to what was seen on the show and what the audience and America thought of them, she really, at least presented as if she didn't care. Or if, whatever, I really have a strong self image of myself. I believe in my values, whatever, so on, so on. I kind of see that coming on the outside. She doesn't seem to care too much about, at least she's not vocalizing that, about what America thinks of her and Ace, and she likes to control that narrative as she may. For me, it gets interesting in the dynamic of the whole situation with Nick and Olandria and 404. I'm not exactly sure how to even go about that in the sense of what to think. I have seen some creators who were Nicolandrian fans go from that and then split sides, and now it's all about trying to have Shelly and Ace. It's just a lot of pushing of them because people are trying to pit them against each other. And I just can't read it, so I don't know exactly what to say. I would like some more insight in the sense of I don't know if she is a show friend or if she is just, as everyone else has said, I do think Olandria sees her as a soul sister, and she has, she explains some of their dynamics. Them washing their hair and getting up and doing it, and Shelly making her a little separate bowl of potatoes. So that also could be editing. But at what point do you, take into account of how things are affecting your friend and what the narrative is being, spinned around the whole 404 situation and Olandria truly, because, every time she hangs out with Shelly, I'm like, has anyone noticed that 404 doesn't really post her other friends that quickly, dropped her when all this came out, but she has no problem keeping up with Shelly. And, I went to see if, if Shelly actually engages with the pictures, and she does. She responds, and it's just like, okay, I'm trying to see like what are you trying, not necessarily trying to prove, what message are you trying to put out there? And it's interesting to me. I wonder if they've had conversations on both sides, or if they just kept it very Switzerland, where I talk with you with that and I talk with you in that.
and we don't mix the conversation. It's just interesting to me. So it's a really hard read. I really don't have any opinion. I'm just trying to observe and just want to know what you thought about that, because it's odd. I don't get what Shelley is trying to, what her messaging is trying to be. I don't care what people think, like Andrina, and I'm going to be friends, or because her and Ola did have a different relationship than Andrina had with that situation. I do think 404 was trying to have that PPG in the sense of, let me make sure I'm friends with this certain set or this and that for optics. I don't know how far she goes with that. I just, that's just my opinion. So I would, love to hear what you guys have to say. That's it.
Yeah, that's a great question, Mila. It's Mila J. I know that you want to speak, so I'm gonna have you go next. I do want to say that a couple of things. Number one, when Elandria calls her soul sister, like I want to be mindful that, like, for some people nostalgia is enough, right? Like for some people that's enough. It doesn't need to be something else. And so for her it might be the fact that we brought each other blankets every morning and we were cuddled up, and that she did all these things. Like that's enough for her to hold a place in my heart forever. And that's my girl forever because of that, because of the way that she felt supported in the villa, that I think we didn't get a chance. I know we didn't get a chance to see. And so that might be enough, and she might be okay with the way their dynamic looks now, because for her it feels like there's enough of a foundation of these other things where I don't need more than that. You know what I mean? Like there are people, I've shared before, there are people in my life where it's like, there's nothing today that's continuing to contribute to the relationship. But if I see you, I'm always going to hug you. I'm going to have love for you. Like there's always going to be like joy and like care in that relationship. Even if we're not still doing, like, actively pouring into that dynamic right now. And I probably wouldn't call you maybe like my bestie, right? But I could be like, oh man, like that's my girl. Like, like we have that history together. You know what I mean? And so I think that could be enough for her when it comes to Shelley. And when it comes to 404, I have more thoughts that I will give, but so Ebony, I think this goes back to, right, like, is that truly a friendship? I think this really goes back to how people define friendship for themselves. So like I said, I wouldn't call that like my bestie or my friend. I'd be more like, yeah, like I might use something like, well, I don't know if I would say soul sister because I don't really use language like that, right? But I might be like, that's my girl, like that's my homie, like that's my dog, like we have great memories together. You know what I mean? Like it might be more like that for me.
Okay. Thank you.
But I will give more thoughts, but it's Mila J. I want you to share, and then I'm going to use the bathroom, and then I'll give more thoughts about the Sierra part 2.
I just I'm not necessarily going to give like my opinion on Shelley, because I feel like when I first started watching the show, as someone who's like watched other seasons of Love Island, going into it, I was like, oh my God, I think Shelley's so beautiful. I think she's going to be my favorite, da-da-da-da-da. But then as the show started to progress, I feel like there are certain, I hate the idea that like the core 4 people are, Ace and Shelley are jealous of Elandria and Nick, or vice versa. But I do think that it is interesting to look at Shelley's actions back in the villa. So just a couple things that like I noticed that made me just have the idea that maybe their friendship or whatever it is a little bit not necessarily like besties over like gonna be besties for the rest of our lives, that type of thing. So first it was, Shelley did kind of concern like her issues with the fact that America voted her so low. And it wasn't like, I want to say she mentioned this like 2 times. Her and Ace ended up having these chats where they spoke about the fact that she was extremely shocked that America voted her that low, and did America see a problem with her relationship, or et cetera, et cetera. I also think that it is also another key point that she was definitely, I think the same thing with Keke Palmer, like that we're seeing with Keke Palmer, a lot of Black women in general. I think she too was also hung up on the fact of Black love. I support everything Black love. So I think that's really why she pushed Elandria and Taylor. I also think that if you really look back, Shelley really never saw it for Nick and Elandria in the beginning. I'm sure she does now. But it was really Ace that brought it to her attention that was even a thing. Because whenever they came back from Casa, it was strictly, all we really saw was Sierra and Shelley hanging out. And then also, I think there's something to think about. I think that Shelly has never been not the prettiest black woman in the room. And I don't say that based on saying that Alandra is more pretty than her. I just think that in terms of popularity, I think in terms of how people look at you, I think that she's never necessarily had to share that spotlight with other people or someone else that looks like her. Because I also think that in the Keke Palmer podcast, she brought up the fact that they used to give great advice to all the Islanders. And maybe she did give great advice. Maybe it was her and Alandria. But as you saw, all of the Islanders, whenever they speak about who gave them the best advice, they only ever say Alandria. They never really include Shelly in that conversation. Not saying that she wasn't giving great advice, but I will say that whenever you think about it, I think that all of the Islanders put Alandria on this pedestal. And I think that Shelly and Ace, I won't say that they're necessarily jealous because I don't think it. I think that Ace, when Ace and Nick had that moment after Ace got kicked out of the villa and he said, like, my dad always says you're going to fly like an eagle. And Ace tells him, no, man, we going to fly together, that type of thing. I think that Ace is a true friend of Nick. I just think that it was kind of a shocker of the fact that Nick and O got together for approximately 5 villa days and still got runner-up. Whereas you have Shelly and Ace, who have been in the villa from day one, been together probably since before Casa, and somehow didn't even make it to the Final Four. I think that all of them had that reality check that not only are Nick and O bigger than the villa, they're bigger than the whole program. Like, Nick and O are really about to be in a whole nother tax bracket, to be honest. And so I think that I won't say that they have jealousy, and I won't say that Shelly is like a jealous individual, but I do think that there were multiple times where Shelly kind of told us and showed us who she was and how she kind of really did value what we thought about her way more than she probably should have. And so I don't know, but those are just my thoughts about Shelly. But again, I'm still a Shelly fan. I just think that it's interesting to see that how friendships are portrayed, how we, as black people, we push black. You should be friends with people that are black. Whenever you have people in the room that are black, you should gravitate towards them. Whereas I feel like sometimes you have to kind of weed out the black people that are really for you. Because just because they look like you doesn't necessarily mean that they're for you or on your side.
Yeah. Thank you for those thoughts. I do wanna respond in general. Y'all, I was listening. I was eating a little bit too. I feel like I don't think that Shelly and Ace are jealous, which I know you didn't say that, Ismaila J. I don't think that, but I'm reading the comments too. I don't think that Shelly and Ace are jealous at all. I think that it's just shocking to everyone. Like, they didn't expect this, right? Like, I think that that's a normal reaction to have. You know what I mean? Like, I think Violet, they did very good. I think that's a normal reaction to have, to be like, oh shit, like, we weren't expecting that. Remember, like, I want us to remember, right? Like, when they were in the villa, everybody thought that Taylor and Alandria were in game, right? Like, so the fact that it's like, not only are they not in game, but now these people that we knew were friends and had loyalty to each other are romantic, and they're blowing the fuck up. Like, I think that was just like shocking to people. Like, people weren't expecting that, is what I think it is more than anything. And then as far as like somebody mentioned in the comments, I do think that all the women are accustomed to being like the prettiest person like in the room when it comes to the women. The men were very mid, y'all. I'm sorry. But like, I think the women are definitely accustomed to being like very beautiful people in the rooms that they're in. I do think that, like, again, it's unexpected for people, is what I think it is, you know? And so I think that really what we're seeing, like to me, what I like, for instance, on After Sun, I don't know if y'all watched the After Suns, but I watched the After Sun after Taylor and Clark and Shelly and Ace got eliminated. And all 4 of them were like, Amaya was like their person that they wanted to win. And I think it's interesting that we still talk about it as though Amaya won when really Ryan's the one that got the money anyway. but I get what they mean, right? Amaya's coupling one. But I do like they were all saying that like Amaya was the person that they thought would win and that they wanted to win. They weren't necessarily rooting for Nick and Alandria. And I think it's just because they while they were happy for their friends that they were exploring something new, they didn't quite understand the magnitude of what was happening with Nick and Alandria and what everybody else we have been able to see because of editing. You know what I mean? No, she did say that like they were her other person, Jen too. I think she said that too, right? But they all also named Amaya, right? So I think they just didn't. They're not seeing all the little cut scenes. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody. They're not seeing any of that. They're just seeing what they see day to day in the villa, and then what they hear from each other. So I think nobody was expecting the overwhelming like response around Nicolandria until they all got out of the villa, and then they're like, "Oh shit! Like this is not what I expected."
I just wanted to add, I completely agree. That was exactly. I want to make it clear. I don't think any couple was jealous of the other, and I love the point. I'm not exactly sure of her name, but the lady who spoke after me, great on the fact that I did, didn't take into account that it's about a week. Nick and Ola were actually together, and that we saw the interest, but I'm not sure if everyone in the villa picked up on it until the end, or until it was obvious or whatever the case may be. So that was great. But yes, I love all that you said. Thank you.
Nasha, I'm gonna be messy and say that's because he was mostly rooting for Nick. Okay, our new friend on the panel, is it Jules? Please give us your thoughts. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, that's my name. I'm gonna probably like be all over the place because y'all said so many great things that I was listening to. But I'm 21, so I really appreciated the things that y'all were saying earlier because I'm kind of going through a phase in my life. I'm in my senior year of college, and a lot of my friends previously graduated this school year. And so I've been grappling with that. And my mentor, and I had a conversation the other day, and she was kind of telling me, like, you know, you don't have to like put yourself at the forefront of the relationships and feel like you have to overexert your energy. And sometimes you just have to like, recategorize how you look at the relationship and how you deal with people. So I'm it's funny because it's just kind of full circle, even with when we're talking about this show, because that's exactly how I look at it for Alandria. And I resonate with her so much on so many different levels, but I feel like we need to be doing that since we're living parasocially through these people and realize that I fully believe that they're just show friends. Like these women and boys, they all have, well, men, I'm sorry, they all have, well, some are men, they all have their own relationships, other friends outside of this. So I'm like, I can guarantee you that at the end of the day, they're not going to be crying on each other when it's, shit is getting real, shit is getting deep, unless it's like the shared experience moments. So that's my thought on like Shelly and Alondria. I don't really care about their duo. I don't think that they're going to speak negatively on each other. Like everyone was saying, I don't think anybody is going to speak negatively on each other, especially the Black people, because why would I put another Black person down for the whole world to see? We have millions of people watching them. Like, I just feel like that would look so crazy, especially all the stuff that we've seen them go through. And pertaining to Nick and the podcast and all that stuff, I also just watched your video, so that's how I ended up joining this live to begin with. But my main thing is I disagree with all the discourse that I'm seeing on Twitter. Like, I feel like Nick handled himself perfectly. Nick is, he always says, I don't want to be a PR trained, but I feel like he is perfectly PR trained in his own way without being PR trained. Because like you said, his body language kind of tells you everything we need to know, like his facial expressions, like you'll know when he's not fucking with it. And why would he sit up there as a white man and correct a Black man in a safe space cultivated for Black people? I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that it makes sense for him to speak on Huda's alleged bullying when it mostly involved women. Like, I don't feel like he should have, discredited her experience or anything like that. That made no sense to me why they were attacking him. Also, I agree with what you said on your video that him and Alondria's relationship is very fresh. While it is fresh, I think that him and Alondria are very intuitive and sharp individuals. They studied each other very well. They know each other's like thought process without even necessarily having to have deep conversations about it, I feel a lot of times. They know what's right and what's wrong for each other. And there's no way you can convince me that they didn't have conversations when they left the villa of like, we're not going to speak on certain things. We're going to let people dig their own holes and, kind of say what we need to say when it comes time. Um, Geez, I had so many other thoughts as well because I was just saying so many things, but I'm kind of at a loss for words right now. Taylor, I don't know if we can cuss on here, but he's a bitch to me. I'm sorry. I don't like him, never liked him. I was never even on the ship. I was a laundry friend from day one. Didn't like him for her whatsoever. He just reminded me of little boy. She's too much of a woman for him. Um, I know you didn't see my comment because we're on live right now, but I commented on your video before I came in here, and I was saying that when you were talking about like the abuse analysis thing between him and Clark, that if you go back and you watch the show, when him and Alondra were having that conversation on one of the sofas, and she talked about how she was, she'll trick on a man if she, really likes them and she's vibing, but like, and he kind of like made that uncomfortable like face towards her and hid his face with the pillow, like it was like a ick for him or something like that. And it was in that moment he realized he could never topple her, he could never put her down because she has her own, and that's why he will always be the little bitch boy he is. So I don't know who he thought he was gonna check, but it was never gonna be O, and that's all I have to say.
Period. Period. Welcome to the panel. Wake it up. Wake it up. No, for real. I agree with that. I agree with that. Amina, my friend, you were here. Share your thoughts, please.
Oh, okay. So I have two things. So on the like recent topic of Shelly, what I was realizing is, I mean, obviously we've all kind of talked about like Shelly is kind of like, she's more passive, and I think she's like the bigger sister that prefers to play the peacemaker and the listener, whereas, and it's like she's not going to add too much of her thoughts if it's going to ruffle some feathers. Like we noted that she was kind of reining Ace in, especially during their after the villa post interviews, when he clearly was very upset once he learned what the public thought of him and the rumors and like how it affected their time in the villa and then possibly being eliminated because of it. So, and also what I was realizing is that what Alandria was talking about yesterday was that Shelly is more of like she's going to show her love by what she does for you. So it's like, Shelly mentioned her, Alandria mentioned her cooking for her, and like, saving her a little, special bowl of her potatoes or whatever she did. And then, with the coming to her bed with the blanket or waiting for Alandria to come to her, and then also always helping with the hair. So I think that's where Shelly fits in, and maybe we didn't see it. So I'm like, I think that's what it is. Maybe not as much as them not possibly being super close. It's just like Shelly is going to be a different version of a friend. Whereas Alandria has said that she's going to be very vocal. Like if she appreciates you doing something, she's going to let you know because she is also a very blunt friend. So I was like, maybe that's what it is. And it's harder to show those moments because Love Island is focused on showing the loving relationships, like between the couples, and not like, us showing them being friends. Yeah. So, and then my second point was actually in the beginning with what Tata was saying was that, she worries for Nick that it's going to be draining. And I was like, I haven't ever seen him speak out against like a black person, but he knows his passive aggressive white women. That's when he immediately clocks it and steps in. So, that's what was happening during that Watch What Happens Live. So I don't think that he's ever going to have to worry because he knows, like I said, he knows his passive aggressive white women and the backlash that they're trying to throw her way and like what they're really saying. So he's immediately going to step in. And Alandria, like she talked about the value of going to an HBCU and like what that teaches you about your blackness and like how to move in the world, whether we think it's like respectability politics or not. So I think they're both going to be able to like perfectly, cover each other because, they were telling her to like get Nick a bonnet and she was like, no, the best we could do is a satin pillow because y'all not about to get him canceled. So like they're not stupid. Like he knows how to move in the white world and she will help him navigate the black world and things like that. So I think they'll be all right. And like they said, we've said before, they have an excellent support system. I wish we had heard Alandria say that she supports therapy, so we know that she's open to it. What we know about white families is that usually they are okay with it. And considering that they restricted his diet so much that he couldn't have red dye number whatever because he had raging ADHD, I'm pretty sure they got him all kind of evaluations growing up. So he may nudge her that way, or the parents may. That's a hope.
Yeah. Y'all, I'm saying just give me an hour, 45 minutes to an hour with Olandria. That's it. That's all I need. That's all I need.
I really wish you could, truly. Oh my goodness.
Apparently,
even her, to be quite honest. So
the way to go is to jabber. I mean, not jabber. Lord, I'm talking like this at work. Is to send her sister a message and be like, "Hey, yo," because she already said she wanted to take some acting classes, and there was one of the girls in the panel that said she's a theater teacher, and I was like, "Girl, shoot your shot."
Tag me in, coach. No, yeah, I will reach out, y'all, but I'm kind of joking mostly, right? But I do, there's sometimes I be looking at, celebs, and I just be like, man, they just need like a really good supportive like therapist, honestly. Face freestyle, I feel that. I don't know if like a live, she would have to turn the comments off. They would just have to watch so that we could stay focused. Dr. Hoochie Mama, okay, period, Miami. That's my boo. Dr. Hoochie Mama, period. So Amina, yeah, to your point though, I agree, Jules, right? To your point, and the thing about the lives is people like to screen record. I mean, shit, I was screen recorded, right? So that I could go back and watch it later. I would have turned it off if they had made it a sub only live though, y'all. I would have. I wouldn't do that. But I will say, yeah, I think it definitely needs to be private, right? Not everything needs to be for public consumption, right? I talk about that a lot. But to your point, Amina, and I think to your point, Jules, right? It's like, I think that Nick is very conscious of how he shows up in the world. And, how he shows up in the world and I'm just saying, because that's like a lengthy answer. How he shows up in the world and how he moves in certain spaces, right? So I love that you added that nuance, right? Of like, what would he look like as a white man to be checking a black man on a black platform? Like, again, and I've said already, right? The man was at work, but also there are optics to things, right? And so there are there are so many layers, but I love how he immediately clocks his people. He be in there with them white girls. He be in there with them white men. And he did say something to what's his name? Whoever that one rapper was that didn't like believe in their marriage. I mean,
manifesting.
Control it.
Yep.
Just said it. Don't tell us they
relationship.
Sometimes you got to speak things into existence. It was there.
It's coming.
It was there. Gosh. It was there.
Not control it. I can't take it back.
Sometimes God doesn't want you to control it. So.
Oh no! Not clip that. Don't do me. Don't do me, please.
Sometimes it's not meant to be controlled. Sometimes it's not meant to be controlled.
Y'all, marriage counselor Tina. There it is, right there.
Y'all give me my tens. Y'all give me my tens if it happens.
That's a good sign though, coming from you. So
okay, Hannah Wild Music, you got scared like you knew something. I mean,
the Pisces.
Y'all know me, but I'm just.
It's the Pisces. What Tamar say? We psychic a little bit.
It's a lot of it. I'm just saying. But anywho, their relationship. He did say something like Little Yachty, but he definitely does a good job. I think y'all both brought up like such a great, like level of nuance around that. Around like, pay attention to who he is clocking and how he is moving. Thank you so much within his community. Rejection, sensitivity,
and at the very least, Nick is gonna give you a side eye and a what the fuck was that face, because he didn't do it every time somebody said something weird to Alandria.
Well, remember the first interview he did when he came fresh off the villa was with
Right.
those two girls who I'm coming in late, and I sat there and he said within 2 seconds He's dropping it because they were like, "Oh, you're gonna get clothes," and he was like, "I guess I got to
Facts.
ask Alondria about that."
Yep. He's like,
And
Alandria's gonna take me shopping.
she's gonna take me shop. He talked. I mean, he mentioned Landry the whole time. That's the one thing. As somebody who also dates interracially, you have to your point. Some of y'all, and I'm glad you guys brought up the whole thing about. I mentioned that to somebody yesterday about Nick being in a predominantly Black space, and it was not his place to check Taylor in that space. I was at that from jump. Like, I just wish people would have understand that nuance. Like, to your point,
Yes.
that's a coworker colleague, but I took it more from that is a white guy in what is a predominantly Black space. And I'm gonna be honest, he should have just sat there and had those facial expressions that he had, because bless his heart, he looked like he wanted to clock him, but he didn't hide that. But I would have had, that was not his place to go at him and honestly put his brand at risk.
Yeah,
You
exactly.
know.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, please, Jules.
I think the other problem is a lot of times, I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna word this. A lot of times people want, like, men to be like the white king, the savior, all that stuff. Like, protect her from everything. But like, there's a time and a place, and I feel like he knows when the time and the place is, and so does Alandria. Like, they both handle conflict so well to me. Um, so yeah, I think he handled that perfectly. And I was literally gonna bring up that first interview because like it was such a standout. Like literally this interview was about you and you brought her up not even 10 seconds in. Like I lived for that. Like it was such like a get them hoes together kind of comment. Like he's a good man. Like I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what else to tell y'all.
And I want us to clock, right, that like they wanted Alandria there in that interview. And if y'all think Alandria ain't in that damn room, she is, but she also knew them girls had been talking about her the whole time she was in the damn villa. So he said, I got it. I got it. I'ma stand in front. I'ma take it because I can handle them because that's my community. I know how to navigate these people, right? And so he does a lot of coverage for her that I think people don't give him credit for. And everybody wants to latch on to this particular interview as if, one, again, they weren't just 2 weeks in, and two, this wasn't fucking 6 weeks ago. It's Mila J. Please share your thoughts.
To piggyback off of what Jules said, I made a threads the other day, and somebody said that they think that how like the podcast was filmed probably like 5 days after they were out the villa. They feel like that Taylor started acting differently towards Alandria in where were they, in the Hamptons, because Nick might have checked him, because then all of a sudden he's like touching her hair, he's taking her name out the comments, making sure nobody's saying anything, all of these things, he's shielding her, all of this stuff. Whereas if Nick probably wouldn't have told him anything, he wouldn't have done any of those things because he wasn't even doing it for Clark.
I agree. It's Mila J. Y'all, in my last video, I talk about that. My last video about this, I should say, at least. I talk about that, right? That like, if y'all think that man just all of a sudden got some good sense and he ain't never moved right about Alandria, this man had just said right before they went to the Hamptons, if she said something too crazy, I would have went off on her. And now all of a sudden he got a bunch of act right. I need y'all to understand that Nick said something to that man. Like, just what it is, to Franny's point, a lot of people want an aha moment. I think a lot of people they like to see other people live out the things that they wish they could live out themselves, right? I want to see you go off because that's how I wish I could act. And they don't do it either. Somebody else was like, in my comments, they were like, these are the same people that will not correct the nail tech when they fuck up they nails. But now I'm supposed to think that you going to go off on somebody on
That
a
was
podcast
good.
when you know that's about to fuck with your money. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
No,
So
real
yeah.
talk though. That is real talk, Tina. I mean, honestly, the way I see it, sometimes you have to be prepared. If you're going to have that same energy behind a keyboard, I'm going to need you to bring that same energy to my face. And, and I hate to say this to somebody, I work in corporate America, and unfortunately, there are times, yes, where I want to I'm sitting in a room. I'm the only Black female in this room. And somebody says something side eye, and I'm not going to lie, I do a side eye, but that's all I'll do. And, then I take that conversation, as we would say, offline, right? And when I go have that conversation offline, and I honestly think, like even Jules, how you said this, and I think it as well, there was a conversation that was had offline with Taylor and saying, hey, what you said today in this podcast, I'm kind of over it. And I would imagine with Nick's personality, I really don't even see him really going toe to toe and, using language that I probably would have used, because I just don't think he was raised that way. But I do think, to, his credit, he there were some words that were said. And if because this is the thing, I don't think we would have went to Oklahoma, honestly, if there were some words that were not said, right? It just, like, to y'all's point, we just have to be not everybody's style is going to be the same. I don't I don't think everybody should be calling people out sometimes, because that could be coming off as performative as well. And you just never know what kind of position that puts you in, to be honest. So, I think respect is earned in that regard. And so I think Taylor, for some reason, I do think it's kind of interesting, his relationship with Nick. I don't want to put rumors out there, but I just think it's interesting. That I just think he has maybe a little bit of respect for Nick. It seems like he's all to his guys or whatever. So Nick saying something probably did check him in a way that he should have been checked, and he's now acting accordingly.
Yeah. Jennifer is bringing up 2 great points in the comments that I want to name. He told Jeremiah that he was disappointed in how he did not support Hilga. And we have seen via the villa that Nick definitely is a pull a person to the side person, because he did it with Hilga, right? So to presume that he would not stand up for someone and that he would do it very publicly on this platform as he's building his brand at work is just a little bit like people just want something to be enraged about, when the reality is they wouldn't fucking move like that themselves. Like what's one of y'all said, the nail be leaned all to the side. Like, you wouldn't even move that way yourself. Why are you are treating these people like they're not real people? Y'all be wanting people to blow up their fucking spot so that you can be entertained.
Do you think it could be like a cultural thing sometimes? Because I too am I used to be heavy in watching like Love and Hip Hop and all that type of stuff. And it became triggering to me in some ways. But if you consume that so often, you're not used to seeing a different dynamic when it comes to handling, oh Lord, I just lost the word, disagreements, essentially. Because for them to call him, as you said, that's exactly how I would think of it after watching Nick and how he moves. You don't have to, scream or, try to embarrass someone, or as the Alyssa, I believe, said, it seems very performative. And I think that's what we assume in romantic settings. And even in this, that is what true, whatever, devotion to someone really is. And it's actually pretty scary that we don't see what's, the true definition of, holding someone accountable or any romantic interest in someone. So it's interesting.
Yeah. I want to add a little bit even more like nuance to that, right? A lot of people don't know how to do conflict in their friendships.
I am guilty of that. I can't admit that. That's why I am definitely trying to be a recovering people pleaser, and it's very, very hard for me. So I want to make note that at one point I would love for us to talk about friendship dynamics and handling all that type of stuff, because it's big.
I will make a whole video for my subs about that, because a lot of people don't know how to do conflict in friendships, right? They think most people they avoid completely, right? Or they will blow up and destroy the relationship. But most people don't know how to do conflict in friendships. And so imagining that someone could have a tense, hard, difficult conversation and then not completely devolve the relationship and not be this big blow up moment, like a bunch of y'all are saying, a baddies moment or a Love and Hip Hop moment, is like mind boggling to them. But I also want to wake up, right? That like, we're not watching them at the reunion. We're watching them at a podcast.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
When we're watching these people act like this on Love and Hip Hop or on Baddies, we're watching it on the show that creates that environment, and then we're watching it at the reunion. They're not in podcasts throwing blows, y'all. Like, what? This is not what's happening. You know what I mean? And so, most of them ain't even being asked to do podcasts, but that's a whole nother story. But like, that's not what's happening. You know what I mean? But a lot of people, again, and y'all know that I'm frank. I do think that there needs to be some adjustment in that friendship, but a lot of people they cannot fathom that there could be conflict and resolution within a friendship dynamic. It's just like, it's black or white, it's hot or cold. I either fuck with you or I don't. You know what I mean?
Yes,
I
that
think
culture.
in this instance
Yeah.
that Taylor's done enough things to be like, I don't fuck with your character and I don't fuck with you. But people are very black and white in this way.
And I feel like we went through a phase, or we may still be going through it, of that cut off. Like, I see that everywhere. If you don't like something, just cut it off. And I'm like, I don't know if that's even healthy for us, because how do you have a disagreement and still be able to move on? I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we see it every December 31st.
Yes, yes, exactly. Oh my gosh.
We
It's
cutting them
horrible.
off, just protect your peace, when really
Yes.
what it is emotional immaturity.
There we go. That's it perfectly.
People think that by not talking about it, that somehow I'm just being grown and emotionally mature because I'm too above it. No, what it is you're emotionally stunted and you're afraid of having a hard conversation. Wake it up.
Precisely. And sometimes I too feel bad. Like, if I bring it up, it's like, are you being immature? You can't just let that brush off. I don't know. I'm like, am I doing too much? Or, I sat in a toxic friendship for a year because I wasn't sure what I was seeing.
Yeah.
It's just interesting.
Yeah. And that goes back. I'm gonna make y'all a video because I do think that is a good conversation. Hi, Kay. I think P, honestly, it's not even Gen Z. Well, hold on.
As a Gen Zer, it is a Gen Z. We love a put it on the floor or shut up moment. I feel like that's why we want everybody to duke it out in the open, in front of group settings, so everybody can laugh, everybody can put their 2 cents in. I've never fell victim to that. I just love like a more like smaller dynamic. I love having a small friend group. I'm good if I only have one friend. But I will say, in like terms of conflict, I in the past I have been a cut off, but with good reason. Like, I will give people chance after chance because I do hold friendships and loyalty close to my chest. Well, to my heart. I said that wrong, but to my heart. But once you start showing me a pattern, like, I just have like not everything deserves a conversation. To a certain point where I feel like I'm being disrespected, then like you'll just see me withdraw. And if you don't pick up that I'm withdrawing, then it'll just fizzle out on its own. And that's just kind of how I am. Not to say that that works for everybody, but
I mean,
that's what I do.
Tina, would you say too? I mean, honestly, if you think about it, right? Would you say also too, like, they were saying Gen Z, and I'm seeing all the comments that are saying Gen Z. I'm a Gen Xer, but I have a 3 strike rule.
Mm.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm notorious for even telling people to their faces, don't have me put you on eBay and sell you for a discount. Like, I think sometimes so I think, sometimes to your point, I think there's something to be said for having a healthy sense of conflict resolution and understanding that when you do have conflict resolution, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the end of a relationship. Sometimes I take it conflict resolution meaning, okay, that's the end. Like, we're just I'm done. Right.
Yeah. The only reason why I said, y'all, that I don't think it's only Gen Z is because I think that I see this struggle in every demographic, like every age bracket. And so when I think about conflict resolution, what I think about is like, a lot of times people come into the conflict to resolve it by wanting to tell you what you need to do differently. And that's not going to like resolve the conflict, right? A lot of conflict resolution is about going inside and recognizing what's happening for me emotionally. What am I being triggered about? What's happening for me in this experience, right? So like I told y'all about my friend that's not my friend no more, right? I really had to go inside and be like, oh, what I'm recognizing that I'm feeling is like, you don't value me outside of the labor that I can provide to you. And that triggers a wound that's actually much deeper than you, that has to do with my mom and whatever, right? And so being able to then communicate that to her and tell her, this is what I need to be different, right? But being able to have that level of accountability around like what's actually happening for me about this, right? And not just, oh, you're fucking up as a friend, or this or that happened, right? But actually being able to do that internal reflection and work so that when you come into the conversation, you're able to own what belongs to me and what's happening within this dynamic that's causing this thing to happen so that we can move forward. And then it is on that person to decide whether or not they can recognize what's making them move that way with you. But a lot of people don't do that with each other. And I will say this, that we're not taught to, right? Women are often taught to like not say the thing, right? Just figure out how to like either move on or let go of the relationship. Don't name the thing out loud, because that is like not being ladylike to like be talking about these things, right? And then men are taught to be very surface leveled in their emotions. Like, do y'all have emotions? Nope, just anger. That's it. Nothing else, right? Like, we're not all taught exactly to keep the peace as women, Shanika, and men are not taught that they can actually access the full range of their emotions, largely speaking, right? So it's going to boil down to like, do you have the skill? Have you been taught the skill? And so, yeah, that's what I would say it needs to look like if you're actually going to try to move forward. I don't watch Jenny and Georgia Jordan because I feel like they're going to irritate me.
So you know what, Tina, real quick, actually, and I did actually, I meant to say, I watched the entire live. So I did. So to piggyback off your point, Alondra, Alondra did say that one of the things she appreciated by Nick is that he's actually emotional mature, because he does, right, in terms of know how to express his emotions. And that's one of the things that she said last night on the live that she loves about him. And that's why I think, honestly, they're kind of opposites, because again, I think, I feel like there's some similarities in that she has walls up. And again, going back off to saying, like, even what he said in his letter, and I'll be honest, like, I think that's what endeared me to him, is when he read his letter to her. And because she sometimes will say, I feel like he sees me, like he sees me. And to her credit, I don't know if she even said that about Shelley, to be honest, right? That was, so I think in terms of what you're saying here, in terms of like, that's why to me, honestly, I think they're going to be okay, because I think they're both bringing their authentic selves to this, to this relationship, and they both accepted who who they are in terms of as they are as people, and accepting each other as these two people, and seeing value in that. So I mean, and that's the one thing. I mean, it's like one of my most favorite scenes of the week. That last week I watched is, they sent these letters, and then you walk away and you see their interviews, and Alondra always says, like she said it on Tish Cyrus, he sees me. She said it in another interview, he sees me, and and stuff like that. So I think, to your point, being willing to have that conflict. Like I said, I'm my age and I'm still struggling with it, right? So, and glory be to God that these two young people recognize that, and at least willing to move forward in that space.
Yeah.
So thank you.
I just want to add too, with that not being able to speak up or feeling like you could. I mean, for me, I noticed I come from a Caribbean household, and we were taught from a very young age. And this is something I appreciate that you talk about, Tina, and with your family dynamic, that you encourage your children to speak up and just to have conversations when they feel uncomfortable. Because for me, it was always, children are supposed to be seen and not heard. And I see that even till this day. I cannot, me being in my 30s and still can't bring up something to my parents and they not see it as almost like an attack, not even an attack, just kind of like, I'm still the parent. And maybe it could be like, this is where I'm working on my delivery. But I've noticed that as well. So I don't know if, again, that comes from playing from the household, like you said, and I just wasn't taught how to deal with conflict and move on from it in a way that it doesn't feel like I am stepping on a toe or I'm going to lose or be disrespectful in any way. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, this is not therapy.
I agree. I don't know.
I'm
just making that point.
No. I want to be clear, because I'm about to give you like a little bit of a therapy-ish moment. But it just sounds to me like you were often told that like your voice was not valued in the space. And so if you feel like your voice is not valuable, it's going to be really hard to trust that anything you're saying is of value to be adding to any space, whether that's conflict, whether that's encouragement, whatever it is, right? There's going to be this almost disconnect from a trust around, like you said earlier, right? Am I doing too much? Is this really something?
Yes.
Right? Because you've been taught not to trust that instinct, right?
Yes.
And so that is something that you'll have to relearn. If I were making suggestions,
what states are you certified in? So, and do you
if I were making suggestions, I would be doing something around like tending to your sacral area, like your gut.
Okay. Yeah,
Doing some gut
that's where all my
work.
problems lie. Yep.
Okay, there you go.
My gosh. Okay, I'm quiet.
Not that I'm giving therapy. I
I
give
agree.
the
No,
thoughts
I
around
get exactly what you're saying.
Okay, it's Mila J said, what do we think about Alandria potentially saying ILY first? I think that actually shocks me a little bit.
Me too.
Did she really though? I don't think she
I
did.
said it. I said it 3 days ago. I said, y'all, on Threads. I'm telling y'all, Landry said it first.
You think
And then
so?
what TikTok do they post on the Today Show?
Yes.
Alandria probably said it first.
I thought he was joking.
I think they were joking, you guys.
Yeah,
Don't think too much about it.
But
Don't think too much
he
about
did
it.
that same joke whenever he told that she had scooted into him,
That she tried to
back into him,
pacify
and she
last
was
night, by
like,
the way.
She was like, don't be telling my business. She did that
Did you see
same
the live
laugh.
last night where they tried to ask her about it and she was like, she tried to play like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was half asleep and I was like, girl, bye.
Okay.
Please.
She might have
Please.
slipped up. She might have slipped up and been like, I
And,
love you.
I don't think
my
she
and
said
gosh.
it.
so
I
I
hope
think
she
it's
didn't.
that.
my thing is,
I think
someone
it's that
also did point
same.
out that he could be the type that he didn't want to say it first and overwhelm her, so that he would allow her to say it first. And then,
Exactly.
so I don't know. I thought it was a joke first, and I was like, I saw that comment. I was like, huh, yeah.
I thought it was a joke, and then I saw the live, and they both like awkwardly were like, "Bye,
Yes.
bye, okay, bye.
Okay,
I'm gonna call you later."
Book Girl's point. So Book Girl is saying in the comments, but she also said in her recoupling speech that she loved him since the first day they met. So this is what I would say, right? I think that she might love him as a human. I don't know if they're in love.
Okay.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's
And
what
I
I would
think
say.
she was suppressing her feelings all along, even though all through that villa. So I think it could have been stronger. She just didn't see it for her. I don't know. I don't know.
Alandria fell first.
Mm-mm.
I'm with Tina.
I disagree.
Jen said, I think I love you is kind of early. I think it depends on the context in which they're talking about love. Like, right, like I love my friends. I'm not in love with them, but I love them.
Exactly.
Like platonically, I
Yeah.
love them.
Olympia said she loved everybody in that villa,
Yeah, you know what I mean? And so I think
and I
that
believe her.
you think it's more than platonic, Cat? You think they're in love, y'all? I will say, y'all, like, I could also see him holding back, because he's like, trying to move at her pace, even if he might feel it. And like, you can love somebody without being in love with them. Like, you can just love them as a human, love them as your friend. And like, I think she does have a lot of love for like the way that he showed, like she said, I feel seen, right? Like, it's very disarming what she's experiencing, and it's unusual for her. And so I think that she definitely could be feeling things that she's never, like, again, he said he had the flutters, right? That boy's heart chakra been open for weeks at this point about that girl, right? And so I could definitely see her feeling some things that are different and new for her about him.
Yeah, I think because yesterday she said like when she's in there, she's in there. So I think she's still going to be cautious about it. And also, so much is happening. I don't think she has time to really sit down and process. I think she's still scared a little bit, but she's having fun with it. Oh, and I wanted to mention something random because I was looking at the Wikipedia page, and it actually tells you the days that they're on in each episode. So Miss Sierra says she went home in July 4th, and then the first episode we see Nick and Alandria, that's like episode 30. And then they don't count the days on the After Sun, but then the July, what's it called? When the finale, that was on episode 36. So that would have been like about 12 days or so they had together. So yeah, it's not, we keep saying like a week, but it's a little bit more, but not super drastic. I just thought that was interesting.
And I will say, right, that again, like I've said about other couples that I think like have strong connections, we have to understand that like even if it was 5 days, 7 days, that's 24 hours of those days though, right? Most of us are not spending that much time with the person that we're just recently dating in the beginning. It takes months to build up to that level of time. And so some of them, are going to feel like, oh, they're like moving very fast, but really it's because they're spending such immense amounts of time together.
And the villa is purposely traumatizing them. You know, they're not eating well, they're not sleeping much. So like I said, I don't know if I will be crying or I'll be angry as hell. Like I'll either be a basket case or I'll be raging. There will be no in between because when I don't sleep, good lord.
Fair.
Especially with ADHD, so no wonder Shelly was crying and Nick cried a lot too. You can tell. Like they was driving him crazy.
Yeah, Violet, I think that she said that no, Shanika, they all lost weight, she said. But yeah, they I think she said that she had been there for like almost 2 months. So it's a very, very long time. I think, I hear you. Who was that just said that? Spleen. One thing that broke my heart in the live was when Ola talked about being a mistake. I think this is another instance of like Alandria just using the language that she has available to her, honestly. It just meant that she's like not like her parents didn't like say like, hey, let's plan to have a baby. More than that like means something about her as a person. It was just like, oops, like we're pregnant, lots of kids are unplanned. That I don't think she means it as like a negative about herself.
Right, so she said sophomore, so that's like 16 years old.
Yeah, she said her parents were 15. Yeah. Okay, panelists, I want to have you give your final thoughts, and then I'm going to close out our live for the night. Panelists, will we go from the bottom up? It's Mila J. Will you share with us any final thoughts? And y'all can do your hottest takes, whatever you want to do.
I guess my final thoughts are from the top of this week, Nick and O. These past 2 weeks have just been a Nick and O driven week. I'm excited to see what Alandria wears at New York Fashion Week because they definitely confirmed that she's gonna be there. I'm also just excited to see if Nick will be there or not. But I definitely think that this is something that she will do solo for a majority of the week. So I'm excited about that. With the reunion coming up, I definitely think that everybody will start moving differently. I think that Ace and Shelly will start posting more. I think that Ace in general will just become the presence that he was before he even went into the villa. And I definitely think he gonna be stepping on some people's necks. I think that we will see Jeremiah be buddy again with Nick because you see him all in Alandria's comments. So obviously they made amends because we just found out that Nick voted Austin out the villa and not Jeremiah. So that's interesting. I also wonder if Jeremiah is gonna be the one to try to clock T with 3 dreads because come to find out he was stirring the ship. So that's interesting. I'm interested to see if Huda will play the victim or if she's gonna really like take the villain role seriously. I could see her doing both. I think that Shelly is gonna do exactly what she did in the villa. Going to her and Huda, I think that she's definitely going to not want to have the argument with Huda. I also think that whenever they play the extended clip, I think it's gonna be exactly what we thought. And I'm interested to see what Ace's response to it will be. Will he still be on the side of it was just a challenge? Or did she take it too far now that he's been out the villa and him and Shelly have gotten way more serious than they were in the villa? Who else? I think that Pepe might have some smoke for Huda because of her writing that note to Grayson or to Pepe about Grayson on Stand on Business that she whispered to Chris and that Grayson knows about. I'm interested to see how the seating chart will be. Will we like continuously move the people around based on what the topic is? I'm interested to see what Andy Cohen has to bring. And I definitely think he will be holding some people accountable. I also think that he definitely has favorites. I think that he will favor Nick and O and Amaya specifically. And I think that will just mean that he's gonna, if somebody makes a rebuttal to them, I think he's gonna let them have the final say before he goes to another topic. I think that Iris and Pepe still together, going strong, even though they're boring. I think that unfortunately Taylor and Clark are still together. I think that Nick and O will say that they're girlfriend and boyfriend, and that they made it official in Greece. I think any other couple. Oh, and obviously I think Ace and Shelly are together, locked in. They've already exchanged I love yous. What else about the reunion? I think who else? Really nobody of note. I know that I'm assuming that Alandria was speaking to Coco in that clip that we did get to see. So I definitely think she's gonna hold Coco accountable. Do I think Coco will have a rebuttal? No. But I think that she's gonna clock some tea. I don't know if Alandria will address things with Taylor as much as I want her to. However, I think that she will have some things to say about the fact that she kind of got portrayed to be delusional, or like things weren't really what they seemed, when in all actuality he was going a little harder than he said he was. And I also think that, what else? I think that Nick is just gonna tell people how he feels. I think we already know where Nick's stance is on everything. But I do think that him and Jeremiah will leave being better friends. I think that the whole Iris TJ of it all, I think that Iris is just gonna be like, she kind of moved on type deal. Other than that, I think that the reunion is gonna be good. I think that Nick and Alandria are gonna stand on business. I think that Amaya is gonna get Austin. And yeah, I think everybody's gonna go home, semi okay. I think that Huda is gonna do what Huda does, and yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you for sharing your final thoughts. Thank you so much for coming up on the panel. Thank you, Mila J, for your subscription. I really appreciate you in this space.
Oh my God, I had so much fun.
You're always welcome to come back. Y'all, I will tell y'all that I am going to... Am I about to lie? No, I'm going to tell the truth. I'm going to try to go live every day. Y'all heard the try part, right? I'm going to try to go live every day. I'm going to make a schedule. Ivy, please share your final thoughts with us, my friend.
Okay. Final thoughts. Okay. Now that we know about this heart rate challenge, I don't know if I have a hot take, but since we found out that, O did approach Nick during the heart rate challenge, my theory, I have a little theory. I'm wondering if they're going to show it. That's number one. I hope that they show it at the reunion, because that's like so tea. But my theory is that, part of Nick going off on Elan or whatever and saying he's mad or whatever was projection, of course. And I think that it probably stemmed from maybe him and Ciara having a talk after, and maybe that kind of all led into, because literally the next episode they closing off, right? So I think that it probably led to that. Like maybe Ciara was like, listen, if this is what it is, then and the next day when they had the closing off conversation, that's when she's like, yeah, I'm not comfortable with the kiss. So it's like, maybe they were kissing during the heart rate challenge too. I don't know. Some people said that they saw chocolate on his nose. So
Ivy, they did. So Alandria confirmed on her live last night that she did not skip him in the heart rate challenge. We just didn't see it.
Right. So I'm like, production is like the biggest ops, and they were really trying to paint them as like the winning couple. So they didn't want to stir up anything. But I feel like, right after they closed off, that was literally when it looked like Nick fell into a depression. And then Alandria wasn't talking to him, and they just were avoiding each other for like the next like 3-4 episodes. So, what else? The reunion. I saw the seating chart. It definitely made me think like, okay, is this like the couple side versus the single side? Because Amaya and Brian was over there with all the other singles. So it made me think like, are they broken up? Maybe. So I want to see what happens with that. I don't know if Alandria and Nick are official boyfriend girlfriend. I feel like we might just get that they're still, taking their time, which I'm okay with, but I know that the crazy parasocials will be going crazy if they don't hear the boyfriend girlfriend thing. So we got to prepare for that, I guess. What else? Iris and Pepe, I think they're cute. I don't I don't know if Iris really cares. I feel like it's just like a summer fling. I think it's just a summer fling. I think Pepe, to me, Pepe is a 304, but he would settle down if he found the right girl. And I feel like Iris fits him well. I feel like Hannah is just a little too much in terms of personality. I feel like he likes boring, like more quiet, boring, girls, to me at least. And I think Hannah has a new man anyway, supposedly. I saw something about that. Um, who was gonna stand on business? I really hope that something is said to Taylor. Like, I need him to do the public apology. I really do. I don't care if he already did it in private. But I think that something should be said publicly because he really did embarrass her. And I feel like the production gave him a good edit, alongside that, when I feel like he was a villain and he was fake to the whole cast. Like the fact that everybody was shocked that he chose Clark, that told me everything I needed to know, Helga, I don't expect any accountability to be taken. Maybe she will apologize to Shelly and Ace again or whatever. Maybe. Who cares? Jeremiah, I hope that he can clock Taylor. That would be nice. That would be nice. I want to see Jeremiah stand up for himself to somebody because I just feel like he kind of, to me, I feel like he got bullied a little bit. But, I mean, he was also doing the most. So, but yeah, I think that's it. Like Ace and Shelly, I guess we'll see what they say. I don't expect Shelly to do too much. I feel like someone else had said, like she'll be kind of the same as she was in the villa, and she's not gonna want to say too much. So, and yeah, I guess Alandria's gonna clock to what's her name, Coco. That's it.
Well, Ivy, thank you so much for your time. Y'all,
Thanks for having me.
That are up here, so thank you for subscribing.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your thoughts. Elisa, will you go next, my friend?
Yes. So, Tina, thank you again for providing such a wonderful space to share freely. So, appreciate you always. I enjoy your lives. Let's see. My hot takes are going to be probably a little wonky again. I just like because some of the situations that you guys are talking about, I didn't have the pleasure of watching. I just know about edits. But I'm with Ivy. I honestly think that when they see the heart rate challenge and that it was actually because I know that Sierra had told Nick not to kiss anybody, but she never had that conversation with Alandria. So I do think Alandria does, since they're quote unquote friends at this point, right? That she does a little something extra that will make Sierra kind of be like, that kiss made me uncomfortable kind of a thing. Girl, bye. Um, I do think, considering what I've heard about the whole Jeremiah situation, I think Jeremiah may come in just maybe a little bit hot, thinking that Nick was the one who got him voted off, things of that nature. But then I think that's when it'll come up that it wasn't, I didn't do that, kind of a thing. It was somewhere else. You know what? In terms of Helga, I want Helga to be held accountable for what she did to Chris on the finale. And the reason why is because if the roles were reversed, if it was a man who had did that to a woman, he would have been kicked off the show immediately. She was not. I think there has to be, and I know he brushed it off when he went to the podcast or whatever, and I wish he would not have done that. Because I do think that was something, it made me uncomfortable in watching it, and I didn't think that was cool. And somebody who felt like she could easily do that, I think she needs to be held accountable for whatever she's done in that villa, whether it's to Shelly, Chris, or what have you. She has no boundaries, and thus to me, she needs to be held accordingly to those, not having those boundaries. So that was the one thing that's the one thing that really stuck with me, to be honest. And I feel like it probably won't even be brought up because I just think everybody's going to be like it was a guy that it happened to, and that's it or what have you. But I don't care. She violated somebody's personal space and had no problem doing it. So, there's that. In terms of the couples, I do like I like Pepe. I think I kind of agree with everybody. I think Iris seems sweet, but I do like Pepe. I just wish he would do a little something different with his hair. The hair wings kind of drive me crazy a little bit. Um it'll be interesting to actually kind of see some of the other islanders because like I said, I didn't experience them. I do think that there's going to be some fireworks. There has to be, right? It's a reunion show. I do think, based upon the interviews that happened after, I feel like everybody said they were in a good space. Both Nick and Alandria said that they were relieved. So I feel like there was something, there was something that they were able to let go. In terms of now, see, it's going to be in terms of exclusive or boyfriend and girlfriend. I feel like they're going to kind of play word games with that. Like, oh yeah, we're exclusive, but we're not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. And I'd be like, y'all, come on. You were practically a plate of food yesterday on that live, girl. So I felt like I was third wheeling really bad. Ace and Shelly, they're at what they're at. Amaya and Brian, it's interesting because they always come out saying that they are together. But y'all who are fans for the long run probably know better than I am in terms of that. But it'll be interesting. I do, by the way, Nick is going to New York Fashion Week. They both confirmed it yesterday on the live because they, in terms of when they're going to be quote unquote reunited, as they said. I shouldn't say quotes, but they did say when they're going to be reunited next. And New York Fashion Week did come up. So that's the next time they'll be reunited. As for them as a couple, knowing this is kind of like a fandom here, is like, I just think that we need to continue to keep them in our prayers, best wishes, or what have you. But there's a lot of people who are out to see them fail, not only as individuals, but as a couple as well. And I think we just need to, if we're going to be parasocial about it, I feel like part of that responsibility will also be in terms of kind of uplifting them and protecting them, so to speak, in terms of our own thoughts, but also recognize, as Tina and a lot of us pointed out, these are human beings. They are not going to be perfect. They have every right to honestly make mistakes. This is their relationship, not ours. I think what we take from this is like right now, considering the time that we find ourselves in with our current circumstances within this country, that we have an opportunity to see a really beautiful love story kind of unfold that was based off some, real connection. That's what the show was about, right? Relationship and connection. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Elisa. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for being on the panel. I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. Jamila, will you give us your final thoughts as well, my friend?
Yes, ma'am. Again, thank you, everyone. I really do enjoy these lives. I truly do. So I don't know if I would call them hot takes or just actually not even a hot take. I'll just say my last thoughts, final thoughts. For the reunion, I'm interested to see if they'll even bring up 404 or if they do, how they will navigate around that. Don't know. Not sure if they can or what the case may be, but that came to mind at one point because she was in there for quite some time. When it comes to the Maya and Brian situation, I personally don't think they're together, but I don't want to be called a hater. I'm just like, it's not hating. I'm just observing. And just observation. And I'm trying to put my biases, what they would say, aside. So I want to see what happens there. I haven't seen the seating chart, but that's interesting to find out that they're on the single side. I'm interested to also see if the host will, if I want to say this, hold space for the racism or just all that has occurred, including just them having to pull people out as well, if they're going to address that to the viewers, that, kind of just to gain back their trust or just out loud instead of just what did they do? They put it on Instagram or they did some posts about it. So I want to see if they're going to draw a line in the sand that, listen, for all viewers, we don't stand by this. And this, I would love to know. And if they're going to bring up how the girls were treated, specifically Olandria and Shelly. I don't think they'll do that, but I would, to show favoritism to them. But at the same time, I've also saw conversations around Andy hosting it as he is of Jewish heritage. So I want to see if that's ever going to be talked about during the reunion. Last last interesting observation will be for me. I'm interested to see how Huda's fans are going to do in the following months. In a sense, if they're gonna quiet it down, because while the show was going on, they were very much so all about we got the million followers, we have this, that, blah, 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 and they thought she was gonna be this big deal, and it turns out that she's not, at least to us, she's not getting booked like they thought she was going to. So it's just interesting, and just finding out that Chris and Andrina are also doing the Agua campaign. So again, two people that spoke out against Hilda, they're getting booked, and she's not getting booked. And I'm seeing them. I mean, you can see them in the comments. I said it's interesting because I know for a fact they're watching Olandria and Nick's lives. I know. I mean, they're in there. It's really interesting. So I want to see how they react after reunion. So that's all. Oh, yeah, that's it.
Y'all are funny with the nicknames. Hula Hoop. Thank you, Jamila, so much for your talk. Thank you
No
for
problem.
being my first subs.
Thank you.
And for always showing up on the panel and in the live. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too, everyone. Thank you.
All right, Jules, my new panelist, my new sub. Will you share your final thoughts with us?
Yes, child, where do I want to begin? First and foremost, Nick and Alondria they were my clients from day one. So the fact that they got together was just like, that's heaven sent. I manifested this. But Shelly, I'll go with Shelly because she was also an original client for me, but she got dropped. She got dropped after the Austin and Ace triangle because I felt like she was just moving too weird. And I just really saw that she's a bird, unfortunately. She's a pretty bird, but she is a bird, and that's okay. I hope she'll fly. But in terms of Ace, I don't like that he's leaving his woman out there in the streets to fend for herself. Like you have your platform, your clout, all of that cute, and you want to handle your business operations and not take seconds. That is my take. I think Ace doesn't want the Nicolandria seconds because he knows any opportunities that are coming came to them first. So I feel like that's why he's really quiet. I think he likes being first place. But I don't like that he's leaving her to do this alone because it's not creating a good look. It's creating too much discourse. And you know what our parents always like to say, well, do you only see him at night or do he take you out in the daytime? And I feel like that's what it's giving. But not to say that that's a relationship, but that's what it is projecting to the public. Who do I want to go? Huda with the good hair, allegedly. Um, I don't care for her. The more I thought about this reunion, the more I didn't want it to happen because I just don't want to see that girl on my screen. Like, I'm really over it. I feel like the cast is probably over it. It's exhausting. I for damn sure will cut it off if I have to hear her to talk about how she felt like she was bullied. Because that's just that just didn't happen. So yeah, I would prefer not to have to deal with her. I hope this is a distant memory. I hope Nick and Alondria, cut ties with everybody at the reunion, no shade. I want them to be very private and focus on their careers, whether it's modeling or whatever. I really don't want them to return to reality TV. I think they are bigger than the program, and being bigger than the program is not doing television. And that's just my opinion. What else? Do I really care for anybody else? Taylor and Clark, I hope she loves country simple life living. Um, I don't really know. God bless her, for real. God bless her. Cause that man, he's a piece of work. He really is. There's a lot of things that could be said about Taylor, but they're not nice, so I won't say them. Um, who else? Who else? Iris. I'm actually living for Iris. Like, I love that she's just a white girl. Like, I love when white girls just white girls. Like, I do. The Victoria's Secret campaign, that is perfect for her. Like, more of that. Pepe, I don't know what he needs to do, but he needs to step his cookies all the way up because she looking like the breadwinner. I would love to see them in an Agua, campaign. Like I feel like that made more sense than where the fuck, Chris is gonna offer. Adrina, I don't know, which pronunciation is correct, but I live for her. She's pretty. She should have stayed. Also Jeremiah should have stayed. They were cheated. Um, Amaya and Brian. Oh my God. Amaya Papaya, that was my number one girl along with Ola. She was my top client. But when she got with Brian, I don't know, something just shifted for me. Like I just stopped caring as much. Maybe it was just like I couldn't handle like it wasn't love bombing at all because, we use that term so loosely, but it was just like, it just felt too much. Like it felt too much for me. I just couldn't get with the program. And I felt like she was pouring more into Brian than Brian was pouring into her. And yeah, yeah. And I feel like that's playing out in real time. Like, I feel like she's waking up though, for sure. Um, Brian, he is a clout chaser. I have nothing. I feel like he is right up there with Taylor. Don't like him, don't respect him for nothing. You got the 50K and you spent it on a Rolex. I thought it was for charity, boo. What happened? Um, so yeah, he's a liar. He's a fraud. Um, and I don't think Nick needs to move in with him. I don't think Nick needs to move in with anybody but himself. That is it. Yeah, I feel like, oh, that was the thing I wanted to talk about earlier when they brought up people pleasing. He kind of scared me a little bit because I thought that he was kind of giving people pleaser with how much he was posting. Like I feel like he really wanted to appease us, fans. So I got a little nervous, but then he started toning it down lately, so I'm really happy about that. And that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you so much, Jules. We appreciated your thoughts. Wonderful addition to the panel. Thank you so much for coming up. Amina, I'd love to hear your final thoughts, my friend.
Okay, so I tried to write it down, so mine are a little bit random. So first of all, I had always said I was gonna hire somebody on Fiverr. I don't know if you know what that is. It's like a freelance website. I wanted them to make me a Helga edit of Helga worshiping after Shelley, the altar of Shelley, because I still think she is jealous of Shelley. And since people kept mentioning Jeremiah, I wonder if Andreina is gonna call him out because he did, like, for whatever reason, he really believed the edits of the show of what she said about when Ace asked her and she tried to clarify, because I think she really did like him, and then he let his little nerd insecurities get in the way when they could have been a cute couple and they could have been making money. Except she's doing all these hostings by herself. So yeah, that's interesting. Because I think like they really had a shot outside the villa. Wait, did we ever get clarity if they're gonna show the whole heart rate challenge or they just showing the full clip of Helga?
We haven't gotten it, as far as I know.
Oh, because I would like to see what Alandria did to Nick since they wanted to be so secretive about it. Honestly, I don't care about nothing at this reunion. I just want them to get in Taylor's ass. That's all I want. So bad, because I still can't get over that he had all them cards at the Stand on Business Challenge and we didn't get to hear any of them. And they still tease us with that one that was written to him saying, make up your minds at the Stand on Business Challenge, and we didn't get to hear any of them. And they still tease us with that one that was written to him saying, make up your mind. He was interested in Alandria. And I still think it's kind of shameful that only the white man stood up for Alandria. Uh-oh. What happened? What, bro?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, y'all.
Okay, I was like, okay.
I can hear you on Chris's phone, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I still think it's a little bit shameful that only the white men stood up for her. And me and my sister-in-law kind of got into it because she was like, I think they're being too hard on Taylor. They're just doing too much. And I was like, okay, look at this. How does it look that the two black men basically conspire to play this black woman? Like, how does that look just as a community if we say that, we love, and she was like, okay, you're right. And I was like, because she didn't like that Alandria called him a bitch. She's one of those. And I was like, girl, she should have did more. 10 times more. And I would have been up all night in these comments like, y'all need to shut the hell up. This weekend, I'm gonna go buy me some Agua de Cafiero so when Miss Felicia get her new house next year, I can say I contributed it. I can't wait to see that happen. So yeah, those are all my thoughts.
Thank you so much for your thoughts, Amina. Thank you for subbing. Thank you for always holding it down in my live. You always be my and getting the people. I appreciate it. All right, y'all, let me give you my final thoughts. I feel like y'all all know my rundown on the couples, right? Or do I need to say that again? I know we've been in here for a minute. Y'all know what I think about the couples? Okay. I feel like y'all know. I've been very clear about that. Okay, real quick. I think Amaya and Brian are already broken up. I think that we'll get an announcement at the reunion or very shortly after the reunion. I think that Iris and Pepe are having a beautiful summer fling. I think that eventually we will see them break up. I think it will be very amicable. I think that they're going to remain friends. I don't think there's going to be any bad blood, or I don't predict any of that between the two of them. I think that Clark and Taylor, I think that they could get engaged or married. And I think that that has a lot to do with feeling like they need to align against us as the public and our perceptions of them. And so needing to prove us wrong. I think that Shelly and Ace have the potential for a very long, beautiful relationship. There are just some things around communication that I would love to see them work on. Chic, I agree. And then I think that Nick and Alandria definitely have the recipe for long-term success, so long as they maintain good balance with us as the public. That said, when it comes to the reunion, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't have a lot of high hopes. I think the person that's actually gonna be the breakout star around holding people accountable is actually gonna be Jeremiah. And I think that's because Jeremiah is the only one of them mofos that we know for a fact went to actual therapy. I know people felt like he was being bullied in the villa, but if y'all are watching that man, really what he's doing is he's taking in the data and then he's trying to filter it through his therapeutic experiences and determine how he's going to engage. He was very receptive and open to feedback. So he's the only person that I think is going to have reflected on that experience, gotten more information, and actually come in there ready to clock some shit and to stand on some business about some stuff. Yes, you can literally see him processing in real time. Y'all go watch them eyes. They apparently did, Elisa, but that therapist also said that it was okay for Hilga to stay. So I'm curious about, I need to know who that therapist is. So I think that Jeremiah is going to be the person that we're going to see come in and really be ready for this conversation in a different type of way. I think that we're going to see him have something to say about Hilga. I think that we're going to see him have something to say to Ace and to Taylor. I think that Ace's pouty face that we saw, Elisa, they really do. I think Ace's pouty face, the sad face that he makes, I think that that is in response to a conversation with Jeremiah. I know they made up, but that doesn't mean that that goes back to K-Rawls. That goes back to our conversation earlier, right? About how we do conflict resolution. We can have hard conversations and still come to a good place. I do think that they are going to have a hard conversation with each other because of the language that Ace used in regards to Jeremiah more than once on the show. I think that Jeremiah is going to need to in some ways clear his name, right? And I think that they're going to be able to have that conversation and fruitfully move forward. One thing I will always give Ace, y'all, with all of my critiques of him, is I do think that Ace is pretty receptive to feedback. I said this before. I think he's a person that likes to grow and evolve and develop, which is why I think he and Shelly could do really well so long as they address the things that I think are important for them to address as a couple. When it comes to Shelly, I think we're going to watch her be very diplomatic. I think that's going to continue. That has been her character every other moment that we've seen her deal with conflict. And so I don't know why that would be any different. I think that if we see Olandria really address Hilga, I think it would be less for herself and more for Shelly. I think that we are going to see... Exactly, Nurse Brain. And I actually don't think Jeremiah was love bombing her at all. I think that Helga's behavior was very problematic, was twisting his words, reimagining the way stories went, right? But I think that y'all, if we see Alandria address Helga, it's really going to be in response to Shelly, like defending Shelly rather than defending herself. I think that Alandria's what we saw in the clip, I'm actually, I wish it wasn't, but I'm worried that that's actually for Coco. And I feel like there are other people that deserve that response more than Coco does, right? Jen, I agree. I think that so part of what I think it is, right, is like, one, I think she's protected, right? She's the older sister. But two, I think that it's, exactly, that's low-hanging fruit. I think too, also what it is, right, is it's easier to defend other people than it is to defend myself, because I'm not really worthy of protection in this way, because my needs are too big, they're a burden, it's not that big of a deal, but I can easily see it when it's happening to someone else and want to defend them. And so this will be a way for her to like kind of get some of that out. I think that Nick is going to have his I think we're definitely going to see Nick with his confused moments. I said this earlier, I do hope that Nick is preparing, just because I know a lot is going to be going on in his brain, and they're filming for a very, very long time. And so I hope that I love you too, London. Hi. I do hope that he is like feeling prepared, that he feels like, you know, he's kind of rehearsed a little bit with what he wants to say. I do hope that he says something to Taylor directly. I don't know if I think it's going to happen at the reunion, but we'll just have to see. I don't think that they're going to bring up anything about race, and I don't think that they're going to bring up anything about the essay. If they do, I will be very pleasantly surprised. But they have waited this long. I cannot imagine them saying something. Well, hold on. I will say, maybe they will say something about race only because what has transpired with Kenny. And so because of what's happened with Kenny, now for their like really popular season that really drew a lot of the popularity around this season, they may feel like they have to say something. We'll see. I don't know if we will have viewer questions. Maybe because Andy's involved, we will. I don't know if Andy is going to come hard at Hilga. And I think if he does, people are going to use his political, his very shitty political stances as a way to just invalidate anything he says, even if it's like valid. Oh, they did solicit. Okay, great. I think they're still going to be annoying and try to keep it cute. But hopefully they don't. Hopefully they ask the hard questions. Who else am I forgetting? Taylor and Clark. I expect Taylor to sit in there and lie as usual. I expect Taylor to attempt to like keep everything copacetic and to like be goofy, which is really just a way to avoid anything deep or real, right? I think that Clark is going to be on mute as usual. I think Coco will try to say something. I think it won't really be of any substance. Who else? Who am I forgetting, y'all? Oh, Iris and Pepe. Yeah, I don't think Clark has a lot to address. She really is living, unfortunately, in Taylor's shadow. And I do think that I do y'all are funny. I do think that Andreina, I do think that, you know, she would flourish. She's similar to me in how I view Amaya. I think they would really blossom if they got away from those men. I will say this about Pepe with the hidden crush. Hi, EJ. I will say this about Pepe with the hidden crush on Alandria. We definitely saw that man have some sort of energy on that live. If they only knew, if you only knew. And then it got revealed that his last girlfriend supposedly was a Nigerian woman. She liked the comment that confirmed that it was. I don't think he has a crush. It's been like rumored, right? But I did see his energy. Yes, I did see his energy, right? Oh, you have a type, and he's if you only knew. I was like, what's that mean, Pepe? And then like very shortly afterwards, the Nigerian girlfriend came out and confirmed. People were asking if it was Pepe, and she liked that comment. So you know, I will say I appreciate the way that Pepe responded a lot. I'm sorry, I'm fidgeting, y'all. I will say that I appreciate a lot of the ways that Pepe engaged with Alandria. That said, I was not fucking with him being like, Taylor stood on business. Pepe, be quiet. Be quiet. I don't think that O is into that. If you're curious too, y'all, one of my subscribers asked me to do a live about ethical non-monogamy. And so I am going to do one, but it is going to be a sub only live. Maybe I'll make it where like only subs can comment. I'm not sure. I'm thinking it through. Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I think that Iris, like someone said, Iris and Pepe, beautiful gowns. I really don't. Ethical non-monogamy is a relationship style, much like monogamy is. So like monogamy is like when you are with one person. Ethical non-monogamy is the concept that you can be with multiple people, and that can look a lot of different ways. I'm gonna have a live and talk about it. No, I don't think he would disrespect Nick either at all. Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that is a good point. Yeah, so I think they're going to be beautiful gowns. I don't really expect a lot out of them, personally. Y'all know I slipped up and said their marriage, right? So, you know, just give me my tens. Y'all, you better come back to my page and be like, Christina. Oh, I mean Tina. My real name is Christina, but I go by Tina on here. I don't think that Ace is going to sue production. I think if anybody broke the fourth wall, it probably would be Ace. Somebody asked me that question. I think it would be Ace if anybody was going to break the wall. I don't think monogamy is going to be an issue for Nick Ivy. I know that he has practiced it in not user like which. Y'all gonna put me on the stake. Y'all so funny. Is it Zane? Is that how I say your name? Oh, I didn't say. I think that if anybody breaks the fourth wall, it would be Ace in order to call out production around the ways that they portrayed him. I think that the Nicolandria announcement will be, I don't want to say anything too crazy to y'all. I think it'll be that they're in a relationship. Oh, that's what I was saying to Ivy. I know that it's pronounced Zane. Yay, that's my cousin's name. Okay. I think that, I know that he's practiced it before, but he was much younger. Lots of people practice things, try them on for size, realize they don't fit, and move on to other things. And I think he's been pretty clear at this point that he he likes monogamy. Hold on. That's true. Breaking the fourth wall may not be in the edit. Listen. And his mom keeps calling her daughter-in-law. Listen, y'all, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Yeah, exactly. No, you're okay, baby. Who? Exactly. Y'all, the writing is on the wall. Okay, anyway, sorry, y'all. I'm just not violent. It's an arranged marriage at this point. America has put them together. No, I'm just kidding. P says hi, babe.
Who?
One of my viewers, P.
P?
Yeah.
Tell the girl.
Mm-hmm.
Tell her I said hi.
He says hello. Okay, yeah, so I do think that we're gonna hear that they're boyfriend and girlfriend, unless they continue to take the approach that they've done at this point of like, we just keeping y'all out of it. That could happen too. The only way that I want to see Nick and Alandria on TV again, the only way that I want to see them on TV again is for a wedding special. Give me her say yes to the dress. Give me their wedding special. Like, give me their shit completely edited and controlled by them on their image. Nothing from anybody else. You know what I mean? I think a travel show could be cute too. But I would say if they're going to do a travel show, I almost would not want them to be like produced unless they're going to have really strong hands in how it is produced. I think those would be like cute little vlogs for sure. Okay. Hilga, I think that Hilga is going to cry. I think that she is going to apologize. And I think she's going to continue to be a Twitch streamer and not much more. I don't really foresee any strong relationships moving forward. The only person that I really see like having Angelia, you caught that? Apologize. Like, we're gonna say words that sound like sorries, you know? Jazz, I don't think this might be a hot take, but I don't think she was ever her friend so much as I think that she really enjoyed the relationship. I agree, Danae. I don't think she will though. I think we'll hear something like, you know, I don't support any hate toward any of the Islanders. I love everyone. I think that's something like what we might hear. Exactly, Jasmine. Exactly, Violet. So yeah, so those are my, y'all, did I miss anyone? I feel like that was everything. No, don't hate to say it, Jules. I have a whole video about that. About how they mammified Alandria in the villa. So, yeah. Oh, Austin. That's because I don't ever talk about him. He is such a non-factor in my life. I feel like Austin is... I can't even say beautiful gowns. I feel like Austin is just going to be existing in the same room as everybody. And I think Austin, you know, at most what we might see is Austin be taken aback that he was the one that got actually voted out by Nick. Yeah, Austin, like, he should not have been in the villa for as long as he was, because what were you doing here? I hear you, Nicole. I don't align with him as a person, so I don't follow him. Yeah. Raggedy gowns when it comes to Austin. Yeah, Austin's a weirdo. I just don't like how he shows up as a human, so he's not for me personally. What else? Zach and Elan, I feel like that's not even like, oh, Chris, I forgot about Chris. Chris, I wonder if he's been taking in any of the discourse about what we've been saying about the essay, because I will say, y'all, I have some videos that go up and I have some videos that don't. And you know, one of my videos that didn't, my video about the essay that man experienced. Right? And I think it's, again, to a lot of people's points in here, right? People don't take it seriously. And so I don't think, I don't even think that he registers it as a thing. Like, I think he doesn't even, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think, exactly, Jen, I don't think he realizes that that's even what was happening, was coercion and emotional manipulation. I don't think that he realizes that. And so I don't think it's going to be talked about in that way. So I think he's going to I think what we might hear most from him is about that finale and about like maybe what she said on the podcast, if he says anything. But I perceive Chris as having very poor communication skills. I've already said this before. And so he seems to be very avoidant in his communication style. And so I don't know if I think that he's actually going to say anything directly. Yeah, I think he's gonna try to like be diplomatic or like stand up for her so as not to like encourage wrath. Hannah, I know, like, what I hope we don't have is like the whole deliberation about how they were going to vote off Hannah. I don't want to fucking see it. Clip it up. But the way that they did that last season with that long ass, boring, fucking unseen clip, I don't want it. Keep it. Okay? Get to the point. Cut it short. Tell me how they voted. That's it. Who voted for her? That's it. I don't want to see nothing else. Okay? And I want to see the heart rate challenge. I want to see the full unedited scene with Hilga because I need her fans to stop being fucking Delulu. That's it. That's it. I actually think it might have been Hilga too. User. I mean, shit, it might have been all of them, but whatever. Just put the shit to bed. Let's figure it out and let's move on. Oh, I know they will. I know they will. But I need to see it. I also would like to see that too, Shink, but I don't know if they'll give it to us. I don't know if they'll give it to us. I think the way that might come up, Elisa, is they'll say something along, hi Sheila. They'll say something along the lines around, how they had to have people leave the villa. And, you know, we saw a lot of discourse online from fans as well. What do you all think? I think that's the closest they're going to get to like actually addressing the racism that was rampant this season. But maybe they'll shock me. But I will say that I'm a Real Housewives girly. Well, I only watch Real Housewives of Potomac anymore at this point. I used to watch Atlanta, but I stopped watching after Nene left. What I think is, you know, Andy has never done a really good job when it comes to those conversations. And so I don't know if I think he'll do a good one here too. The old dance, Kayla, what they're talking about is on Alandria's live last night. She told all of us that she, in fact, did not skip Nick in the heart rate challenge, but none of us got to see that on the episode. I don't know if I think they'll give a disclosure. Yeah, Andy did a horrible job, Violet, if we're being honest, like a horrible job at it. Like, could not hold the space around the conversation around colorism and let them light brights, as a fellow light bright, let them light brights act like Candace and Wendy were being delusional about how colorism impacts their experience and the way that they're received on the show. Like, if you don't know how to hold the space, at least have somebody in the room that knows how to. So I don't expect a whole lot, honestly. Okay, those are my final thoughts. Am I missing anything that y'all are curious about before I let y'all go? Yeah, exactly, Jen. I don't disagree, Angelia. I think that there could have been other people. I think that it was very hard, though, to choose a host for this because I even put out a video like, I don't think Andy is the best person, but like, who could host this reunion? Because what I thought needed to be talked about personally, I didn't see as something that a Black person should hold the space around because I think that they would have just tried to dismiss it. And then that person would have just received a shit ton of hate and violence. I don't know, Ivy. I think that Megan is too, she's too aware, which she should be, of the way that she is received in media. And so I don't think that she would have wanted to rock the boat. She's already had her own experiences with receiving a shit ton of hate. I don't think she would have wanted to push too hard. I actually would hate Janae hosting this show. Janae is way too fucking toxic positivity. She just would have been like, well, don't you love each other? I mean, your friends are y'all watching Beyond the Villa? Did you see the way she handled that conversation with did y'all see the way she handled that conversation with Lib and Kaylor? Well, you miss her and you miss her, so let's just make up. No accountability to be found. I would hate to have her as the host of this show. It would be awful. Serena could be good. I think what I worry about the most, I just don't enjoy Lib as a human, so. I would say Serena could be good. The only thing I get worried about, y'all, is people that watch the show, and I get it, that kind of like makes it good, but like being able to be unbiased as the host of the reunion. You don't think Jada Pinkett's too male-centered to do the reunion? I don't know. Anywho, those are my thoughts, y'all. Okay, question about, Tamar. That's it. That's all I got to say about Tamar. Cammie Crawford, I don't know who that is. I'm gonna look them up. Cause maybe. Okay, Brand P. Are you talking about Brandy the singer? Not Nick Lachey. Y'all are sick. So initially, I thought Mark Lamont Hill. But then I was like, yeah, they're just gonna disregard everything he says because he's a black man. They're gonna just act like he's picking on Hilga, rather than seeing it as like this like intelligent person that is attempting to like hold conversation and discourse around what's been going on. That was the person that I originally thought of. Yeah, Pete, exactly. Okay, tomorrow is Thursday, and I don't have any clients, so maybe I don't have any clients in the morning, so maybe I will get on at 12 my time. That's 11 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Central, 2 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I agree, Violet. A light-skinned or white person would need to do it so that they would not just dismiss it. And it would be someone that could leverage their privilege. I don't know. Okay, y'all, I will definitely, no, Ayanla needs, y'all are just trying to piss me off. Y'all are just trying to make me go in the comments. Y'all are hilarious. Okay, I am going to, okay, Tanisha's not a bad idea, Shanika. I like Tanisha. Okay, y'all, I will definitely make a video and post it to my story tomorrow, and I will create an event for when I'm going to go live, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much for hanging. I know it is late on the East Coast, so thank you for all my folks. And I will see y'all later. Bye.